梁歌制作，公墓，作者穆石英。那天回到宿舍，对你这张会说话的嘴，忘了饥饿的惊异了半天。我望着蓝天，如果是在恋人面前，你该是多么会说话的呀！这么想着，过着这尼安式的生活。
Production by Liang Gu, Cemetery, author, Mu Shiying. When I returned to the dormitory that day, I was so surprised for a long time by your talking mouth that I forgot about my hunger. I looked at the blue sky and thought about how talkative you would be in front of my lover. Living like a nunnery.
可真寂寞呢，再这么下去，连灵魂也要变化时了。可是，来看我一次吧。种子，克莱拉宝式的字在桃红色的纸上嘻嘻地跳着回旋舞，把我围着。糟糕啊，我害怕起来了。第一次瞧见它，我就觉得
It's so lonely. If this continues, even the soul will turn into a stone. But come and see me once. Romsey. Clara's words danced playfully on the pink paper, surrounding me. Oh no, I became scared. The first time I saw her, I thought.
可真是危险的动物啊！它有着一个蛇的身子，猫的脑袋，温柔和危险的混合物。穿着红绸的长旗袍，站在清风上似的飘荡着袍脚。这脚一上眼就知道是一双跳舞的脚。
What a dangerous animal. She has the body of a snake and the head of a cat, a mixture of gentleness and danger. She is wearing a long red silk cheongsam, standing on the breeze, with the corners of her robe fluttering. As soon as you look at these feet, you can tell they are a pair of dancing ones. Foot.
建在海棠那么可爱的红缎的高跟鞋上，把腰肢当作花瓶的瓶颈，从这上面便开着一只灿烂的牡丹花，一张会说谎的嘴，一双会骗人的眼，贵品啊！曾经受过亏的我。
Walking on begonia's lovely red satin high-heeled shoes. Think of your waist as the neck of a vase, and a brilliant peony blooms from it. A mouth that can lie, a pair of eyes that can deceive, what a precious product. I have suffered losses before.
很明白自己直爽的性格是不足对付姑娘们会说谎的嘴的。和她才会面了3次，总是怀着留神哪的心情，听着她哩哩啦啦的从嘴里翻译着苏州味的话，一面就这么想着。
I know very well that my straightforward personality is not enough to deal with the lying mouth of girls. I have only met her 3 times, and I always have the mood of pay attention, thinking like this while listening to her words that are full of Suzhou flavor from her mouth.
这张天真的嘴也是会说谎的吗？也许会的，就在自己和他中间赶忙用意志造了一道高墙。第一次他就毫没遮拦地向我袭击着。到了现在
Can this innocent mouth also lie? Maybe. He quickly built a high wall with his will between himself and her. The first time she attacked me without any hesitation. Until now.
这位危险的动物竟和我混得像10多年的朋友似的。这回我可不会再上当了吧？不是我去追求人家，是人家来捕捉我的呢。每一次回到房里，总躺在床上这么的解剖着。
This dangerous animal has become like a friend for more than 10 years. I won't be fooled again this time, right? I didn't pursue them, they came to capture me. Every time I returned to the room, I would lie on the bed and dissect like this.
再去看他一次，可危险了。在恋爱上我本来是低能，就不假思索的开头便工作忙得很啊的写回信给他。其实我正空的想去洗澡，从学堂里回来，梳着头发。
It would be dangerous to go see her again. I am originally an imbecile when it comes to love. Without thinking, I wrote her a reply that started with, I'm very busy at work. In fact, I was so free that I wanted to take a shower. Coming back from school, combing her hair.
猛地在桌子上 发现了一只青色的信封，剪开来时是。为什么不把来看我这件事也放到工作表里面去呢？来看我一次吧，在校门口等着。真没法啊，这么固执而孩子气的可爱的话。
Suddenly I found a blue envelope on the table. When I cut it open, it was. Why don't you put the matter of coming to see me in your work schedule? Come and see me once. Wait at the school gate. There's nothing you can do about it, such stubborn and adorable childish words.
穿上了外套，抽着强烈的急事牌，走到校门口，他已经在那儿了。这时候倒是很适宜于散步的悠长的梅谢路，长着麦穗的田野，几座荒凉的坟，埋在麦里的远处的乡村。
I put on my coat, smoked a strong custard, and walked to the school gate. She was already there. At this time, the long coal road is very suitable for walking, the fields with wheat ears, a few desolate graves, and the distant countryside buried in the wheat.
天空中横飞着一阵乌鸦。你真爱抽烟。孤独的男子是把烟卷儿当恋人的。他时常来拜访我，在我寂寥的时候，在车上，在床上，在默想着的时候，在疲倦中的时候，甚至在澡堂里，他也会来的。
A swarm of crows flew across the sky. You really love smoking. A lonely man treats cigarettes as his lover. It often comes to visit me when I am lonely, in the car, in bed, when I am meditating, when I am tired, even in the bathhouse. Will come too.
也许有人说他不懂礼貌，可是我们是老朋友。天天给啤酒似的男子们包围着，碰到你这新鲜的人倒是刺激胃口的。糟糕，他把我当作辛辣的刺激物呢。那么你的胃也不是康健的。
Maybe some people say it's impolite, but we are old friends. I am surrounded by beer-like men every day, so meeting someone new like you will stimulate my appetite. Oops, she treats me as a spicy irritant. Then your stomach is not healthy either.
那都是男子们害我的。他们的胆怯，他们的愚昧，他们那种老鼠式的眼光，他们那装作悲哀的脸，都能引起我的消化不良症的。这只能怪姑娘们太喜欢吃小食，你们把雀巢牌朱古力糖。
That was all done to me by men. Their timidity, their ignorance, their mouse-like eyes, their pretended sad faces, can all cause indigestion in me. This can only be blamed on girls who like to eat snacks too much. You put Nestle brand chocolate candies.
Sunkist 上海啤酒、糖炒栗子、花生米等混在一起吞下去，自然得患消化不良症理。给你们排泄出来的朱古力糖 Sunkist 能不装作悲哀的脸吗？所以我想吃些刺激品啊。
If you mix Sunkist, Shanghai beer, roasted chestnuts with sugar, peanuts, etc. and swallow them together, you will naturally suffer from indigestion. I'll give you the excreted chocolate candy, Sunkist. Can you stop pretending to be sad? So I want to eat some stimulants.
刺激品对于消化不良症是不适宜的。可是管他呢，给你排泄出来的人很多吧。我正患着便秘，想把他们排泄出来，他们却不肯出来，真是为难的事啊。他们都把心放在我前面。
Stimulants are unsuitable for dyspepsia. But, what the heck? There are a lot of people excreting it for you, right? I am suffering from constipation and want to excrete them, but they refuse to come out. It is really embarrassing. They all put their hearts before me.
摆着挨打的小丑的脸，我只把他们当傻子罢了。危险啊！我不会也给他当朱古力糖似的吞下，再排泄出来吗？可是他倒也和我一样爽直。我看着他那张红菱似的嘴，这张嘴也会说谎话吗？
They look like clowns who have been beaten. I just think of them as fools. It's dangerous. Wouldn't I swallow it like chocolate candy for her and then excrete it? However, she is as straightforward as me. I looked at her red diamond-like mouth. Could they look like clowns who have been beaten? I just think of them as fools. It's dangerous. Wouldn't I swallow it like chocolate candy for her and then excrete it? However, she is as straightforward as me. I looked at her red diamond-like mouth. Could this mouth also tell lies?
这么的怀疑着，他蹲下去，在道旁摘了朵紫色的野花，给我簪在衣襟上。知道吗？这花的名？告诉我。这叫 Forget Me Not， 就明媚地笑着。天啊，我又担心着。
So doubtful. She knelt down and picked a purple wildflower next to the road, and pinned it on her lapel for me. Do you know the name of this flower? Tell me. This is called Forget-Me-Not, and smiled brightly. Oh my gosh, I'm worried again.
已经在他嘴里了，被当作朱古力糖似的含着。我连忙让女性嫌恶病的病菌在血脉里加速度地升殖着，不敢去看他那微微地偏着的脑袋，向前走，到一片草地上坐下了。
It was already in her mouth, being held like a chocolate candy. I quickly let the germs that are disgusting to women reproduce in my blood at an accelerated rate. Not daring to look at her slightly tilted head, she walked forward and sat down on a piece of grass.
草地上有一片倾斜的土坡，上面有一株柳树，躺在柳条下，看着盖在身上的细影。荣子坐在那儿玩着草瓷子。女性嫌恶症患者啊，你是？从集市排的烟雾中，我看见她那骄傲的鼻子。
There is a sloping soil slope on the grass, with a willow tree on it. Lying under the willow branch, looking at the thin shadow covering her body, Rongzi sat there and played with grass seeds. You are a misogynist. From the custard smoke, I saw her proud nose.
嘲笑我的眼，失望的嘴。告诉我，你的病菌是哪里来的？一位会说谎的姑娘送给我的礼物。那么你就在杂志上散布着你的病菌，不是？真是讨厌的人啊！
Eyes that mock me, mouth that is disappointed. Tell me where your germs came from. A gift from a lying girl. So you're just spreading your germs in magazines, aren't you? What a nasty person.
我的病菌是姑娘们消化不良症的一味单方。你真是不会叫姑娘们讨厌的人呐！我念首诗你听吧，我是把 Louis Gilmore 的几喜小诗念着。假如我是一只孔雀。
My bug is a blind recipe for indigestion in girls. You really don't make girls annoying. You listen to me as I read a poem. I read Louise Gilmore's impromptu poem. If I were a peacock.
我要用1000只眼看着你。假如我是一条蜈蚣，我要用100只脚追踪你。假如我是一个章鱼，我要用8只手臂拥抱你。假如我是一头猫，我要用9条性命恋爱你。假如我是一位上帝，
I want to use 1,000 eyes. Looking at you. If I were a centipede. I'm going to use 100 feet. Track you. If I were an octopus. I'm going to use 8 arms. Hugs to you. If I were a cat. I will use my 9 lives. Falling in love with you. If I were a god.
我要用3个身体占有你。他不作声，我看得出他在想，真是讨厌的人呐。刚才装作不懂事，现在可又来了。回去吧。怎么要回去了？男子们都是傻子。他气恼地说，不像是张会说谎的嘴呀。
I'm going to use 3 bodies. Possess you. She was silent, but I could tell she was thinking, what a disgusting person. I just pretended to be ignorant, but now I'm here again. Go back. Why do you want to go back? Men are fools, she said angrily. It doesn't look like a mouth that can lie.
我伴了他在铺满了黄昏的煤屑路上走回去，嘻嘻的。接连着几天，从球场上回来，拿了网拍到饭店里，把 afternoon tea 装满了肚子，舒适的踱回宿舍去的时候。
I walked back with her on the road covered with dusk cinders, rustling the ground. A few days in a row, I came back from the golf course, took my tennis racket, went to the hotel, filled my stomach with afternoon tea, and walked back to the dormitory comfortably.
过了5分钟，闲得坐在草地上等晚饭吃的时候，从课堂里携了书本子走到运动上去溜荡的时候，总看见他不是从宿舍往校门口的学校 bus 那儿跑，就是从那儿回到宿舍去。见了我。
5 minutes later, when I was sitting on the grass waiting for dinner, I took my books from the classroom and walked to the sports hall for a stroll. I always saw her running from the dormitory to the school bus at the school gate, or from the school bus. Go back to the dormitory. Saw me.
只是随便的招呼一下，也没有信来。到那天晚上，我正想到图书馆去，来了一封信。到我这儿来一次，知道吗？这么命令式的话，又要去一次了。就这么算了，不好吗？
Just a casual greeting, but no letter came. That night, when I was about to go to the library, a letter came. Come to my place once, you know. It was like an order. Going there again. Wouldn't it be better to just forget it?
我发觉自己是站在危险的深渊旁了。可是末了，我又跑了去。月亮出来了，在那边，在皇宫式的宿舍的屋角上，绯色的，带得像只盆子。把月亮扔在后面，我和他默默地走至校门外。
I found myself standing next to a dangerous abyss. But, in the end, I ran away again. The moon is out, over there, in the corner of the palace-like dormitory, crimson and as big as a basin. Leaving the moon behind, she and I walked silently outside the school gate.
沿着煤屑路走去，那条路像流到地平线中去似的。猛地一辆汽车的灯光从地平线下钻了出来，道旁广告牌上的抽着集市牌的姑娘在灯光中愉快地笑，又接着不见了，到一条桥旁。
Walking along the coal dust road, the road seemed to flow into the horizon. The light of a car suddenly emerged from the horizon. The girl smoking a custard brand on the billboard beside the road was in the light. Laughing happily, he disappeared again and came to a bridge.
便靠了栏杆站着，我向月亮喷着烟。近来消化不良症好了吧？好了一点，可是今儿又发了，所以又需要刺激品了，不是？在集市牌的烟雾中的他的脸笑了。我念首诗给你听。他对着月亮。
So I stood leaning against the railing, blowing smoke toward the moon. Have your indigestion been cured recently? It's getting better, but it happened again today. So we need stimulants again, right? Her face smiled in the custard smoke. I'll read a poem to you. She faces the moon.
腰靠在栏杆上，我看着水中她的背影。假如我是一只孔雀，我要用1000只眼看着你。假如我是一条蜈蚣，我要用100只脚追踪你。假如我捉住了他的手，他微微地抬着脑袋。
Lean on the railing. I looked at her back in the water. If I were a peacock, I want to use 1,000 eyes. Looking at you. If I were a centipede, I'm going to use 100 feet. Track you. What if I grabbed her hand. She raised her head slightly.
微微地闭着眼，银色的月光下的她的眼皮是紫色的，在她花朵似的嘴唇上，喝葡萄酒似的，轻轻地尝着醉人的酒味。一面却，我大概不会受亏了吧。 这么的快乐着，月亮照在背上。
She closed her eyes slightly. Her eyelids were purple under the silver moonlight. On her flower-like lips, she tasted the intoxicating taste of wine as if drinking wine. On the other hand, I probably won't suffer any loss. He was so happy. The moon shines on my back.
即是排烟卷掉到水里，流星似的在自己的眼下发现了一双黑玉似的大眼珠。我是一瞧见了你就爱上了你的。他把可爱的脑袋埋在我怀里，嘻嘻地笑着。只有你才是我在寻求着的。
The cigarette fell into the water, like shooting stars, and under his own eyes, he found a pair of big black jade eyes. I fell in love with you as soon as I saw you. She buried her lovely head in my arms and smiled playfully. You are the only one I am looking for.
那，多么可爱的一副男性的脸子，直线的、近代味的、温柔的眼珠子，懂事的嘴。我让他那张会说谎的嘴，啤酒沫似的喷溢着快板的话。这张嘴不是会说谎的吧？到了宿舍里，我又这么的想着。
Where? What a lovely masculine face, straight and modern, gentle eyes, sensible mouth. I let her lying mouth spit out Allegro's words like beer foam. This mouth can't lie. When I got to the dormitory, I thought about it again.
楼上的窗口有人在吹 saxophone， 春风吹到脸上来，卷起了我的领子。天哪，天啊！第二天我想了一下，觉得危险了。它是危险的动物，而我却不是好猎手。现在算是捉到了吗？
Someone was playing a saxophone at the window upstairs, and the spring breeze blew into my face and rolled up my collar. Oh my God! Oh my God! I thought about it the next day and felt it was dangerous. She is a dangerous animal and I am not a good hunter. Is it considered caught now?
还是我被他抓住了呢？可是至少我像解不出方程式似的烦恼起来。到晚上他写了封信来，天真的说，真是讨厌的人呐！以为你今天一定要来看我的，那知道竟不来，已是我的猎获物了。
Or am I caught by her? But at least. I became worried as if I couldn't solve the equation. In the evening, she wrote a letter and said innocently, "What a disgusting person. I thought you had to come to see me today, but I didn't know you came. Is already my prey."
还这么倔强吗？我不敢再看下去，不是已经说得很明白了吗？不能做他的猎获物的。把信往桌上一扔，便钻到书籍城、稿子山和墨水浆里边去躲着。可是糟糕啊！
Are you still so stubborn? I didn't dare to read any more. Didn't I make it very clear? I can't be her prey. I threw the letter on the table and went to the Book City, Manuscript Mountain, and Majiang River. Go hide. But that's bad.
我觉得每一个零字都是他的唇印，墙上钉着的 Vilma Banky 的眼像是他的眼， Nancy Carroll 的笑劲儿也像是他的，顶奇怪的是他的鼻子长到 Normie。
I feel like every word is her lip print. Vilma Banky's eyes nailed on the wall look like hers. Nancy Carroll's smile also looks like hers. And the strangest thing is that her nose is as long as normal.
施尔的脸上去了。末了这嘴唇的花在笔杆上开着，在托尔斯泰的秃脑袋上开着，在稿纸上开着，在会有蔷薇花的灯罩上开着，拿起信来又看下去。你怕我不是？
Shearer's face went. Finally, the flower on the lips is blooming on the penholder, on Tolstoy's bald head, on the old paper. It is blooming on the lampshade painted with roses. Pick up the letter and read it again. Are you afraid of me?
也像别的男子那么的胆怯不成？今晚上的月亮像披着一层雾似的，蹒跚地走到那边柳枝上面了。可是我爱瞧你那张脸哪， 在平面的线条上。
Are you as timid as other men? The moon tonight staggered over to the willow branch over there, as if covered with a layer of fog. But I love to see that face of yours, on the flat lines.
向空中突出一条直线来，而构成了一张立体的写生，是奇迹呢。这么刺激的、新鲜的句子，再去一次吧。这么可爱的句子呢？这些克莱拉堡式的字构成的新鲜的句子围着我。
It is a miracle to project a straight line into the air to form a three-dimensional sketch. Such an exciting, fresh sentence. Let's go again. Such a lovely sentence. These fresh sentences composed of Clara's treasure-like words surround me.
手记着手，跳着黑底舞，把我拉到门宫去了。他们是可以把世界上一切男子都拉到那儿去的。坐在石阶上，手托着腮，歪着头，在玫瑰花旁低低地唱着小夜曲的正是荣子门灯的朦胧的光。
Hands tied together and dancing on a black background, they pulled me to the palace. They could pull all the men in the world there. Sitting on the stone steps, holding her chin in her hands and tilting her head, it was Romsey who sang a serenade in a low voice next to the roses, under the dim light of the door lamp.
在地上刻划着他那鸽子似的影子，从黑暗里踏到光雾中，他已经笑着跳过来了。你不是想从我这儿逃开去吗？怎么又来了？你不在等着我吗？因为无聊，才坐在这儿看夜色的。
Her dove-like shadow was carved on the ground. Stepping from the darkness into the mist of light, she had already jumped over with a smile. Don't you want to run away from me? Why are you here again? Aren't you waiting for me? I'm just sitting here watching the night because I'm bored.
嘴上不是新擦的 Tenji 吗？讨厌的人啊！他已经拉着我的胳膊，走到黑暗的运动场中去了。从光中走到光和阴影的融合线中，到了黑暗里边，也便站住了，像在说：“你忘了啊。”
Isn't there fresh tangy on your mouth? What a disgusting person. She had already taken my arm and walked into the dark sports field. She walked from the light to the fusion line of light and shadow, and then stopped in the darkness. It seemed as if she was saying, "You forgot."
是的，看着我，荣子，你是爱我的吧？是的，这张嘴是不会说谎的，我就吻着这不说谎的嘴。荣子，那些消遣品怎么了？消遣品还不是消遣品罢了。在消遣品前面，你不也是说着爱他的话的吗？
Looking at me as if. Romsey, you love me, right? Yes. This mouth cannot lie, so I kiss this mouth that does not lie. Romsey, what happened to those recreational products? Recreational products are not just recreational products. Didn't you also say you love him in front of the entertainment products?
这都因为男子们大傻的缘故，如果不说，他们是会教化似的跟着你装着哀求的脸、卑鄙的脸、憎恨的脸、讨好的脸，碰到跟着你歪缠的画子们，不是也只能给一个童子不是？
This is all because men are stupid. If you don't tell them, they will follow you like a beggar, pretending to be begging, a despicable face, a hateful face, a fawning face. When you meet the beggar who follows you crookedly, ladies, you can only give me 1 copper, right?
也许他也在把我当消遣品呢，我低着脑袋。其实爱不爱是不用说的，只要知道对方的心就够。我是爱你的，你相信吗？是吗？信吗？说啊，我知道你相信的。
Maybe she was using me as a recreational tool. I kept my head down. Actually, there is no need to say whether you love or not, as long as you know the other person's heart is enough. I love you. Do you believe it? Really, do you believe it? Say it. I know you believe it.
我瞧着他那骗人的说谎的嘴，明知道他在撒谎，可还是信了他的谎话。 高速度的恋爱啊！我爱着他，可是他对于我却是个陌生人。我不明白他的思想、灵魂、趣味是我所不认识的东西。
I looked at her deceptive and lying mouth and knew she was lying, but I still believed her lies. What a high-speed love. I love her, but she is a stranger to me. I don't understand her. Her thoughts, soul, and taste are things I don't recognize.
有意的了解这基础还没造成，而恋爱已经凭空建筑起来了。每天晚上，我总在他窗前吹着口笛学布谷叫，他总是孩子似的跳了出来，嘴里低低的唱着小夜曲，到宿舍门口叫 Lixie。
The foundation of friendship has not yet been formed, but love has been built out of thin air. Every night, I would play the flute in front of her window and imitate the cuckoo call. She always jumped out like a child, singing a serenade in a low voice, and went to the dormitory door and called, Alexi.
我在吹着口笛，他就过来了。从朦胧的光里踏进了植物的阴影里，他就攀着我coat的领子，总是像在说你又忘了似的，等着我的吻。我一个轻轻的吻，吻了他，就。
I played the flute again and she came over. Stepping into the shadow of the plants from the dim light, she clung to the collar of my coat, always waiting for my kiss as if saying, "You forgot again." I gave her a gentle kiss and kissed her. She, just dash.
不会是在把我当消遣品吧？这么的想着，可是不是我花子似的缠着他的，是他缠着我的呀。以后他就手杖似的挂在我胳膊上，飘荡着裙角漫步着。我努力在恋爱下面建筑着友谊的基础。
She's not treating me like a recreational tool, I thought, but I wasn't the one clinging to her like a kid, she was the one clinging to me. From now on, she would hang on my arm like a cane, floating around. The corners of my skirt are wandering. I strive to build the foundation of friendship.
你读过《茶花女》吗？这应该是我们的祖母读的。那么你喜欢写实主义的东西吗？譬如说左拉的娜娜、朵斯退伊夫斯基的《罪与罚》，想睡的时候拿来读的。
Have you read La Traviata? This is what our grandmothers should have read. So do you like realism? For example, Nana by Zola, Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. I read it when I want to sleep.
对于我是一副良好的催眠剂。我喜欢读保尔穆杭、横光利一、决口大学、刘易士，是的，我顶爱刘易士。在本国呢，我喜欢刘纳欧的新的艺术，郭建英的漫画和你那种粗暴的文字，广野的气息。
It's a good hypnotic dose for me. I like to read Paul Muhang, Yakimitsu Ricci, Hiraguchi University, Lewis. Yes, I love Lewis the most. What about in your own country? I like Lu Nao's new art, Gua Jianying's comics, and your rough writing and wild atmosphere.
真是在刺激和速度上生存着的姑娘啊，荣子。Jazz、机械、速度、都市文化、美国味、时代美的产物的集合体。可是问题是在这儿，你的女性嫌恶症好了吧？是的，可是你的消化不良症呢？
You are a girl who really lives on excitement and speed, Romsey. Jazz, machinery, speed, urban culture, American taste, beauty of the times, a collection of products. But the problem is here. Have you recovered from your misogyny? Yes, but what about your indigestion?
好多了，是为了少吃小食。1931年的新发现呐，女性嫌恶症的病菌是胃病的特效药。可是，也许正相反，消化不良的胃囊的分泌物是女性嫌恶症的注射剂呢。对了，问题是在这儿。
Much better, just to eat less snacks. What new discoveries in 1931? The germ of gynophobia is a cure-all for stomach troubles. But, maybe on the contrary, the secretions of the indigestion stomach sac are the injection of gynophobia? Right, here's the problem.
换句话说，对于这位危险的动物，我是个好猎手，还是只不幸的绵羊。真的，去看它这件事也成为我每日工作表的一部分。可是其他工作是有时因为懒得可以省掉的。每晚上。
In other words, am I a good hunter of this dangerous animal, or am I an unlucky sheep? Really, going to see her has become part of my daily schedule, but other tasks can sometimes be omitted because of laziness. Every night.
我坐在校园里池塘的边上，听着他说苏州卫的谎话，而我也相信了这谎话。看着水面上的影子，低低地吹着口笛，真像在做梦。他像孩子似的数着天上的星，1颗、2颗、3颗。
I sat on the edge of the pond on campus, listening to her tell Suzhou-style lies, and I also believed the lie. Looking at the shadows on the water and playing the flute in a low voice, it felt like I was dreaming. She counted the stars in the sky like a child, 1, 2, 3.
我吻着她花朵似的嘴1次、2次、3次。人生有什么寂寞呢？人生有什么痛苦呢？集市牌的烟这么捂着，和月光融化在一起了。她靠在我肩上，唱着 Kiss Me Again， 又吻了她。
I kissed her flower-like mouth once, twice, 3 times. What loneliness is there in life? What pain is there in life? The custard smoke dances like this, melting into the moonlight. She leaned on my shoulder, sang Kiss Me Again, and kissed her again.
4次、5次、6次。于是，去看她这回事成为我生活的一部分了。洗澡、运动、读书、睡觉、吃饭，再加上了去看她，便构成了我的生活。生活是不能随便改变的。可是这恋爱的高度怎么维持下去呢？
4 times, 5 times, 6 times. So, going to see her became a part of my life. Bathing, exercising, reading, sleeping, eating plus seeing her make up my life. Life cannot be changed casually. But how can this level of love be maintained?
用了这速度，是已经可以绕着地球3圈了。如果这高速度的恋爱失掉了它的速度，就是失掉了它的刺激性，那么生存在刺激上面的荣子不是要抛弃它了吗？
At this speed, it can already circle the Earth 3 times. If this high-speed love loses its speed, it loses its excitement, then wouldn't Rongzi, who lives on excitement, have to abandon it?
不是把和这刺激关联着的我也要抛弃了吗？又要摆布着消遣品去过活了呢？就是现在还没把那些消遣品的籽排泄干净啊！解公式似的求得了这么个结论，真是悲剧呢。
Aren't you going to abandon me who is associated with this excitement? It's time to live with entertainment items again. It's just that I haven't excreted all those recreational products yet. It's really a tragedy to arrive at such a conclusion as if solving a formula.
想出了这么的事也没法子。有一天晚上，我便写了封信给他，医愈了我的女性嫌恶症，你又送了我神经衰弱症。碰到了你这么快板的女性啊，这么快的恋爱着。
I thought of such a thing, but there was nothing I could do about it. One night, I wrote a letter to her. You cured my misogyny and gave me neurasthenia. I met such a fast-paced woman like you. Falling in love so quickly.
不会也用同样的速度抛弃我的吗？想着这么的事，我真担心。告诉我，荣子会有不爱我的一天吗？想不到也会写这么的信了，我是他的捕获物，我不是也成了缠着他的画子吗？危险啊！
Won't you abandon me at the same speed? Thinking about something like this makes me really worried. Tell me, Rongzi, will there ever be a day when you don't love me? I never thought I would write such a letter. I am her prey. Didn't I also become a disguised person pestering her? Danger.
危险啊！我真的患了神经衰弱症，可是他的父亲来了，明晚上来，我告诉你，是我从前对他说话的口气呢。雀巢牌朱古力、Sunkist、上海啤酒、糖炒栗子，希望我不是这些东西吧。
Danger. I really suffered from neurasthenia, but her reply came, "Come tomorrow night, and I will tell you." This is the tone I used to speak to her. Nestle brand chocolate, Sunkist, Shanghai beer, roasted chestnuts. I hope I am not these things. Dash.
第二天下午，我想起了这些事，不知怎么的忧郁着，跑去看荣子，他已经出去了，10万吨重量压到我心上，竟会这么关心着他了。回到宿舍里，房里也没一个人。
The next afternoon I thought of these things and felt melancholy for some reason. I ran to see Romsey, she had already gone out, and 100,000 tons of weight fell on my heart. He actually cares about her so much. When I returned to the dormitory, there was no one in the room.
窗外运动场上，一只狗寂寞地躺在那儿，它跟我飞着俏媚眼，戴上了呢帽，沿着城城路向一个俄罗斯人开的花园走。我发觉少了件东西，少了个伴着我的姑娘，把姑娘当手杖带着。
A dog was lying there lonely on the sports field outside the window, and it was making cute eyes with me. Wearing a felt hat, we walked along XX Road toward a garden opened by a Russian. I realized that something was missing, a girl to accompany me. Carried the girl as a walking stick.
至少走路也方便点啊。在柳影下慢慢地划着船，低低地唱着 Rio Rita， 也是件消磨光阴的好法子。岸上站着那个管村的俄国人，悠然地喝着 vodka， 抽着强烈的俄国烟。
At least it's easier to walk. Rowing slowly under the willow shadows and singing Rio Rita in a low voice is also a good way to kill time. Standing on the shore was the Russian who was in charge of the village, drinking vodka leisurely and smoking strong Russian cigarettes.
望着我，河里有2只白鹅躺在水面上，四面是圆的水圈，水里面有树，有蓝的天，白的云，猛地又来了一只山羊。我回头一瞧，原来它正在岸旁吃草。滑到荒野里，就把桨搁在船板上，平躺着。
Looking at me. There are 2 white geese in the river, lying on the water, surrounded by round water circles. There were trees in the water, blue sky, white clouds, and suddenly another goat came. I looked back and saw that it was grazing on the bank. After rowing into the wilderness, he put the oar on the board of the boat and lay flat on his back.
一只手放在水里，望着天，让那只船顺着水淌下去，像流到天边去似的。有可爱的歌声来了，用女子的最高音哼着 Minuet in G 的调子，像是从水上来的。
Put one hand in the water and look at the sky. Let the boat flow down the water as if it were flowing to the horizon. A lovely singing voice came, humming the tune of Minuet in G in a woman's highest voice, as if coming from the water.
又一一地吸在烟水间。可是我认识那歌声是那张会说谎的嘴里唱出来的。慢慢地近了，听得见划桨的声音。我坐了起来，天哪！是荣子。他靠在别的一个男子肩上，那男子睁着做梦的眼。
And he rested quietly among the smoke and water. But I know that song, it comes from that lying mouth. Slowly getting closer, you can hear the sound of paddling. I sat up, oh my God. It's Romsey. She leaned on the shoulder of another man, who had his dreaming eyes open.
望着这边，近了，近了，擦着过去了。Alexei，撩妹叫了我一声，向我招着手。他肩上围着白的丝手帕，风吹着他往后飘，在这飘着的手帕角里露着他的笑。我不管他。
Looking over here. It's close, it's passing by. Alexi. Liao Mo called me and waved to me. She had a white silk handkerchief wrapped around her shoulders, and the wind blew it back, revealing her smile in the corner of the fluttering handkerchief. I don't care about her.
觉得女性嫌恶症的病菌又在我血脉里活动了，拼命摇着桨，不愿意回过脑袋去，倒下去躺在船板上，流吧，水呀，流吧，流到没有说谎的嘴的地方去，流到没有花朵似的嘴的地方去。
I feel like the germs of misogyny are running through my veins again. Shaking the oars desperately, unwilling to turn around, he fell down and lay on the board of the boat. Let the water flow. Flow, flow to a place where there are no lying mouths. Flow to a place where there are no flower-like mouths.
流到没有骗人的嘴的地方去啊！流吧，流到天边去，流到没有人的地方去，流到梦的王国里去，流到我所不知道的地方去。可是后边有布谷鸟的叫声啊！
Let it flow to a place where there are no deceitful mouths. Ah. Flow, flow to the horizon. Flow to a place without people. Flow to the kingdom of dreams. Flow to a place I don't know. But there is the cuckoo's call behind me.
白云中间现出了一颗猫的脑袋，一张笑着的温柔的脸，白的丝手帕在音乐似的头发上飘。我刚做起一半，海棠花似的红缎高跟鞋已经从我身上跨了过去，荣子坐在我身旁。
A cat's head appeared among the white clouds, with a gentle smiling face, and a white silk handkerchief floating on the music-like hair. I had just sat up halfway, and the red satin high-heeled shoes like crabapple flowers had already stepped over my body, and Rongzi sat next to me.
小鸟似的挂在我肩膊肘上。坐起来时，看见那只船上那男子的惊异的脸，这脸慢慢的失了笑劲儿，变了张颓丧的脸。荣子，你回去吧。他怔了一会儿就划着船去了，他的背影渐渐的小了。
It hangs like a bird on my shoulder and elbow. When I sat up, I saw the surprised face of the man on the boat. This face slowly lost its smile and turned into a depressed face. Rongzi. You go back. He was stunned for a while and then rode away. His back gradually became smaller.
可是他那唱着 I belong to girl who belongs to the somebody else 的忧郁的嗓子从水波上轻轻地飘过来。傻子呢？
But his melancholy voice singing, I belong to girl who belongs to the somebody else, floated gently over the water waves. Where's the fool?
怎么了？他猛地抖动着银铃似的笑声。怎么了？瞧瞧水里的你的脸哪，一副生气的脸子。我也笑了，碰着他那么的人，真没法。荣子，你不是爱着我一个人呢？我没爱着你吗？刚才那男子吧。
What's the matter? She shook violently and laughed like a silver bell dot. What's the matter? Look at your face in the water, an angry face. I also laughed. I really can't help it when I meet someone like her. Rongzi, you don't love me alone. Don't I love you? That man just now, right?
不是朱古力糖吗？想着他肯从他的船里跳到我的船里，想着他的那副排泄出来的朱古力糖似的脸。可是，荣子，你会有不爱我的一天吗？他把脑袋搁在我肩上，叹息似的说
Isn't it chocolate candy? Thinking about her willingness to jump from his boat into mine, thinking about his face like excreted chocolate candy. But, Rongzi, do you have any ideas? Love my day? She put her head on my shoulder and said with a sigh.
会有不爱你的一天吗？抬起脑袋来，抚摸着我的头发，于是我又信了他的谎话了。回去的路上，我快乐着，究竟不是消遣品呐。过了3天，新的欲望在我心里发芽了，依遇了他的便秘吧。
Will there ever be a day when I don't love you? He raised his head and stroked my hair, so I believed her lie again. On the way back, I was happy. It was not a pastime after all. 3 days later, a new desire sprouted in my heart. It cured her constipation.
我不愿意他在子前面也说着爱他们的话。如果他不听我的话，就不是爱我一个人，那么还是算了的好。再这么下去，我的神经衰弱症怕会更害得厉害了吧？这么决定了。
I don't want her to talk about her love for them in front of her. If she doesn't listen to me, she doesn't love me as a person, so it's better to forget it. If this continues, my neurasthenia will get worse. It's decided.
那天晚上就对荣子说，排泄了那些子吧。还有呢，别时常出去。还有呢，他猛地笑了。怎么了？你也变了傻子了？听了这笑声，猛地恼了起来，用憎恨的眼光瞧了他一回，便决心走了。
That night I said to Romsey, "Excrete that shit." What else? Don't go out too often. What else? She laughed fiercely. What's the matter? You have become a fool too. Hearing this laughter, he suddenly became angry. After looking at her with hatred, he decided to leave.
简直把我当孩子！他赶上来，拦着我，微微地抬着脑袋，那黑玉似的大眼珠子、长眼毛攀住了我的领子。恨我吗？尽瞧着我，怕失掉什么东西似的。不，荣子。荣子踮着脚尖，像抱着只猫。
They treat me like a child. She caught up, stopped me, raised her head slightly. Her big black jade-like eyes with long eye hair, caught my collar, Hate me? Jean looked at me as if he was afraid of losing something. No, Romsey. Romsey stood on tiptoes, as if holding a cat.
那种 touch， 他的话有二重意味，使你知道是谎话，又使你相信了这谎话。在他前面，我像被射中了的靶子似的，僵直地躺着。有什么法子抵抗他呀？可是从表面上看起来
That touch. Her words had a double meaning, making you know it was a lie and making you believe the lie. In front of her I lay as stiff as a target. Is there any way to resist her? However, on the surface it seems.
还是被我克服着呢，这危险而可爱的动物。为了自以为是好猎手的骄傲而快乐着。荣子有2个多礼拜没出去，在我前面，他猫似的蜷伏着，像冬天蹲在壁炉前的地毡上似的。
I am still overcoming this dangerous and cute animal. Happy for the pride of being a good hunter. Romsey hasn't gone out for more than 2 weeks. In front of me, she is crouching like a cat, like squatting on the carpet in front of the fireplace in winter.
我惊异着他的柔顺。Weekend 也只在学校的4周，带着留声机和我去行 picnic。他在软草上躺着，在暮春的风里唱着，在长着麦的田野里孩子似的跑着。
I marveled at her suppleness. At the end of the week, we were just around the school. We took a gramophone and went to picnic with me. She was lying on the soft grass, singing in the late spring wind, and running like a child in the wheat fields.
在坟墓的顶上坐着，看埋到地平线下去的太阳，听着田野里的布谷鸟的叫声，笑着，指着远处天主堂的塔尖围着我。我是幸福的，我爱着他，用温柔的手，聪明的笑。
Sitting on the top of the tomb, watching the sun sinking below the horizon, listening to the cuckoos in the fields, smiling, pointing to the tower of the cathedral in the distance and cuddling against me. I was happy. I love her with gentle hands and smart smile.
20岁的青春的整个的心。可是好猎手被野兽克服了的日子是有的。礼拜6下午，他来了一封信，今儿得去参加一个 party。你别出去，我晚上回来的，我知道你要出去的话。
the whole heart of 20-year-old youth. But there are days when a good hunter is overcome by a wild beast. On Saturday afternoon a letter came from her. I have to go to a party today. Don't go out, I'll be back in the evening. I know you want to go out.
准是到舞场里去，可是我不愿意知道你是在抱着别的姑娘啊。晚上，在他窗前学着布谷鸟的叫声。哄笑骑在绯色的灯光上，从窗帘的缝里逃出来，等了半点钟，还没那唱着小夜曲，叫
You must be going to the dance floor, but I don't want to know that you are holding another girl. At night, he imitated the call of the cuckoo at her window. Riding on the crimson light and escaping from the cracks in the curtains, I waited half an hour and was still serenaded, calling.
Alexi 的声音。我明白他是出去了。啤酒式的、花生式的、朱古力糖式的、Sunkist 式的，那些消遣品的男子的脸子一幅幅地泛上我的幻觉。走到校门口那座桥上，想等他回来。
Alexi voice. I understood that she was out. It sounded like beer, peanuts, chocolate candies, Sunkist. The faces of those men who used recreational products were filled with hallucinations one by one. I walked up to it. On the bridge at the school gate, I wanted to wait for her to come back.
瞧瞧那送他回来的男子，在晚上坐在送女友回去的街车里的男子的大胆，我是很明白的。桥上的4只灯，昏黄的灯光浮在水面上，默默地坐着。道上一辆辆的汽车驶过。
Look at the man who took her back, the man who sat in the streetcar taking his girlfriend back at night. I understand very well the boldness of the man. The 4 lights on the bridge, their dim lights floating on the water, sat silently. Cars passed by one after another on the road.
车灯照出了街树的影，又过去了。没一辆是拐了弯到学校里来的。末了，在校门外夜色里走着的恋人们都进来了。他们是认识我的，惊奇的眼，四只的在我前面闪烁着。
The car lights illuminated the shadows of the street trees and passed by again. None of them turned the corner and came to the school. Finally, the lovers who were walking in the night outside the school gate all came in. They knew me and were surprised. Eyes, 4x4, flashed in front of me.
宿舍的窗口那儿一只 saxophone 冲着我，可以爱的时候爱着吧。女人的心，梅雨的天气，不可测的，张着大嘴呜呜地嚷着，想着在别人怀里的荣子，真像挖了心脏似的。
There was a saxophone pointed at me from the window of the dormitory. Love when you can love. A woman's heart, the weather of mildew and rain, is unpredictable. She yelled with her mouth wide open. Thinking about Romsey in someone else's arms, it felt like my heart was being ripped out.
直到学校里的灯全熄了，踏着荒凉的月色，秋风中的秋叶似的淅淅地，独自个走回去，像往墓地走去那么忧郁。礼拜日早上，我吃了早点，拿了《申报》的画报，坐在草地上坐着看时。
Until all the lights in the school were turned off, and in the desolate moonlight, with autumn leaves rustling in the autumn wind, I walked back alone, as melancholy as walking to the cemetery. I had breakfast on Sunday morning, took a pictorial of the report, and sat on the grass to read it.
一位没睡够的朋友从校外进来，睁着那喝多了 cocktail 的眼，用那双还缠着华尔兹的腿站着，对我笑着道。荣子昨在巴黎啊，发了疯似的舞着。Oh, sorry.
A friend who hadn't slept enough came in from outside the school. He opened his eyes after drinking too much cocktail, stood with his legs still wrapped around the waltz, smiled at me and said, Romsey was in Paris yesterday, dancing like crazy. Oh, sorry.
他四周浮动着水草似的这许多男子，都恨不得把他捧在头上呢。到4、5点钟，荣子的信又来了，把命运放在手上，读着。 没法的是，昨晚上 party 过了后，太晚了，不能回来。
There were many men floating around her like water plants, all eager to hold her on their heads. At 4 or 5 o'clock, Romsey's letter came again. He put his fate in his hands and read. There is nothing I can do about it. After the party last night, it was too late. Return.
今儿是一定回来的，等着我吧。站在校门口，只等到末一班的 bus 进了校门，还是没有他。我便跟朋友们到上海去。崎岖的马路把汽车颠簸着，汽车把我的身子像行李似的摇着。
I will definitely come back today, just wait for me. I stood at the school gate until the last bus entered the school gate, but she was still not there. So I went to Shanghai with my friends. The bumpy road bumped the car, and the car carried my body like luggage. Of shaking.
身子把我的神经扰着，想着也许会在舞场中碰到他的这回事，我觉得自己是患着很深的神经衰弱症。先到巴黎，没有他，从 jazz 风舞腿林里，从笑浪中举行了一个舞场巡礼。
My body disturbed my nerves, and thinking that I might meet her in the dance hall, I felt that I was suffering from a deep neurasthenia. First we went to Paris. Without her, we held a dance hall tour from the jazz wind, the dancing forest, and the laughter waves.
还是没有他。再回到巴黎，失了魂似的舞着到11点多，瞧见荣子异常的盛装着的荣子，带了许多朱古力糖似的男子们进来了。于是我的脚踏在舞女的鞋上，不够，还跟人家碰了一下。
Still know her. Returning to Paris, I danced like I lost my soul until around 11 o'clock. I saw Romsey. Romsey, who was unusually dressed up, came in with many men who looked like chocolate candies. So my feet stepped on the dancers' shoes, which was not enough, and even touched them.
我颓丧地坐在那儿，思量着应付的方法。荣子就坐在离我们不远的那桌上，背向着他，拿酒精麻醉着自己的感觉。我跳着顶快的不止，在他前面亲热地吻着舞女，酒精治红了我的眼。
I sat there dejectedly, thinking about how to deal with it. Romsey was sitting at the table not far from us. Turning his back to her, he numbed his feelings with alcohol. I danced very fast and kissed the dancer affectionately in front of her. The alcohol burned my eyes red.
我是没了神经的人了。回到桌子上，侍者拿来了一张纸，上面压着一只苹果。何苦这么呢？真是傻子啊！吃了这只苹果，把神经冷静一下吧。瞧着你那疯狂的眼，我痛苦着呢。回过脑袋去。
I have lost my nerve. Back on the table, the waiter brought a piece of paper with an apple pressed on it. Why bother? What a fool. Eat this apple and calm down your nerves. Looking at your crazy eyes, I am in pain. Turn your head back.
那双黑玉似的大眼珠儿正深情地望着我。我把脑袋伏在酒杯中间，想痛快地骂他一顿。Foxtrot 的旋律在发光的地板上滑着。Alexei， 他舞着到我的桌旁来。
Those big black jade-like eyes were looking at me affectionately. I put my head in the middle of the wine glass and wanted to scold her. Foxtrot melodies slide across the glowing floor. Alexei. She danced to my table.
我猛地站直了。去你的吧！骗人的嘴，说谎的嘴。朋友，这不像是 gentleman 的态度呀。瞧瞧你自己，像一只生气的熊呢，伴着他的男子，装着嘲笑我的鬼脸。滚你的小兔崽子！
I stood up straight. Fuck you, lying mouth, lying mouth. Friend, this is not the attitude of a gentleman. Look at yourself, you look like an angry bear. The man accompanying her made a mocking face. Get out of here, little brat.
没你的份儿。夜拍。我三上想着他的手掌。Say what's the big idea? No, Alexei say no, by golly. 荣子扯着我的胳膊。
It's none of your business. Yeah, clap. His palm rang on my cheek. Say what's the big idea? No, Alexei say no, by golly. Romsey pulled my arm.
惊慌着，我推开了他。You don't mean it. I mean it. 我猛地一拳，这男子倒在地上了。荣子见了力他打人的我，一副不动情的扑克脸，坐在桌旁。
Panicked, I pushed her away. You don't meant. I mean it. I punched hard and the man fell to the ground. When Romsey saw me hitting him hard, she sat down at the table with an emotionless poker face.
朋友们把我拉了出去，说着 I'm through 时，我所感觉到的却是犯了罪似的自残做了傻事的心境。接连3天在家里，在床旁写着史托林堡的话，读着讥嘲女性的文章。
My friends pulled me out. When I said, I'm through, what I felt was a sinful state of mind, feeling ashamed that I had done something stupid. For 3 days in a row, I was at home, beside my bed, writing the words of Stalinberg and reading articles that ridiculed women.
激烈地主张着父亲家族制。忘了他呀，忘了他呀。可是我会忘了这会说谎的荣子吗？如果荣子是不会说谎的，我早就忘了他了。在同一的学校里，每天免不了总要看见这会说谎的嘴的。
Fiercely advocating for the patriarchal family system. Forget her. Forget her. But will I forget this lying Romsey? If Romsey couldn't lie, I would have forgotten her long ago. In the same school, it is inevitable to see this lying mouth every day.
对于我，他的脸上长了只冷淡的鼻子，1礼拜不理我。可是还是见在海棠那么可爱的红缎的高跟鞋上，那双跳舞的脚，飘荡着跑脚，站在清风上似的，穿着红绸的长旗袍。
To me, she had a cold nose on her face. She ignored me for a week. However, those dancing feet are still standing on the lovely red satin high-heeled shoes of begonia. The corners of the robe are floating, as if standing on the breeze, wearing a long red silk cheongsam.
温柔和危险的混合物，有着一个猫的脑袋，蛇的身子。礼拜一上纪念周，我站在礼堂的顶后面，不敢到前面去，怕碰着他。他也来了，也站在顶后面，没什么事似的，嘻嘻地笑着。
A mixture of gentleness and danger, with the head of a cat and the body of a snake. During the commemoration week on Monday, I stood behind the ceiling of the auditorium, not daring to go to the front for fear of bumping into her. She also came and stood behind the roof, smiling playfully as if nothing had happened.
我摆着张挨打的脸，求恕地望着他。那双露在短袖口外面的胳膊是曾经攀过我的领子的。回过头来瞧了我的脸，他想笑，可是我想哭了。同学们看着我，问我，又跑过去看他，问他。
I put on a beaten face and looked at her begging for forgiveness. The arms exposed outside the short sleeves once climbed up my collar. Looking back at my face, she wanted to laugh, but I wanted to cry. The classmates looked at me and asked me, and then ran over to see her and asked her.
许多人瞧着我，纪念周只上了一半，我便跑出去了。下一课近代史，我的座位又正在他的旁边。这位戴了眼镜，耸着左肩的讲师，是以研究产业革命著名的，那天刚讲到这一章。
Many people looked at me. The Memorial Week was only halfway through, so I ran out. In the next class of modern history, my seat was next to hers. This lecturer, who wears glasses and shrugs his left shoulder, is famous for his research on industrial revolution. He just talked about this chapter that day.
铅笔在纸上的摩擦用讲师喷唾沫的速度节奏地进行着，我只在纸上骗人的嘴呀，骗人的嘴呀写着。他笑了。荣子，红嘴唇像闭着的蚌壳，我在纸片上写着说谎的嘴呀。
The friction of the pencil on the paper was carried out as fast as the lecturer's spitting. I just wrote on the paper, a deceiving mouth, a deceiving mouth. She laughed. Rongzi. The red lips were like closed clams. I wrote on the piece of paper, lying mouth.
可是愿意信你的谎话呢？可以再使我听一听你的可爱的谎话吗？递给他。下了课到城城路的草地上等我，又记着他的札记，不再理我了。一下课，我便到那儿去等着，已经是夏天了。
But I am willing to believe your lies. Can you let me hear your lovely lies again? Hand it to her. After class, wait for me on the grass on XX Road. She remembered her notes again and ignored me. I went there to wait after class. It was already summer.
麦长到腰，金黄色的草很深，广阔的田野里全是太阳光，不知那儿有布谷鸟的叫声，叫出了4月的农村。等判决书的杀人犯似的在草地上坐着，时间凝住了，好久他还没来。
The wheat grows to the waist, golden yellow, and the grass is deep. The vast fields are full of sunshine, but I don't know where the cuckoo cries, calling out the countryside in April. He sat on the grass like a murderer waiting for the verdict. Time has stood still, and she hasn't come for a long time.
学校里的钟声又飘着来了，在麦田中徘徊着，又融化到农家的炊烟中。于是飞着的鸽子似的来了荣子，穿着白绸的 pajamas， 发儿在白绸结下跳着 tango 的他。
The school bells came again, lingering in the wheat fields and melting into the smoke from the farmhouses. Then, like a flying dove, came Rongzi, wearing pajamas of white silk, her hair knotted under the white silk, dancing the tango.
是叫我想起了睡莲的。那天你是不愿意我和那个男子跳舞不是？劈头便这么爽直地提到了我的罪状，叫我除了认罪以外是没有别的变诉的可能了。
It reminds me of water lilies. You didn't want me to dance with that man that day, didn't you? My charges were mentioned so straightforwardly from the beginning that I had no other possibility of plea except to plead guilty.
我抬起脑袋望着这停停地站着的审判官，用着要求从轻处分的眼光。可是这些事你能管吗？为什么用那么傻的方法呢？你的话，我爱听的自然听你，不爱听你是不能强我服从的，知道吗？
I raised my head and looked at the judge who was standing tall and graceful, with eyes that asked for a lighter punishment. But can you take care of these things? Why do you use such a stupid method? If I like to hear what you say, I will naturally listen to you. If I don't like to hear it, you can't force me to obey. Do you understand?
前几天因为你太傻，所以不来理你。今儿瞧你像聪明点儿。记着，他朗诵着刑法的条例，我是只能躺在地下吻着他的脚了。他也坐了下来，把我的脑袋搁在他的腿上。
A few days ago, I ignored you because you were too stupid, but now you seem smarter, remember? She recited the regulations of the criminal law, and I could only lie on the ground and kiss her feet. She also sat down and put my head on her lap.
把我散乱的头发往后扔，轻轻地说道：“记着，我是爱你的，孩子。可是你不能干涉我的行动。”又轻轻地吻着我，闭上了眼，我微微地笑着，荣子这么叫着，觉得幸福。
He threw my messy hair back and said softly, "Remember, I love you, child. But you can't interfere with my actions." He kissed me gently again. I closed my eyes and smiled slightly. Rongzi called out like this, feeling happy.
可是这幸福是被赎了的罪犯的，究竟是他的捕获物啊！难道你还以为女子只能被一个人崇拜着吗？爱是只能爱一个人，可是消遣品、工具是可以有许多的。
But this happiness belongs to the forgiven criminal. After all, it was her catch. Do you still think that women can only be worshipped by one person? Love can only love one person, but there can be many recreational products and tools.
你的口袋里怕不会没有女子们的照片吧？啊，荣子，从那天起，他就让许多人崇拜着，而我是享受着被狮子爱着的一只绵羊的幸福。我是失去了抵抗力的，到末了。
I'm afraid you don't have pictures of women in your pocket. Ah, Rongzi. From that day on, she was worshipped by many people, and I enjoyed the happiness of a sheep loved by a lion. I lost my resistance, and in the end.
他索性限制我出校的次数，就是出去了晚上9点钟以前，也是要到他窗前去学着布谷鸟叫声报道的。我不愿意有这种限制吗？不，就是在8点半坐了每点钟40英里的车赶回学校来。
She simply restricted the number of times I could go out of school. Even if I went out, I would have to report to her window before 9 o'clock in the evening and imitate the cuckoo's call. Wouldn't I want to have such a restriction? No, I just took the 40-mile-an-hour bus back to school at 8:30.
到他窗前去报道，也是引着我这种 flodality 以为快乐的，可是甚至限制着我的吻他了。可是，在狮子前面的绵羊，对于这种事有什么法子想呢？
Going to her window to check in also made a flelder like me feel happy. But, she even restricted me from kissing her. But what can the sheep in front of the lion think about such a thing?
虽然我愿意拿一滴血来换一朵花式的吻。记得有一天晚上，他在校外受了崇拜回来，紫色的毛织物的单旗袍，在装饰上他是进步的专家，在人家只知道穿丝织品。
Although I would trade a drop of blood for a kiss like a flower. I remember one night, she came back from being worshipped outside school. She wore a purple woolen single cheongsam. She was an expert in progress in decoration. People only know how to wear silk fabrics.
使男子们觉得像鳗鱼的时候，他却能从衣服的质料上给你一种温柔的感觉，还是唱着小夜曲，云似的走着的荣子，在银色的月光下面，像一只有银紫色的翼的大夜蝶。
While she makes men feel like eels, she can give you a gentle feeling from the material of her clothes. Romsey was still singing serenades and walking like clouds. Under the silver moonlight, it looks like a big night butterfly with silver-purple wings.
沉着的舒懒地动着翼翅，带来4月的气息，恋的香味，金色的梦，拉住了这大夜蝶，想吞它的擦了暗红的 Tangy 的嘴，把发髻的紫罗兰插在我嘴里，这大夜蝶从我的胳膊里飞去了。
It flaps its wings calmly and lazily, bringing the breath of April, the fragrance of love, and the golden dream. He grabbed the big night butterfly and wiped the dark red Tangy's mouth as he wanted to swallow her. Putting the violets from my hair in my mouth, the big night butterfly flew away from my arm.
嘴里含着花，看着翩翩地飞去的它，两只高跟鞋的样子很好的鞋底在夜色中舞着，在夜色中还颤动着它的笑声。在捉住了它时，它便躲在我怀里笑着，真没法吻它呀。荣子，一朵吻。
With flowers in her mouth, she watched her fly away gracefully. The soles of her 2 high-heeled shoes were dancing in the night, and her laughter was still trembling in the night. When she caught her again, she hid in my arms and smiled. I really couldn't kiss her. Romsey, a kiss.
紫色的吻，紫色的吻是不给贪馋的孩子的。我骗他，逼他，求他，诱他，可是他老躲在我怀里，比老鼠还机警啊，在我怀里而不让我耍嘴儿， 不是容易的事，时间就这么过去了。荣子
Purple kiss. Purple kisses are not given to greedy children. I lied to her, forced her, begged her, and seduced her, but she kept hiding in my arms. She is more alert than a mouse. It is not easy to be in my arms without letting me talk. Time, that's it. Romzi.
如果我骗到了一个吻，这礼拜你得每晚上吻我3次的。可以的，可是在这礼拜你骗不到，在放假以前不准要求吻我，而且每天要说100句恭维我的话，要新鲜的，每天都不同的。
If I cheat into a kiss, you'll have to kiss me 3 times a night this week. Yes, but you can't fool me this week. You are not allowed to ask to kiss me before the holiday, and you must say 100 compliments to me every day, which must be fresh and different every day.
比欧洲大战还剧烈的战争啊！每天3次吻，要不然就是每天100句恭维话，新鲜的，每天不同的。还没决定战略，我就冒昧的宣战了。他去了以后，留下一种幽柔的温暖的香味。
A war more violent than the European war, 3 kisses a day, or 100 compliments a day, fresh and different every day. Before deciding on a strategy, I took the liberty of declaring war. After she left behind a soft and warm fragrance.
在我的周围留着，这是我们的爱抚所生的微妙的有机体。在这恋的香味乃清着的地方，我等着新的夜来把它运送到我的怀里。可是新的夜来了，我却不说起这话，再接连3天不去瞧它。
Flowing around me, this is the subtle organism born of our caress. In this place where the fragrance of love is lingering, I am waiting for the new night to transport her to my arms. But when a new night came, I didn't say this, and I didn't see her for 3 days in a row.
到第4天，抓着她的手，装着哀愁的脸，滴了硫酸的眼里，流下2颗大泪珠来。荣子，我觉得是在做戏了。今天怎么了？像是很忧郁的。怎么说呢？想不到的是，我不能再爱你了。给我一个吻吧。
On the 4th day, he held her hand, pretending to be sad, and shed 2 big tears in his eyes dripping with sulfuric acid. Romzi. I thought it was an act. What's wrong today? You seem very depressed. How should I put it? It's unexpected. I can't love you anymore. Give me a kiss.
最后的吻，我的心跳着，胜败在这刹那间可以决定了。他的胳膊围上我的脖子，吻着，猛地黑玉似的大眼珠一闪，他笑了，踮起脚尖来，吻着我，1次、2次、3次。聪明的孩子。
The last kiss. My heart is beating. Victory or defeat can be decided in this moment. She put her arms around my neck and kissed me. Her big black jade eyes flashed, and she smiled. She stood on tiptoes, kissed me once, twice, 3 times, smart boy.
这一星期就每晚上吃着紫色的 tangy 而满足地过活着。可是她的唇一天比一天冷了，虽然天气是一天比一天的热起来。快放假了。
This week I lived contentedly eating purple tangy every night. But her lips were getting colder day by day, even though the weather was getting hotter day by day. It's almost time for vacation.
我的心脏因大考表的贴在注册处布告板上而收缩着。荣子，你慢慢的不爱我了吧？傻子，这种事是用不到问的，老练家是不会希望女人们讲真话的。就是问了他们会告诉你的吗？
My heart contracted as the examination form was posted on the notice board of the registration office. Romzi, are you slowly falling out of love with me? What a fool. There is no need to ask about this kind of thing. A sophisticated person would not expect women to tell the truth. Will they tell you if you just ask?
傻子，我不会是他的消遣品吧？可是每晚上吻着的啊。他要参加的 party 愈来愈多了，我和他在一起的时候渐渐的减少了。我忧郁着，我时常听到人家报告我说他和谁在这儿玩。
What a fool. I won't be her entertainment, right? But they kiss each other every night. She has to attend more and more parties, and the time I spend with her gradually decreases. I feel depressed. I often hear people tell me who she plays with here.
和谁在那儿玩？绷长了脸，人家以为我是急大考，谁知道我只希望大考期越拉长越好。想起了快放假了这件事，我是连读书的能力都给剥夺了的。
Who are you hanging out with? With a stern face, people thought I was anxious for the exam, but who knew that I just wanted the exam period to be as long as possible? Thinking about the fact that I am about to have a vacation, I have been deprived of the ability to study.
就因为生在有钱人家，才受着许多苦痛的，什么都不能由我了，连一个爱人也保守不住。在上海，我是被父亲派来的人监视着的，像监视他自己的财产和门第一样。天哪！
I suffer a lot just because I was born into a rich family. Nothing is up to me, not even a lover. In Shanghai, I was monitored by people sent by my father, just like monitoring his own property and family status. Oh my gosh.
他忙着找人替我做媒，每礼拜总有2-3张梳光了头发，在阔领带上面微笑着的男子的照片寄来的。在房里我可以找到比我化妆品还多的残片来给你看的。我有2个哥哥。
He was busy looking for someone to play matchmaker for me. There are always 2 or 3 pictures of smiling men with slicked hair and wide ties sent in every week. I can find more pictures of women in the room than I have makeup to show you. I have 2 elder brother.
见了我总是带一位博士硕士来的，都是刮胡子刮青了脸的中年人，都是生着轻蔑病的。有一次办了我到市政厅去听音乐，却不刮胡子。
When you meet me, you always bring a doctorate or master's degree. They were all middle-aged men with bruised faces and beards. They are all suffering from the disease of contempt. Once they accompanied me to the city hall to listen to music, but they did not shave their beards.
还等你化妆的时候又长出来的，这么嘲笑着我。那么你怎么还不订婚呢？博士、硕士、教授，机会不是很多吗？就因为我只愿意把他们当消遣品，近来可不对了，爹急着要把我出嫁。
It will grow again when you put on makeup. He laughed at me. Then why aren't you engaged yet? Doctors, masters, professors, aren't there many opportunities? Just because I only want to treat them as entertainment, something is wrong lately. My father is anxious to get me married.
像要出清底货似的，他不是很爱我的吗？我真不懂为什么要把自己心爱的女儿嫁人，伴她一辈子不好吗？我顶怕结婚，丈夫、孩子、家事真要把我的青春断送了，为什么要结婚呢？
It's like clearing out the goods. Doesn't he love me very much? I really don't understand why I want to marry my beloved daughter. Wouldn't it be nice to stay with him for the rest of his life? I am most afraid that marriage, husband, children, and family affairs will really ruin my youth. Why should I get married?
可是现在也没法子了，爹逼着我，说不听他的话，下学期就不让我到上海来读书。要结婚，我得挑一个顶丑顶笨的人做丈夫，聪明的丈夫是不能由妻子摆布的。我高兴爱他时就爱他。
But there is nothing I can do now. My father is forcing me, saying that if I don't listen to him, I will not be allowed to study in Shanghai next semester. To get married, I have to choose an ugly and stupid man to be my husband. A smart husband cannot be manipulated by his wife. I love him when I am happy to love him.
不高兴就不准他碰我。 一个可爱的恋人，一个丑丈夫和不讨厌的消遣品，这么安排着的生活，不是不会感到寂寞吗？你想订婚吗？荣子不说了，咬着下嘴唇，低低地唱着小夜曲。可是
He is not allowed to touch me unless he is happy. A lovely lover, an ugly husband, and a non-irritating pastime, wouldn't a life arranged in this way not make you feel lonely? Do you want to get engaged? Romsey stopped talking, bit her lower lip and sang a serenade in a low voice, but
忽然掉眼泪了，珍珠似的，一颗，两颗，不是吗？我追问着。是的，和一位银行家的儿子崇拜的我什么似的，像只要捧着我的脚做丈夫便满足了似的。那小胖子，我们的订婚事，你预备送什么？
Suddenly I shed tears, like pearls. 1, 2. Isn't it? I asked. Yes, I am the son of a banker. He seems to admire me for something. He seems to be satisfied as long as he holds my feet and becomes his husband. Little fat man, what are you going to give me as part of our engagement ceremony?
说话的线索在这儿断了，忧虑和怀疑，思索和悲哀，被摇成混合酒似的，在我脑子里边窜着。荣子站在月光中，刚才说的话都是骗你的，我早就订了婚，未婚夫在美洲，这夏天要回来了。
The thread of conversation was cut off here, and worries and doubts, thoughts and sorrows, were swirling around in my mind like mixed wine. Romsey stood in the moonlight. Everything I just said is a lie to you. I have been engaged for a long time. My fiancé is in America and will be back this summer.
他是个很强壮的人，在国内时足球是学校代表，那当他时常抚着我的头，叫我小妹妹的。可是等他回来了，我替你介绍吧。早就订了婚了。怎么了？吓坏了吗？骗你的呀，没订过婚。
He is a very strong man. When he was in China, he was the school representative in football. At that time, he often stroked my head and called me little sister. But when he comes back, I will introduce you to her. Have you been engaged for a long time? What's the matter? Are you scared? I lied to you, I'm not engaged.
也不想订婚，瞧你自己的金黄的脸啊！如果把女子一刹那所想出来的话都当了真，你得变成了疯子呢。我早就疯了，你瞧，这么的。我猛地跑了开去，头也不回的。考完了书，他病了。
I don't want to get engaged either. Look at your own frightened face. If you took what the woman thought of at that moment as true, would you become a lunatic? I've been crazy for a long time. You see, it's so. I ran away without looking back. After finishing the exam, she became ill.
医生说是吃多了糖，胃弱消化不了。我骑着脚踏车在6月的太阳下跑10里路到成城大学去把他的闺友找来伴他，是怕他寂寞。到上海去买了一大束糖纳生，替他放在床旁。吃了饭。
The doctor said that I ate too much sugar and my stomach was weak and couldn't digest it. I rode a bicycle 10 miles under the June sun to XX University to find her best friend to accompany her. I was afraid that she would be lonely, so I went to Shanghai and bought a large bunch of Donaldson to put beside her bed. Had a meal.
我到他的宿舍前站着，光着脑袋，我不敢说一声话。瞧着太阳站在我脑袋上面，瞧着太阳照在我脸上面，瞧着太阳移到墙根去，瞧着太阳躲到屋脊后面，瞧着太阳沉到割了麦的田野下面。
I went to her dormitory and stood there, my head bare, and I didn't dare to say a word. Watching the sun standing above my head, watching the sun shining on my face, watching the sun moving to the base of the wall, watching the sun hiding behind the ridge of the roof, watching the sun sinking below the harvested fields.
望着白纱帐里边平静的睡着的荣子，把浸在盐水里边的自家的身子也忘了。在梦中，我也记挂着荣子，怕她病瘦了黑玉似的大眼珠啊。第二天我跑去看她。
Looking at Rongzi sleeping peacefully inside the white gauze tent, he forgot about his own body soaked in salt water. In my dream, I also remembered Rongzi, fearing that she would lose weight due to illness and have big black jade eyes. The next day I ran to see her.
她房里的同学已经走完了，床上的被褥凌乱着，白色的唐纳声垂倒了脑袋，寂寞的猥亵了。可是找不到那对熟悉的大眼珠和那叫我 Lixie 的可爱的声音。问了阿妈。
All the classmates in her room had left, the quilt on the bed was messy, and the white Donaldson hung his head, wilting in loneliness. But I couldn't find those familiar big eyes and that cute voice that called me Alexi. I asked my grandma.
才知道是他爹来领回去了，怕再也看不到他了吧。在窗外怔了半天，潇潇的下雨了，在雨中慢慢的落叶的淡音似的，我踱了回去。装满了行李的汽车把行李和人一同颠簸着。
Only then did she realize that it was her father who had come to take it back. Are you afraid that you will never see her again? I stared outside the window for a long time. It was raining lightly. In the rain, slowly, like the egg sound of fallen leaves, I walked back. A car full of luggage bumps along with the luggage and people.
接连着往校门外驶，在荒凉的运动场旁徘徊着，那条悠长的煤屑路，那古铜色的路灯，那浮着水藻的池塘，那广阔的田野，这儿埋葬着我的恋，荣子的笑。直到晚上他才回来。
Then drive outside the school gate. Wandering next to the desolate sports ground, that long cinder road, that bronze street lamp, that pond with floating algae, that vast field, my love is buried here, and Rongzi's smile. She didn't come back until evening.
明就要回家去了，特地来整行李的。我没话说，默默地对坐着，到他们的宿舍锁了门，又到他窗前去站着。外面在下雨，我就站在雨地里。他真的瘦了，那对大眼珠儿忧郁着。
I'm going home tomorrow, so I came here to pack my luggage. I had nothing to say and sat across from each other in silence. I went to their dormitory and locked the door, then went to stand in front of her window. It was raining outside, so I stood in the rain. She really lost weight. Then the big eyes are melancholy.
荣子为什么忧郁着？你问她干嘛呢？告诉我，荣子，我觉得你近来不爱我了，究竟还爱着我吗？可是你问她干嘛呢？隔了一回，你是爱着我的吧？永远爱着我的吧？是的，荣子，用我整个的心。
Why is Rongzi melancholy? Why do you ask it? Tell me, Rongzi, I think you don't love me any more recently. Do you still love me? But why do you ask it? After a while. You love me, right? Will you always love me? Yes, Rongzi, with my whole heart.
他隔着窗上的铁栅抱了我的脖子，吻了我一下，那么永远的爱着我吧，就默默地低下了脑袋。回去的路上，我才发觉给雨打湿了的背脊，没吃晚饭的肚子。
She hugged my neck through the bars on the window, kissed me and said, "Then love me forever." Then she lowered her head silently. On the way back, I realized that my back was wet from the rain and my stomach didn't have dinner.
明天早上在课堂的石阶前又碰到了荣子。再会吧，再会吧。他便去了，像秋天的落叶似的，在斜风细雨中，蔚蓝色的油纸伞下，一步一步地踏着他那双可爱的红缎高跟鞋。回过脑袋来。
Tomorrow morning I met Rongzi again in front of the stone steps of the classroom. Goodbye. Goodbye. Then she went, like fallen leaves in autumn, in the slanting wind and drizzle, under the blue oil paper umbrella, stepping step by step on her lovely red satin high heels. Think back.
抛了一个像要告诉我什么事的眼光，于是低低的唱着小夜曲的调子走进柳条中去了。我站在那儿，细雨给我带来了哀愁。过了半天，我跑到他窗前去。
He cast a look as if he wanted to tell me something, and then walked low, singing a serenade to the tune of a serenade, and walked into the wicker. I stood there, the drizzle bringing me sadness. After a long time, I ran to her window.
他们宿舍里的人已经走完了，房里是空的床，空的桌子，墙上钉着的克莱拉堡的照片寂寞的笑，而唐纳生也一一的躺在地板上了。割了麦的田野里来了布谷鸟的叫声，我也学着它。
All the people in their dormitory have left. There was an empty bed and an empty table in the room. The picture of Clara Bowen nailed to the wall smiled lonely, and Donaldson was lying on the floor. The cry of the cuckoo came from the fields where the wheat had been cut. I also learned it.
这孤独的叫声在房间里兜了一圈，就消失了。在6月的细雨下的梅谢路嘻嘻地走出来，回过脑袋去，柳条已经和暮色混在一块儿了，用口笛吹着 Souvenir 的调子。
This lonely cry circled around the room and then disappeared. Walking out of the coal dust road under the drizzle in June, when I look back, the willow branches have been mixed with the dusk. Play the tune of Souvenir on the flute.
我搭了最后一班 bus 到上海，写了8封信，没一封回信来。在马路上张着疯狂的眼，瞧见每一个穿红衣服的姑娘，便心脏要从嘴里跳出来似的赶上去瞧，可是不是她，不是她呀。
I took the last bus to Shanghai. I wrote 8 letters, but no reply came. On the road, with crazy eyes, I saw every girl in red clothes, and rushed to see her as if my heart was about to jump out of my mouth, but it was not her. Not her.
在舞场里默默地坐着，瞧着那舞着的脚，想找到那双踏在样子很好的红缎高跟鞋上面的可爱的脚，见了每一双脚都捕捉着，可是不是她，不是她呀。到利瓦利达村，在河上慢慢划着船。
In the dance hall, I sat silently, looking at the dancing feet, trying to find those cute feet on the nice-looking red satin high heels. I captured every pair of feet I saw, but no she. Not her. Go to Leva Lita village and paddle slowly on the river.
听着每一声从水面上飘起来的歌，想听到那低低的小夜曲的调子，可是没有它，没有它呀。在宴会上看着每一只眼珠子，想找到那对熟悉的藏着东方的秘密似的黑眼珠子，每一只眼。
Listening to every song floating from the water, I want to hear the low serenade. But there is no her. There is no her. At the banquet, I looked at every eyeball, trying to find the familiar pair of black eyes that seemed to hide the secrets of the East, every eye.
棕色的眼，有长睫毛的眼，会说话的眼，都在我搜寻的眼光下惊惶着。可是不是他，不是他呀。在家里，每隔1点钟看一次信箱，拿到每一封信都担忧着。
The brown eyes, the eyes with long eyelashes, the eyes that could talk, all looked frightened under my searching eyes. But it's not her. Not her. At home, I check the mailbox every hour and worry about every letter I receive.
想找到那跳着回旋舞的克莱拉堡式的字，可是不是他，不是他呀。听见每一个叫我名字的声音，便狼似的竖起了耳朵，想听到那渴望着的 Lixie 的叫声，可是不是他，不是他呀。
I want to find the word that dances like Clara's baby. But, it's not her. Not her. Every time I heard my name being called, my ears pricked up like a wolf, wanting to hear the longing cry of Alexei. But, it's not her. Not her.
到处寻求说着花式的谎话的嘴，欺人的嘴。可是，不是他，不是他呀。他曾经告诉我说，也许住在姑母家里，而且告诉我姑母是在静安寺路，还告诉了我门牌。末了，我便决定去找了。
Look everywhere for a mouth that tells lies like flowers, a mouth that deceives others. But, it's not her. It's not her. She once told me that she might be staying at her aunt's house. She also told me that her aunt was on Jing'an Temple Road and gave me the house number. Finally, I decided to go look for it.
也许我会受到他姑母的侮辱，甚至于撵出来。可是我只想见一次我的荣子啊！6月的太阳，我从静安寺走着，走到跑马厅，再走回去，再走到这边来，再走到那边去，压根儿就没这门牌。
Maybe I will be insulted by her aunt, or even kicked out, but I only want to see my Rongzi once. In the June sun, I walked from Jing'an Temple to the racecourse, then back, then here, then there, and there was no such house number at all.
6月的太阳，接连走了4、5天，我病倒了。在病中，也许他不在上海吧。这么的安慰着自己。老廖，一位毕了业的朋友回四川去，我到船上送他。
The June sun left for 4 or 5 days in a row, and I fell ill. During the illness, maybe she's not in Shanghai. This is how she comforted herself. Lao Liao, a friend who had graduated, was returning to Sichuan, and I went to see him off on the boat.
昨晚上，我瞧见荣子和不是你的男子在巴黎跳舞，我听到脑里的微细组织一时崩溃下来的声。往后又来一个送行的朋友，又说了一次这样的话。他们都是我的好朋友。
Last night I saw Rongzi dancing with a man who was not you in Paris. I heard the sound of the tiny tissues in my mind collapsing for a moment. Later, another friend came to see her off and said it again. In this case, they are all my good friends.
他们都很知道我的。算了吧。After all, it's regret. 听了这么的劝着我的话，我笑了个给排泄出来的朱古力糖子的笑。老廖弹着 guitar， 黄浦江的水。
They all know mine. Forget it. After all, it's regret. After hearing these words of persuasion, I smiled like a chocolate candy that had been excreted. Lao Liao plays the guitar, the water of Huangpu River.
在月下起着金的鱼鳞，我便默着，究竟是消遣品吧。回来时，用我20岁的年轻的整个的心悲哀着。孤独的男子还是买只手杖吧。第二天我就买了只手杖，他伴着我和集市牌的烟一同地。
There are golden fish scales under the moon. I remained silent. It's just a recreational product after all. When I came back, I was sad with all my 20-year-old heart. A lonely man should buy a cane. The next day I bought a cane. It stays with me, along with the custard cigarettes.
程天地一步一步地在人生的路行着，莲花落，漂泊着，秋天那黄叶子似的，一重山又一重山，一道水又一道水，我们是2个人，和一副弹板，一把胡琴，一同的从这座城到那座城。
All day long, walking on the road of life step by step. The lotus falls. Wandering, the ground is like sodium yellow leaves in autumn, one mountain after another, one water after another. We are 2 people. Along with a sandalwood board and a huqin, they traveled from one city to another.
在草屋子的柴门前， 在嵌在宫墙中间的黑漆大门前，在街上，在考场里，我们唱着莲花落，向人家画一个童子，画一杯羹，画一碗冷饭。我们是2个人。是的，我们是2个人，可是他在昨天死了。
In front of the firewood gate of the thatched house, in front of the black gate embedded in the middle of the palace wall, on the street, in the examination room, we sang the song, Lotus Blossoms Fall, and turned a copper into others, a cup of soup, a bowl of cold rice. We are 2 people. Yes, we are 2 people, but she died yesterday.
是20年前，那时我的头发还和我的眼珠子那么黑，大兵把我的家轰了。一家人死的死了，跑的跑了，全不知哪去了。我独自个往南跑，跑到傍晚时，真跑累了。
20 years ago, when my hair was as black as my eyes, the soldiers bombed my home. The whole family died and ran away without knowing where they were going. I ran south alone, and by the evening I was really tired.
就跑到前面那只凉亭那儿去，就在那儿我碰到了他。他在里边坐在地上哭，哭得抽抽噎噎的。我那时候还怕羞，离远些坐了下来。他偷偷地瞧了瞧我，哭声低了些。我心里想，劝劝他吧。
Just run to the pavilion in front. That's where I met her. She was inside, sitting on the ground crying, sobbing so hard. I was still shy at that time, so I sat farther away. She glanced at me secretly and cried softly. I thought to myself, please persuade her.
这姑娘怎么一个人在这儿哭？别哭了，姑娘。哭什么呢？我坐在老远的跟她说。她不作声还是哭，索性哭得更高声点。这事情不是糟了吗？我不敢再说话。我往凉亭外面望，不敢望她。
Why is this girl crying here alone? Stop crying, girl. Why are you crying? I said to her while sitting far away. She kept crying, but she just cried louder. Isn't this a bad thing? I dare not speak any more. I looked outside the pavilion, not daring to look at her.
天是暗了，有一只弯月照着那些田。近的远的，我找不到一点火。一只狗子站在亭外面冲着我望，我记得还是只黑狗。我们家里也有只黑狗，我们的牛是黄的，还有一只黑鸡，毛长得好看。
It was dark, and a crescent moon was shining on those fields. I can't find any fire, not far away. A dog stood outside the pavilion and looked at me. I remember it was a black dog. We also have a black dog at home, our cow is yellow, and we have a black chicken with nice-looking fur.
想杀它3年了，没忍心杀它。我们还有只花猫，妹妹顶爱那只猫，爹顶恨说它爱偷嘴，可是妈妈是爱妹妹的，爹是爱我的。那只花猫偷吃了东西，爸要砍它脑袋，妹妹抱住了不放，爹就打它。
I have wanted to kill it for 3 years but have not had the heart to kill it. We also have a tabby cat. My sister loves that cat the most, and my father hates it because it loves to steal. But my mother loves my sister, and my father loves me. The tabby cat ate something secretly, and my father wanted to chop off its head. My sister hugged her and wouldn't let go, so my father beat her.
妈听见她哭就打我，我一闹，爹和妈就斗起嘴来了。可是爹哪去了？妈和妹妹哪去了？还有那只黑狗，那只黄牛，那只花猫呢？他们哪去了？我想着想着也想哭了，她却不知什么时候停了的。
My mother would hit me when she heard her cry. When I made a fuss, my father and mother would start bickering. But where is Dad? Where have my mother and sister gone? And what about the black dog, the ox, and the tabby cat? Where have they gone? I thought about it and wanted to cry, but she didn't know when she stopped.
不哭了，我把脑袋回过去瞧了瞧， 他也赶忙把脑袋回过去，怕难为情，不让我瞧他的脸，我便从后边瞧着他。他在那儿不知道在吃什么，吃得够香甜的，咽的，我咽了口粘弦子。
Stop crying. I turned my head to take a look, and she quickly turned her head back too. She was afraid of being embarrassed and wouldn't let me see her face, so I looked at her from behind. She didn't know what she was eating there, but it was so sweet and delicious that it made me salivate after swallowing.
深夜里听起来像打了个雷似的。他回过脑袋的来瞧，我不知怎么的咽的又咽了口粘弦子，他扑哧的笑出来了，我好难为情。他拿出个馍馍来，老远的伸着胳膊拿着，我也顾不得难为情。
It sounded like thunder late at night. She turned her head to look, and I swallowed hard for some reason, and she burst into laughter. I was so embarrassed. She took out a steamed bun and held it with her arms stretched out from a distance. I don't care about being embarrassed either.
红着脸跑过去就吃，也不敢说话。吃完了便看着他吃，他还有5个。他一抬脑袋，我连忙把眼光歪到一边。他却又拿了一个给我，我脸上真红热得了不得。多谢你，我说。吃完了。
I ran over to eat with a red face and didn't dare to speak. After I finished eating, I watched her eat. She still had 5 more. As soon as she raised her head, I quickly turned my eyes to the side. But she gave me another one. My face was really red and hot. Thank you, I said. Finished eating.
他又给了我2个，真多谢你。我说，还要不要？我怎么能说还不够呢？我说够了。不饿吗？那么个男儿汉吃这么一些。不饿，你怎么会独自个在这儿的呢？一家子全死完咧。他眼皮一红。
She gave me 2 more. Thank you so much, I said. Do you want more? How can I say it's not enough? I say enough is enough. Aren't you hungry? Such a man eats so much. If you're not hungry, why are you here alone? The whole family is dead. Her eyelids turned red.
又想哭了。我赶忙不作声，过了会儿，等他好了，我才说道：“怎么呢？他们打仗，把我们一家子全打完咧。你到哪儿去呢？我能到哪儿去呢？你打算逃哪儿去？我没打算往哪儿逃，带了几个馍馍。”
I want to cry again. I hurriedly kept silent. After a while, when she was well, I said, "What's the matter?" They fought and killed our whole family. Where are you going? Where can I go? Where are you going to escape? I didn't plan to escape anywhere, so I brought a few steamed buns with me.
一跑就跑到这儿来了。你呢？我连粮食也没带，没叫大兵给打死，还是大运气。那能打算往哪儿跑？跑到哪儿算哪儿罢了。那时候我和他越坐越近了，我手一摆，碰了他的手，我一笑。
You came here as soon as you ran away. How about you? I didn't even bring any food, and I didn't ask the soldiers to kill me. I'm still lucky. So where can I plan to run? It doesn't matter where you run. At that time, she and I were sitting closer and closer. I waved my hand and touched her hand, and I smiled.
很不好意思地挪了挪身子。你还是坐远点吧。我便挪开些，老远地对坐着说话。时候可真不早了，天上的星密得厉害，你挤我，我挤你，想把谁挤下来似的。
He moved his body embarrassedly. Would you rather sit further away? I moved away a little bit and sat talking to each other from a distance. It was really getting late, the stars in the sky were so dense, you squeezed me, I squeezed you, as if I wanted to squeeze someone down.
凉亭外面的草全在露水里湿着， 远处几棵道生的树像月亮伸着枝干。一阵阵风吹过来，我也觉得有点冷。亭子外边一只夜鸟叫了一声，那声气够怪的，像鬼哭，叫人心寒。
The grass outside the pavilion was wet with dew, and a few fallen trees in the distance extended their branches toward the moon. A gust of wind blew over, and I felt a little cold. A night bird called outside the pavilion. The sound was quite strange, like a ghost crying, and it was chilling.
接着就是一阵风，他把脖子一缩，哆嗦了一下。我瞧了他一眼，你还是坐过来些吧。他说，你冷吗？我害怕。我挪过去贴着他坐下了。我刚贴着他的身子，他便一缩道，你不会。瞧着我。我摇了摇头。
Then came a gust of wind. She drew her neck back and shivered. I glanced at her. Would you rather sit over here? She said. Are you cold? I'm afraid. I moved over and sat down next to her. As soon as I got close to her body, she shrank and said, You don't know how, and looked at me. I shook my head.
他便靠在我身上道，我累了，就闭上了眼。我瞧着他，把我的疲乏，把我的寂寞全丢了。我想，我不是独自个儿活在世上里，我是和他一同的在这亭子里，我们是两个人。第二天起来
She leaned on me and said, I'm tired. Just closed his eyes. I looked at her and lost all my fatigue and loneliness. I think, I am not living alone in the world, I am in this pavilion with her, we are two people. Get up the next day.
他有了焦红的腮帮，散了的眉毛，他眼珠子里的处女味昨晚上给贼偷了。他望了望天，望了望太阳，又望了望我，猛地掩着脸哭了起来。我不敢作声，我知道自家做错了事。
She has burnt red cheeks, unruly eyebrows, and the virginity in her eyes was stolen by a thief last night. She looked at the sky, at the sun, and then at me, then she covered her face and started crying. I didn't dare to say anything, I knew I had done something wrong.
他哭了好一回，才抬起脑袋来，拿手指指着我的鼻子道：“都是你。”我低下了脑袋。你说不会的，我想不到。他又哭，哭了一会儿道：“叫我怎么呢？我们一块儿走吧。”我们就一同往南走。
She cried for a while, then raised her head, pointed her finger at my nose and said, It's all you. I lowered my head. You said you wouldn't. I can't think of it. She cried again, crying for a while and said, What do you want me to do? Let's go together. Let's go south together.
也不知跑哪儿走，路上他不说话，我也不敢说话。走到一家镇上，他说：“我真饿了。”我就跑到一家大饼铺子那儿，跟那个掌柜的求着道：“先生，可怜见我，饿坏了。”全家给大饼打了，跪了一天一晚。
I didn't know where to go. She didn't speak on the way, and I didn't dare to speak either. When we got to a town, she said, I'm really hungry. I ran to a big cake shop and begged the shopkeeper, Sir, please take pity on me. I'm starving. My whole family was beaten by the soldiers. I knelt all day and night.
没东西吃，那掌柜的就像没听见，我只得走了开来。他站在那儿拐弯角上，用埋怨的脸色等着我。我没法走到一家绸缎铺子前面，不知怎么的想起了莲花烙，便低了脑袋。哎呀，矮子喂！
Nothing to eat. The shopkeeper didn't seem to hear. I had to walk away, and she was standing there at the corner, waiting for me with a complaining face. I had no choice but to walk in front of a silk and satin shop, and somehow I remembered the lotus fell, and he lowered his head. Hey, hey.
花开梅花落啊，一开一朵梅花，腊梅花。 我觉得脸在红起来，旁边有许多人在围着看我，我真想钻到地下去。这时候，我猛地听见还有一个人在跟着我唱，一瞧，却是他。
Flowers bloom and plum blossoms fall. A plum blossom blooms. Winter sweet. I felt my face getting red, and there were many people watching me around. I really wanted to crawl into the ground. At this time, I suddenly heard someone singing along with me. When I saw it, it was her.
不知那儿弄来的2块破竹片，拿在手里，滴滴得得地拍着。我气壮了起来，马上挺起了胸子，抬起脑袋来，高声地唱着莲花落。我们是2个人在唱着。就从那天起，漂泊着，秋叶似的。
I picked up 2 pieces of broken bamboo from somewhere. I held them in my hands and patted them proudly. I became so angry that I immediately puffed up my chest, raised my head, and sang Lotus Falling loudly. We were 2 people singing. From that day on, I wandered like autumn leaves.
从这座城到那座城，后来我们又弄到了一把破胡琴，便和一把胡琴，一副弹板，一同的，一重山又一重山，一道水又一道水，在草屋子的柴门前面，在黑漆的大门前面，我们唱着莲花落。
From this city to that city. Later, we got another broken huqin, and together with the huqin and the sandalwood board, we walked together, mountain after mountain, water after water, in front of the wood door of the thatched cottage and in front of the black door. Singing the Lotus Falls.
昨天晚上，我们坐在一条小胡同里，他有点寒热，偎在我的身旁，看了我的头发道：“你的头发也有点灰了。”可不是嘛，40多了，那能叫头发不白？我们从凉亭里跑出来，到现在有20多年。
Last night we were sitting in a small alley. She was a little cold, so she snuggled next to me, looked at my hair and said, "Your hair is a little gray too. Isn't it true? If you are over 40, your hair will not turn gray. It has been more than 20 years since we ran away from the pavilion."
快30年了，光阴过得真快啊！你还记得吗？有一年我们在河南，3天没讨到东西吃，你那当火气大极了，不知怎么一来就打了我，把我腰那儿打得一大块青。你还记得吗？
Almost 30 years. Time flies so fast. Do you still remember, one year when we were in Hunan, we didn't get anything to eat for 3 days? You were so angry at that time that for some reason you hit me as soon as you came, leaving a big bruise on my waist. Do you remember?
你不是还把我的脸抓破了吗？在凉亭里那晚上不也很像今儿吗？我抬起脑袋来，在屋檐那儿是一只弯月亮，把黑瓦全照成银色的。可是我真倦了，他把脑袋靠在我肩上，好重，我也没理会。
Didn't you scratch my face? Isn't that night in the pavilion very much like today? I raised my head. Over the eaves, there was a crescent moon, shining all the black tiles into silver dot. But I am so tired. She leaned her head on my shoulder. It was so heavy dot. I didn't pay attention to it.
只管看月亮，可是他就那么的死去了。和一副弹板，一把胡琴，一同的，一道水又一道水，一重山又一重山，在草屋子的柴门前面，在黑漆大门前面，在街上，在卖场里，我们一同的唱着莲花落。
Just look at the moon, but she just dies like that. Along with a pair of sandalwood boards and a huqin, together, water after water, mountain after mountain, in front of the wood door of the thatched cottage, in front of the black gate, on the street, in the wheat field, we sang together the Lotus Falls.
我们在一块笑一块哭，一块叹息，一块抹眼泪。世界上有个我，还有个他，我们是2个人。是的，我们是2个人，可是他在昨天晚上死了。公墓1，黑的大理石，白的大理石。
We laughed and cried together, sighed together, and wiped tears together. There is me and she in the world. We are two people. Yes, we are two people, but she died last night. Cemetery. 1. Black marble, white marble.
在这纯洁的大理石底下，静静地躺着我的母亲。墓碑是我自家儿写的，徐母陈太夫人之墓，民国18年2月15日儿客元书。2. 4月，愉快的季节，郊外南方来的风吹着暮春的气息。
Under this pure marble, my mother lay quietly. The tombstone was written by my own son. The tomb of Mrs. Su's mother, Mrs. Chen. Book of Education on February 15th, 18th year of the Republic of China. 2. April, happy season. In the suburbs, the wind from the south is blowing the breath of late spring.
这儿有晴朗的太阳，蔚蓝的天空，每一朵小野花都含着笑。这儿没有爵士音乐，没有立体的建筑跟经理调情的女书记。田野是广阔的，路是长的，空气是静的，广告牌上的绅士是不会说话。
There is a clear sun and blue sky here. Every little wild flower has a smile. There is no jazz music here, no three-dimensional buildings, and no female secretary flirting with the manager. The fields are vast, the road is long, the air is quiet, and the gentleman on the billboard cannot speak.
只会抽烟的。在母亲的墓前，我是纯洁的、愉快的，我有一颗孩子的心。每天上午，我总独自个儿跑到那儿去，买一束花，放在母亲的墓前，便坐到常青树的旁边，望着天空。
Only smokes. In front of my mother's grave, I was pure and happy. I had the heart of a child. Every morning, I would run there alone, buy a bouquet of flowers, and place them in front of my mother's grave. Then I would sit next to the evergreen tree and look at the sky.
怀念着辽远的孤寂的母亲，老带本诗集去，躺在草地上读，也会带口琴去吹母亲爱听的第8交响曲。可是，在母亲墓前，我不抽烟，因为她是讨厌抽烟的。管墓的为了我天天去。
Missing my lonely mother far away. I always bring a collection of poems to read while lying on the grass. I also bring a harmonica to play the 8th symphony that my mother loves to listen to. But I didn't smoke in front of my mother's grave because she hated smoking. The tomb keeper goes there every day because of me.
就和我混熟了，时常来跟我瞎拉扯。我是爱说话的，会唠叨的跟他说母亲的性情，说母亲是怎么个人。他老跟我讲到这死人的市府里的居民，讲到他们的家，讲到来拜访他们的人。
He became familiar with me and often came to talk nonsense with me. I loved to talk, and I would talk to him about my mother's temperament and what kind of person my mother is. He always told me about the residents of this dead town hall, about their homes, and about the people who came to visit them.
还有卫灵姑娘也是时常到这儿来的。有一天，她这么说起了，一来就像你那么的得坐上这么半天。我怎么没瞧见过？瞧见过的，不十分爱说话的，很可爱的，18、19岁的模样，小个子。
There is also a girl named Ling who comes here from time to time. One day he said this, "It's like you have to sit down for such a long time." Why haven't I seen it? I've seen him. He's not very talkative, he's very cute. He looks about 18 or 19 years old, he's short.
有时和他爹一块儿来的，我记起来了。那林姑娘我也碰到过几回，老穿担子的，稍微瘦点，她的脸和体态我却没有实感了，只记得她给我的印象是矛盾的集合体。
Sometimes she comes with her father. I remember, I have met Miss Ling a few times. She always wears lilac and is a little thinner. But I have no real impression of her face and body. I only remember the impression she gave me. A collection of contradictions.
有时是结着清稠的丁香，有时是愉快的，在明朗的太阳光底下嘻嘻地笑着的白鸽。那座坟是他家的。斜对面，往右手那边数去第4，有花放在那儿的，瞧到了没有？
Sometimes it is a lilac with a light sadness, sometimes it is a happy white dove laughing under the bright sunshine. That tomb belongs to her family? Diagonally opposite, 4th to the right, there are flowers placed there. Do you see them?
林姑娘今儿早上来过了。那座坟很雅洁，我曾经把她和母亲的坟比较过，还记得是姓欧阳的。不是姓欧阳的吗？对了，是广东人。死了的是他的谁？多半是他老娘吧。
Miss Ling came here this morning. That tomb is very elegant. I once compared it with my mother's grave, and I still remember that it was Ouyang's. Isn't it Ouyang's? Yes, he is from Cantonese. Who of hers is dead? It's probably her mother.
也是时常到这儿来扮母亲的孤儿呢。当时我只这么想了一下。3. 那天我从公墓里出来，在羊齿植物中间的小径上走着，却见他正从对面来了，便端详了他一眼。
He is also an orphan who often comes here to stay with his mother. I just thought about it for a moment. Point 3. That day I came out of the cemetery and walked on the path among the ferns, but I saw her coming from the opposite side, so I took a good look at her.
带着牧场的冷感的风吹起了他的袍角，在他头发上吹动了暗暗的海，很有点潇洒的风姿。他有一双迷视的眼珠子，苍白的脸，腮帮有点焦红，一瞧就知道是不十分健康的。
The wind with the cold feeling of the cemetery blew up the corners of her robe and stirred the dark sea in her hair, giving her a somewhat chic look. She has a pair of enigmatic eyes, a pale face, and her cheeks are a little burnt red. It is obvious at a glance that she is not very healthy.
他叫我想起山中透明的小溪，黄昏的薄雾，戴望舒先生的雨巷，蒙着梅雨的面网的电器广告。以后又碰到了几次，老乔见他独自个坐在那儿，含着沉默的笑。
She reminds me of the transparent streams in the mountains, the mist at dusk, Mr. Dai Wangshu's Rain Alley, and the electrical advertisements covered with plum rain. We met several more times later. I always saw her sitting there alone with a silent smile.
望着天边一大块一大块的白云，半闭着的黑水晶藏着东方古国的神秘。来的时候总是独自个来的，只有一次我瞧见他和几位跟他差不多年龄的姑娘到他母亲墓旁的墓地上野餐。
Looking at the large white clouds on the horizon, the half-closed black crystal hides the mystery of the ancient eastern country. She always came alone. Only once did I see her and a few girls about her age having a picnic in the cemetery next to her mother's grave.
他们大声地笑着，谈着。他那愉快的笑是有传染性的，大理石、石狮子、半蛇的骨柱、风吕草，全对我嚷着：“愉快啊！4月练的季节，我便愉快啊！”那么笑着，杜鹃在田野里叫着丁香的忧郁。
They laughed loudly and talked. Her cheerful smile was contagious. Marbles, stone lions, half-broken ancient pillars, and Gerbras all shouted to me, dash. Happy April, the season of love. I smiled happily. The cuckoos sang the melancholy of lilac in the field.
沿着乡下的大路走到校里，便忘了饥饿地回想着他广东味的带鼻音的拟字。为了这拟字的妩媚，我崇拜着明媚的南国。接连2天没瞧见他上公墓去，他母亲的那座坟是寂寞的，没有花。
Walking along the country road to the school, I forgot to think back hungrily on her Cantonese-style nasal u. I admired the bright southern country for the charm of this u. I didn't see her go to the cemetery for 2 consecutive days. Her mother's grave was lonely with no flowers.
我坐在母亲的墓前，低下了脑袋，忧郁着。我是在等着谁？等一声远远飘来的天主堂的钟，等一阵晚风，等一个紫色的朦胧的梦。是在等他吗？我不知道。干嘛而等他呢？我并不认识他。
I sat in front of my mother's grave, lowered my head and felt melancholy. Who am I waiting for? Waiting for the sound of the cathedral bell floating in the distance, waiting for a gust of evening breeze, waiting for a purple hazy dream. Are you waiting for her? I have no idea. Why wait for her? I don't know her.
是怀念辽远的母亲吗？也许是的。可是她来了，便会愉快啊，那么的微笑着，这我是明白的。第3天，我远远地望见她正在那儿瞧母亲的墓碑，怀着吃主鼓励时的感觉走了过去。
Is it because I miss my mother from Liaoyuan? Maybe yes. But when she comes, she will smile so happily. I understand this. On the 3rd day, I saw her looking at her mother's tombstone from a distance. I walked over with the same feeling I had when eating chocolate.
把花放到大理石上，就你来早了，就红了脸。见了姑娘红着脸窘住了，她只低低地应了一声，便淡淡地走了开去。瞧她走远了，我猛地倒了下去，躺在草地上，没有嘴，没有手，没有视觉。
Put the flower on the marble. You're here early today. He blushed, and was embarrassed when he saw the girl blushing. She just responded in a low voice and walked away calmly. Seeing her walking away, I fell down suddenly and lay on the grass. No mouth, no hands, no vision.
没有神经中枢，我只想跳起来再倒下去，倒下去再跳起来。我是无轨列车，我要大声地嚷，我要跑，我要飞，力和热充满着我的身子。我是伟大的。猛地我想起了，给人家瞧见了，不是笑话吗？
There is no nerve center. I just want to jump up and fall down and jump up again. I am a trackless train. I want to shout loudly. I want to run. I want to fly. My body is filled with strength and heat. I am great. Suddenly I thought of showing it to others. Isn't it a joke?
那么疯了似的，才慢慢地静了下来。可是我的思想却加速度地飞去了，我的脑纤维组织爆裂了，成了那么多的电子，像以太中窜着，每一颗电子都是愉快的。
So crazy. I slowly calmed down, but my thoughts flew away at an accelerated speed, and my brain fiber tissue burst. It became so many electrons, jumping into the ether. Every electron is happy.
在我耳朵旁边，苍蝇似的嗡嗡地叫，想着想着，可是在想着什么呢？自家儿也不知道是在那儿想着什么。我想笑，我笑着。我是中了 spring fever 吧？
It buzzed like a fly next to my ear. I was thinking about it, but what were I thinking about? I don't know what I was thinking there. I want to laugh, I smile. Am I suffering from spring fever?
徐先生，你的花全给你压扁了。那管木的在嘴角上叼着烟蒂儿，拿着把剪小树枝的剪刀。我正躺在花上，花真的给我压扁了。他在那儿修剪着围着我母亲的牧场的矮树的枝叶。
Mr. Su, all your flowers have been crushed by you. The gravekeeper was holding a cigarette but in the corner of his mouth and holding a pair of scissors for cutting small branches. I was lying on the flowers, and the flowers were really crushed by me. He was pruning and surrounding me there. Branches of the bushes at mother's graveyard.
我想告诉他，我跟林姑娘讲过了，告诉他我是快乐的，可是笑话啊。便拔着地上的草和他谈着。晚上我悄悄地对母亲说，要是你是在我旁边，我要告诉你，你的儿子疯了。
I wanted to tell him that I told Miss Ling that I was happy, but it was a joke. Then he pulled up the grass on the ground and talked with him. At night I quietly said to my mother, "If you were next to me, I would tell you that your son is crazy."
可是现在我跟谁说呢？同学们要拿我开玩笑的。睡到早上，天刚亮，我猛地坐了起来，望了望窗外，操场上没一个人，温柔的太阳的触手抚摸着大块的土地。我想着晚上的梦。
But who am I to tell now? My classmates are going to make fun of me. I slept until morning. At dawn, I sat up suddenly and looked out the window. There was no one on the playground, and the gentle tentacles of the sun were touching large pieces of land. I'm thinking about my dreams at night.
那些梦却像云似的飞了，捉摸不到。又躺下去睡了，睡了，像一个幸福的孩子。下午，我打了条阔领带，我爱穿连领的衬衫，不大打领带的。从那条悠长的梅屑路向公墓那儿走去。温柔的风啊。
Those dreams are flying like clouds, elusive. He lay down to sleep again, sleep like a happy child. In the afternoon, I wore a wide tie. I like to wear collared shirts and don't like to wear ties. Walk along the long cinder road toward the cemetery. Gentle wind.
火车住铁路上往那边驶去，嚷着，吐着气，喘着，一脸的汗。近那边蒙着一层烟似的，瞧不清楚，只瞧得蓝的天，广阔的田野，天主堂的塔尖，青的树丛。花房的玻璃棚反射着太阳的光线。
The train was heading that way on the railway, shouting, exhaling, panting, and with sweat on its face. The other side was covered with a layer of smoke, making it difficult to see clearly. All we could see was the blue sky, the vast fields, the spire of the cathedral, and the green trees. The glass shed of the greenhouse reflects the sun's rays.
池塘的水面上有苍老的青苔，岸上有柳树，在矮篱旁开着一丛墙壁，一株桃花。我折了条白杨的树枝，削去了压枝和树叶当手杖。一个法国姑娘戴着白的法兰西帽，骑在马上踱着过来。
There are old moss on the surface of the pond and willow trees on the bank. Next to the low fence bloomed a rose bush and a peach blossom. I broke off a poplar branch, cut off the branches and leaves, and used it as a walking stick. A French girl, wearing a white French hat, was riding over on a horse.
她的笑劲儿里边有地中海旁葡萄园的香味。我笑，扬一扬手里的柳条，说道：“愉快的4月啊，你打他一鞭吧。”我便在马腿上打了一鞭，那马就跑去了。那法国姑娘回过身来，扬一扬胳膊。
Her smile smelled of the vineyards next to the Mediterranean Sea. I smiled, raised the wicker in my hand, and said, "Happy April. You give it a whip." I whipped the horse's leg, and the horse ran away. The French girl turned around and raised her arms.
她是亲热的。挑着菜的乡下人也对我笑着。走到那条往母亲墓前去的小径上，我便往他家的坟那儿望。那坟旁的常青树中间露着那淡紫的旗袍，亭亭地站在那儿啊。在树根的旁边。
She is affectionate. The countryman carrying the vegetables also smiled at me. When I walked to the path leading to my mother's grave, I looked towards her grave. Among the evergreen trees next to the grave, her lavender cheongsam was exposed, standing there gracefully. Next to the roots of the tree.
在黑绸的高跟鞋上面，一双精致的脚。紫色的丁香沉默地躺在白大理石上面，紫色的林姑娘沉默地垂倒了脑袋，在微风里边。她也在那儿啊，和我在一个蔚蓝的天下面存在着。
On the black silk high-heeled shoes, a pair of delicate feet. The purple lilac lay silently on the white marble, and the purple girl-ling lowered her head silently in the breeze. She is there too, existing with me under the blue sky.
和我在一个4月中间存在着，吹动了他的头发的风，就是吹起了我的阔领带的风啊！我是不么没理由的高兴。过去和他谈谈我们的母亲吧，就这么冒昧的跑过去，不是有点粗野吗？
We existed in the middle of April, and the wind that blew her hair was the same wind that blew my wide tie. I am so happy for no reason. Go over and talk to her about our mother. Isn't it a bit rude to run over like this?
可是我真的走过去了，装着满不在乎的脸，一个把坟墓当作建筑的艺术而欣赏着的人的脸。他正在那儿像在想着什么似的，见我过去，显着为难的神情，招呼了一下，便避开了我的视线。
But I really walked over, with an indifferent face, the face of a person who appreciates tombs as architectural art. She seemed to be thinking about something there, and when she saw me walking over, she looked obviously embarrassed. After saying hello, he avoided my sight.
吞下了炸弹啊，吐出来又不是，不吐出来又不是，再过一会儿又得红着脸窘住了。这是你母亲的墓吧？究竟这么说了。他不作声，天真的嘴犄角送来了怀乡病的笑，点下了脑袋。
If you swallow a bomb, it's not a bomb. If you spit it out, it's not a bomb. If you don't spit it out, it's not a bomb. After a while, I will blush and be embarrassed again. Is this your mother's tomb? He finally said that. She remained silent, with a nostalgic smile on her innocent lips, and nodded her head.
这么晴朗的季节，到郊外来伴着母亲是比什么都有意思的。只得像独自那么的扮着滑稽的角色，觉得快要变成喜剧的场面了。静静地坐在这儿望着蓝天是很有味的。他坐了下去。
Going to the countryside to accompany my mother in such a sunny season is more interesting than anything else. I had no choice but to act funny as if I were alone, feeling that it was about to turn into a comedy scene. It's very interesting to sit here quietly and look at the blue sky. She sat down.
不是预备拒绝我的模样。时常瞧见你坐在那儿，你母亲的墓上，你不是天天来的吗？差不多天天来的。我也跟着坐了下去，同时不会怪我不懂礼貌吧？这么的想着，我的母亲顶怕蚂蟥啊。
He didn't look like he was ready to reject me. I often see you sitting there, on your mother's grave. Don't you come here every day? I come here almost every day. I also sat down, and at the same time, you won't blame me for being rude, right? I thought like this. My mother is very afraid of leeches.
母亲啊，他又望着远方了，沉默地笑着，在他视线上面，在他的笑劲儿上面，像蒙了一层薄雾似的，暗示着一种温暖的感觉。我也喝醉了似的，躺在他的朦胧的视线和笑劲儿上面了。
Mother. She looked into the distance again, smiling silently. There was a layer of mist on her sight and on her smile, hinting at a warm feeling. I drink too. As if drunk, he lay on her hazy vision and smile.
我还记得母亲帮我逃学，把我寄到姑母家里，不让爹知道。母亲替我织的绒衫子，我3岁时穿的绒衫子还放在我放首饰的小铁箱里。母亲讨厌抽烟，老从爹嘴上把雪茄抢下来。
I still remember that my mother helped me skip school and sent me to my aunt's house so that my father wouldn't know. The sweater my mother knitted for me. The sweater I wore when I was 3 years old is still in the small iron box where I keep my jewelry. My mother hated smoking and always snatched the cigars from my father's mouth.
母亲爱白芙蓉，我爱紫丁香。我的爹有点怕母亲的，跟爹斗了嘴，母亲也会哭的。我瞧见母亲哭过一次。母亲啊，静静地在这大理石下面躺着的正是母亲呐。
My mother loves white hibiscus, and I love lilacs. My father is a little afraid of my mother. My mother will cry even if I quarrel with my father. I saw my mother cry once. Mother. It is my mother who is lying quietly under this marble.
我的母亲也静静地躺在那边大理石下面啊，在怀念着辽远的母亲的情绪中，混合着我们中间友谊的好感。我们絮絮地谈着母亲生前的事，像一对5岁的孩子。那天晚上
My mother is also lying quietly under the marble over there. In the mood of missing my mother from far away, mixed with the good feeling of friendship between us. We chatted about my mother's life, like a pair of 5-year-old children. That night.
我在房里边跳着兜圈，把自家弄累了才上床去，躺了一会儿又坐起来。宿舍里的灯全熄了，我望着那银色的海市的操场，那球门的影子，远方的树，默默地想着，默默地笑着。4.
I jumped around in circles in the room until I was tired before I went to bed. I lay down for a while and then sat up again. All the lights in the dormitory were turned off, and I looked at the silver sea-like playground, the shadow of the goal, and the trees in the distance. Thinking silently, smiling silently. 4.
每天坐在大理石上，和他一同的听着那寂寂的落花，靠着墓碑。说他不爱说话的人是错了，一讲到母亲，那张寂寞的嘴里就结结巴巴地翻译着活泼的话。就是缄默的时候。
Sitting on the marble with her every day, listening to the silent falling flowers, leaning against the tombstone. Those who say she doesn't like to talk are wrong. As soon as she talks about her mother, her taciturn mouth stammers with lively words. It's the time of silence.
他的眼珠子也会说着神秘的话，只有我听得懂的话。他有近代人的敏感，他的眼珠子是情绪的寒暑表，从那儿我可以推测气压核心里的情语。姑娘们应当放在适宜的背景里。
Her eyes also speak mysterious words, words that only I can understand. She has the sensitivity of modern people, and her eyes are a temperature gauge of emotions. From there, I can guess the weather pressure and psychological weather. The girls should be placed in a suitable background.
要是林姑娘存在在直线的建筑物里边，存在在银红的黑和白配合着的强烈颜色的衣服里边，存在在爵士乐和 neon light 里边。
If Miss Ling exists in straight-line buildings, in clothes with strong colors of silver and red, black and white, in jazz and neon light.
他会丧失他那种结着淡淡的哀愁的风姿的。他那蹙着的眉间适宜于垂直在地上的白大理石的墓碑，常青树的行列，枯花的凄凉味。
She would lose her grace, which was tinged with a touch of sadness. The tips of her frowning eyebrows are suitable for the white marble tombstones vertically on the ground, the rows of evergreen trees, and the desolate smell of dead flowers.
他那明媚的语调和梦似的微笑，却适宜于广大的田野、晴朗的天气，而他那蒙着雾似的视线，老是望着辽远的故乡和孤寂的母亲的，有时便伴着他在田园间漫步着。
Her bright tone and dreamy smile are suitable for the vast fields and sunny weather, while her foggy eyes are always looking at her distant hometown and lonely mother. Sometimes I would walk slowly with her in the countryside.
听着在他的鞋跟下扬起的练的敲语，把母亲做中心点，往外一圈圈地画着谈话资料的圆。我顶喜欢古旧的乡村的空气。你喜欢骑马吗？骑了马在田野中跑着是年轻人的事。
Listen to the whisper of love rising under her heels. Make the mother the center point, and draw the circle of the conversation material outward in circles. I like the air of the old country very much. Do you like riding horses? Riding a horse and running in the fields is a matter for young people.
母亲是死在西湖疗养院的， 一个5月的晚上，肺结核是他的遗产，有了这遗产，我对于运动便是绝缘体了。说到肺结核，他的脸是神经衰弱病患者的。为了他的健康，我忧郁着，如果他死了。
My mother died in the Westlake nursing home on a May night. Tuberculosis is her legacy. With this legacy, I am insulated from sports. Speaking of tuberculosis, her face was that of a neurasthenic. For her health, I thought gloomily, if she dies.
我要把她葬在紫丁香冢里，弹着 mandolin， 唱着肖邦的流浪曲，伴着她，像现在伴着母亲那么的，这么的想着，恋着一位害肺病的姑娘。
I want to bury her in the lilac mound, play the mandolin, sing Chopin's Tramps, and accompany her as I do with my mother now. Thinking like this. I am in love with a girl suffering from lung disease.
猛地有一天知道了他会给肺结核菌当作食料的，真是痛苦的事啊！可是痛苦有嘛用呢？那么你干嘛不住到香港去拿？那不是很好疗养院吗？南方的太阳会医好你的。
Suddenly one day I found out that she would feed tuberculosis bacteria. It was really painful, but is pain useful? Then why don't you live in Hong Kong? Isn't it a good sanatorium there? The southern sun will heal you.
我真希望把它放在暖房里花式的培养着呢，小心的在快枯了的花朵上洒着水，做园丁是快乐的。我要用紫色的薄绸包着它，盖着那盛开着的花蕊，成天的守在那儿，不让蜜蜂飞进来。
I really wish I could put her in the greenhouse and cultivate her like a flower. Carefully sprinkle water on the withered flowers. Being a gardener is a joy. I will wrap her in purple thin silk, cover the blooming stamens, and keep her there all day long to prevent bees from flying near.
是的，我爱香港。从我们家的窗子里望出去，可以看到在细雨里蛇似的蜿蜒着维多利亚式的道路。我爱那种淡淡的哀愁。可是父亲独自个儿在上海寂寞，便来伴他。我是很爱他的。
Yes, I love Hong Kong. Looking out the window of our house, we can see the roads in Victoria winding like snakes in the drizzle. I love that kind of sadness. But my father was lonely in Shanghai, so I came to keep him company. I loved him very much.
走进了一条小径，两边是矮树扎成的篱子，从树枝的底下穿过去，地上有从树叶的空隙里漏下来的太阳光，蚂蚱似的爬在蔓草上，蔓草老缠住他的鞋跟，一缠住了，便轻轻地顿着脚。
We walked into a path with hedges made of short trees on both sides. Passing under the branches, there was sunlight leaking from the gaps in the leaves on the ground, crawling on the vines like grasshoppers. The vines always entangled her heels, and once they got entangled, she would lightly tap her feet.
蹙着眉间说：“讨厌的。”那条幽静的小径是很长的，前面从矮篱里边往外伸着苍郁的夏天的灌木的胳膊，那迷离的叶和花遮住了去路，地上堆满着落花，风吕草在脚下怨恨着。
He frowned and said, "Disgusting." The quiet path is very long, with arms of lush summer shrubs stretching out from inside the low hedge in front of it. The blurred leaves and flowers cover the path. The ground is covered with fallen flowers, and the fern grass is resentful under the feet.
俯着身子走过去，稀稀的见着混了花瓣的松土。猛地矮篱旁伸出枝墙壁来，枝上的刺勾住了他的头发。我上去帮着他摘那些刺，他歪着脑袋瞧。这么一来
He bent over and walked over, carefully walking on the loose soil mixed with flower petals. Rose branches stretched out from the strong low fence, and the thorns on the branches caught her hair. I went up to help her pick the thorns, and she tilted her head to look at it. This way.
我便忘了给墙壁刺出血来的手指了。走出了那条小径啊，瞧啊， 那么一大片麦田，没一座屋子，没一个人。那边是一个池塘，我们便跑到那儿坐下了。是傍晚时分。
I forgot to prick Changsha's bleeding finger. Out of that path, look. Such a large wheat field, not a single house, not a single person. There was a pond over there, so we ran there and sat down. It's evening.
那么大的血色的太阳在天的那边，站在麦穗的顶上，蓝的天，一大块一大块的红云，紫色的暮霭罩住了远方的麦田。水面上有柳树的影子，我们的影子那么清晰的黑暗。
The big bloody sun is on the other side of the sky, standing on the top of the wheat ears. The blue sky is covered with large pieces of red clouds, and the purple dusk covers the wheat fields in the distance. There are shadows of willow trees on the water, our shadows, so clear and dark.
他轻轻地喘着气，散乱的头发，桃红的腮帮，可是肺病的征象啊！我忧郁着，广大的田野，蓝的天，那太阳，黄昏时的太阳，还有什么呢？还有他呀，他正是黄昏时的太阳。可是我没讲出来。
She was breathing lightly, her hair was messy, and her cheeks were pink, but these were signs of lung disease. I am depressed. Wide fields. Blue sky. The sun at dusk. And what else? And there she is the sun at dusk. But I didn't say it.
为什么不说呢？说姑娘，我恋着你。可是我胆怯，只轻轻的可爱的季节啊。这么叹息着。瞧啊，他伸出脚来，透明的浅灰的丝袜子上面爬满了毛虫似的草虱。我怎么说呢？
Why not say it? I said, girl, I'm in love with you. But I was timid and just sighed softly, what a lovely season. Look. She stretched out her feet. The transparent, light gray silk socks were covered with caterpillar-like grass. What should I say?
我要告诉你一个故事。从前有一位姑娘，她是像花那么可爱的，是的，像丁香花。有一痴心的年轻人恋着她，可是她不知道。那年轻人天天在她身旁，可是她却是孤独的、忧郁的。
I'm going to tell you a story. Once upon a time there was a girl. She was as lovely as a flower, yes, like a lilac. There was an infatuated young man who was in love with her, but she didn't know it. The young man was by her side every day, but he was lonely and melancholy.
那姑娘是不十分康健的，他为她挂虑着。他是那么的恋着她，只要瞧见了她便觉得幸福。他不敢请求什么，也不敢希冀什么，只要他知道他的恋，他便会满意的。可是那姑娘却不知道。
The girl was not very healthy, and he was worried about her. He was so in love with her that he felt happy whenever he saw her. He didn't dare to ask for anything, nor did he dare to hope for anything. As long as she knew his love, he would be satisfied. But the girl didn't know.
不知道他每晚上低低地哭泣着。可是那姑娘是谁啊？那姑娘，是一位紫丁香似的姑娘，是的，不知在哪本书上看来的一个故事罢了。可爱的故事啊，借给我那本书吧。
I don't know that he cries quietly every night. But who is that girl? That girl? She is a lilac-like girl. Yes, I don't know where I read a story in a book. What a lovely story, please lend me that book.
我忘了这本书的名字，多咱找到了便带给你。就是找不到，我可以讲给你听的。可爱的故事啊。可是，瞧啊，在那边是我的故乡啊。蒙着雾似的眼珠子望着天边。
I forgot the name of this book. If I find it, I will bring it to you. I just can't find it, I can tell you about it. What a lovely story. But, look, over there is my hometown. Looking at the horizon with foggy eyes.
嘴犄角上挂着梦似的笑。我的恋，没谁知道的恋，沉默的恋，埋在我年轻的心底。如果母亲还活着的话，她会知道的，我会告诉她的。我要跪在她前面，让她抚着我的头发，告诉她。
A dreamy smile hung on the corner of her mouth. My love, the love that no one knows, the silent love, is buried in my young heart. If my mother were still alive, she would know, I would tell her. I would kneel in front of her and let her stroke my hair and tell her.
他儿子隐秘的恋，母亲啊，我也望着天边，嘴犄角上挂着寂寞的笑，睁着忧郁的眼。在课堂前的石阶上坐着，从怀里掏出母亲照片来，悄悄地跟她说：“母亲。”
Her son's secret love. Mother. I also looked at the horizon, with a lonely smile on the corner of my mouth and melancholy eyes open. 5. Sitting on the stone steps in front of the classroom, I took out my mother's photo from my arms and quietly tell her, Mother.
爹爱着你的时候是怎么跟你说的呢？他也讲个美丽的、暗示的故事给你听的吗？他也是像我那么胆怯的吗？母亲，你为什么要生一个胆怯的儿子呢？母亲笑着说：“淘气的孩子。”
What did your father tell you when he loved you? Did he also tell you a beautiful and suggestive story? Is he as timid as me? Mother, why did you give birth to a timid son? The mother smiled and said, Naughty child.
沉默地恋着不也很好吗？我悄悄地哭了。深夜里跑到这儿来干嘛呢？夜风是冷的，夜是墨镜而温柔的。在幸福和忧郁双重压力下，孩子的心是脆弱的。弹着 mandolin， 低低地唱着。
Wouldn't it be nice to fall in love in silence? I cried quietly, why did I come here late at night? The night wind is cold, the night is silent and gentle. Under the dual pressure of happiness and melancholy, a child's heart is fragile. Playing the mandolin and singing quietly.
靠在墓碑上，我的生命有一个秘密，一个青春的恋。可是我恋着的姑娘不知道我的恋，我也只得沉默。天天在她身边，我是幸福的，可是依旧是孤独的。她不会知道一颗痛苦的孩子的心。
Leaning against the tombstone. There is a secret in my life. A youthful love. But the girl I'm in love with doesn't know my love. I had no choice but to remain silent. I am happy to be by her side every day. But still lonely. She will not know the heart of a painful child.
我也只得沉默。他听着这充满着他的歌时，他会说：“他是谁呢？”直到年华度尽在尘土，我不会向他明说我的恋。我也只得沉默。我低下了脑袋，默默的。林姑娘坐在前面。瞧哪
I had no choice but to remain silent. When she listened to this song full of her, she would say, Who is she? Until my years are gone, I will not express my love to her. I have no choice but to remain silent. I lowered my head and silently saw Miss Ling sitting in front. Look.
像忧郁诗人莱诺的手杖啊，你的脸。告诉你吧，我的秘密，可是我永远不会告诉他真话的。我想起了母亲呢，便又摸着了。我们是时常静静地坐着的。我不愿意他讲话。
Like the cane of the melancholy poet Lenore, your face. Tell you, my secret. But I will never tell her the truth. I think of my mother. Then we were silent again. We often sit quietly. I don't want her to talk.
瞧了他会说话的嘴，我是痛苦的。 有了嘴不能说自家儿的秘密，不是痛苦的哑子吗？我到现在还不明白，为什么我那时不明说，我又不是不会说话的人。
It pained me to see her talking mouth. Isn't it painful to be mute if you have a mouth and can't tell your children secrets? I still don't understand why I didn't say anything at that time. I'm not a person who can't speak.
可是把这么在天真的年龄上的纯洁的姑娘当作恋的对象，真是犯罪的行为呢。她是应该玛利亚似的供奉着的，用训教者的热诚，每晚上为她的康健祈祷着。再说，她讲多了话就喘气。
But it is really a crime to treat such a pure girl at such an innocent age as the object of love. She should be worshipped like a Mary, praying for her health every night with the fervor of a martyr. Besides, she gets out of breath when she talks too much.
这对于她的康健有妨碍，我情愿让她默着。她默着时，她的发，她的闭着的嘴，她的精致的鞋跟会说着比说话时更有意思的巧语，一种新鲜的，得用第六教去谛听的言语。那天回去的路上
This is harmful to her health. I would rather leave her silent. When she is silent, her hair, her closed mouth, and her delicate heels will speak a more interesting whisper than when she speaks, a fresh language that requires the sixth sense to listen. On the way back that day,
尘土里有一朵残了的紫丁香，给人家见过的。它拾了起来，裹在白手帕里边，塞在我的口袋里。我家里有许多这么的小紫花呢，古董似的藏着，有3年前的，干得像纸花似的。
There was a broken lilac in the dust. It has been practiced by others. She picked it up, wrapped it in a white handkerchief, and stuffed it in my pocket. I have a lot of these little purple flowers at home, hidden like antiques. There are ones from 3 years ago that are as dry as paper flowers.
多咱到我家里来瞧瞧吧。我有妈的照片和我小时候到现在的照片，还有贵重的糖果，青色的书房。第二天是星期日，我把那天的日记抄在下面。5月28日，我不想到爹那儿去。
Come and have a look at my house. I have photos of my mom and photos from when I was a child to now. I also have expensive candies and a cyan study room. The next day was Sunday, and I copied that day's diary below. May 28th. I don't want to go to my father's place.
也不想上母亲那儿去。早上朋友们约我上利瓦利达摇船去，他们说那边有柳树，有花，有快乐的人们，在苏州河里边摇船是江南人的专利权。我拒绝了，他们说我近来变了。是的，我变了。
I don't want to go to my mother either. In the morning, my friends invited me to go boating at Livalita. They said there were willow trees, flowers, and happy people there, and that boating in the Suzhou River was the exclusive right of Jiangnan people. I refused. They said I had changed recently. Yes, I had.
我喜欢孤独，我时常独自个在校外走着，思量着。我时常有失眠的晚上，可是谁知道我怎么会变的？谁知道我在恋着一位孤寂的姑娘？母亲知道的，可是她不会告诉别人的。
I like to be alone. I often walk alone outside the school and think about it. I often have insomnia at night, but who knows how I could change? Who knew I was in love with a lonely girl? Mother knows, but she won't tell others.
我自家也知道，可是我告诉谁呢？今儿林姑娘在家里扮父亲，我成天的坐在一条小河旁的树影下，哑巴似的，什么事也不做，戴了顶阔边草帽。夏天慢慢的走来了，从那边田野里。
My own children also know it, but who should I tell? Today, Miss Ling is staying with her father at home. I sat under the shadow of a tree by a small river all day long, mute, doing nothing, wearing a broad-brimmed straw hat. Summer is coming slowly, from the fields over there.
从布谷鸟的叫声里，河边的草像半年没修发的人的胡子，田岸上走着光了上半身的老实的农夫，天上没一丁点云，大路上趁假日到郊外来骑马的人们。
From the call of the cuckoo. The grass by the river looks like the mustache of a man who hasn't had his hair trimmed in half a year. An honest farmer with his upper body naked walking on the bank of the field. Not a single cloud in the sky. On the road, people come to the countryside to ride horses on holidays.
他们的白帆布马裤在马背上闪烁着，我是寂寞的。晚上，我把春天的衣服放到箱子里，不预备再穿了。明是灵的生日，我要到他家里去，送他些什么礼呢？
Their white canvas breeches gleamed on horseback. I was lonely. In the evening, I put my spring clothes in the box, not going to wear them again. Tomorrow is Ling's birthday, and I want to go to her home. What gift should I give her?
我要送他一册戴望舒先生的诗集，一束紫丁香和一颗痛苦着的心。今晚上我会失眠的。6. 洒水车丝丝地在沥青路上走过，戴白帽的天主教徒喃喃地讲着他们的故国。
I want to give her a volume of Mr. Dai Wangshu's poetry, a bouquet of lilacs, and a painful heart. I won't be able to sleep tonight. 6. Water trucks hissed across the asphalt road, and Catholics in white hats murmured about their homeland.
橱窗里摆着小巧的日本的遮阳伞、丝睡衣，不知那儿已经有蝉声了。墙上嵌满着藤叶，窗子前种着棵芭蕉，稀稀地响着。屋子前面有个小园，沿街是一溜法国风的矮栅。走进了矮栅。
There are small Japanese parasols and silk pajamas in the window. Unexpectedly, there are already cicada sounds there. The wall is covered with vine leaves, and a banana tree is planted in front of the window, making a rustling sound. There is a small garden in front of the house, and along the street is a row of French-style low fences. Entered the low gate.
从那条甬道上走到屋子前的石阶去，只见门忽然开了，他停停地站在那儿笑着，很少见的顽皮的笑。等我走近了，一把月季花的籽抛在我脸上，那些翡翠似的籽全在我脸上爆了。
Walking from the corridor to the stone steps in front of the house, the door suddenly opened, and she stood there smiling, a rare naughty smile. When I got closer, a handful of rose flower seeds were thrown in my face, and all the emerald-like seeds exploded in my face.
早从窗口那儿瞧见了你啊，这是我送你的小小的礼物，多谢你，这比他们送我的那些糖果、珠宝啦可爱多了。我知道那些你爱好的东西，恳切地瞧着他，可是他不会明白我的眼光的。
I've seen you from the window. This is my little gift to you. Thank you, this is much cuter than the candies and jewelry they gave me. I know the things you like. Looking at her sincerely. But she won't understand my vision.
我跟了他进去，摸着，陈设的很简单的一间书房，三面都有窗，一只桃花木的写字台靠窗放着。那边角上是一只书架，李清照的词，凡尔兰的诗集。你懂法文的吗？
I followed her in and remained silent. A simply furnished study room with windows on 3 sides. A mahogany desk is placed by the window, and in the corner there is a bookshelf containing Li Qingzhao's poems and Verlain's poetry collection. Do you know French?
从前我父亲在法国大使馆任上时，带着我一同去的。他把我送他的那本《我的记忆》放到书架上。屋子中间放着只沙发榻，一个天鹅绒的坐垫，前面一只圆脊，上面放了2本贴照簿。
Once upon a time, when my father was serving at the French embassy, he took me with him. She put my memory I gave her on the bookshelf. There was a sofa in the middle of the room, a velvet cushion, and a round table in front of it, with 2 photo albums placed on it.
还有只小沙发，那边靠窗一只独角长戟，上面一只长颈花瓶，一束紫丁香。他把我送他的紫了香也插在那儿。那束丁香是爹送我的，他们哭了的时候，我要用紫色的绸把它们包起来。
There is also a small sofa. Over there by the window is a single leg, with a long-necked vase and a bouquet of lilacs on it. She put the purple incense stick I gave her there. That bunch of lilacs was given to me by my father. When they wither, I will wrap them in purple silk.
和母亲织的绒衫在一块儿，她站在那儿望着那花，太阳从白窗纱里透过来，抚摸着紫丁香的花朵和她的头发，温柔的。窗纱上有芭蕉的影子，娴静浸透了这书房。我的灵魂思想。
Together with the sweater knitted by my mother. She stood there, looking at the flower. The sun filtered through the white window screen, caressing the lilac flowers in her hair, gently. There were shadows of bananas on the window screen. Quietness permeated the study. My soul, my mind.
全流向他了，和太阳的触手一同地抚摸着那丁香，他的头发。为什么单看中那2束丁香呢？他回过身来，用那蒙着雾视的眼光望我，过了一会才说道：“你不懂的，我懂的。”这雾视的眼光。
All flowed to her, stroking the lilac and her hair together with the sun's tentacles. Why only value those 2 bunches of lilacs? She turned around and looked at me with misty eyes. After a while, she said, "You don't understand." I understand. This foggy look.
这一刹那，这一句话，在我的记忆上永远是新鲜的。我的灵魂会消灭，我的身子会朽腐，这记忆永远是新鲜的。窗外一个戴白帆布遮阳帽的影子一闪，他猛地跳起来，跑了出去。
This moment, this sentence will always be fresh in my memory. My soul will perish, my body will decay, but this memory will always be fresh. A shadow wearing a white canvas sun hat flashed outside the window, and she jumped up and ran out.
我便瞧一下壁上的陈设，只挂着一架银灰的画框，是蒙内的填色画，苍郁的夏日的色彩和简朴的线条。爸，你替我到客厅里去对付那伙客人吧。不，你先来瞧瞧他。
I took a look at the furnishings on the wall. There is only a silver gray picture frame hanging, which is Monet's farmhouse painting, with lush summer colors and simple lines. Dad, go to the living room for me and deal with the guests. No, come and see him first.
就是我时常提到的那个孩子，他的母亲是妈的邻舍呢。你瞧瞧，他也送了我一束紫丁香，他小鸟似的躲在一个中年人的肩膀下面进来了。有这么个女儿的父亲是幸福的。
This is the kid I talk about all the time. His mother is Mom's neighbor. Look, he also gave me a bouquet of lilacs. She came in hiding like a bird under the shoulder of a middle-aged man. A father who has such a daughter is happy.
这位幸福的父亲的石下还夹着半打鱼肝油，这使我想起实验室里石膏砌的骨骼标本和背着大鳖鱼的丹麦人。他父亲脸上还剩留着少年时的风韵，他的身子是强壮的。
This happy father is still carrying half a dozen cod liver oil, which reminds me of the plaster skeleton specimens in the laboratory and the Dane carrying a giant turtle on his back. His father's face still retained the charm of his youth. His body is strong.
怎么会生了瘦弱的女儿呢？瞧了在他鞋下娇小的林姑娘，我忧郁着。他把褂子和遮阳帽交给了她，掏出手帕来擦一擦脑门上的汗，没讲几句话，便带了他那体贴女儿的脸一同出去了。
How could she give birth to a thin daughter? Looking at the petite girl lying under his arms, I felt melancholy. He handed her the coat and sun hat, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead, and without saying a few words, he went out with his considerate daughter.
会客室里还有客人吗？讨厌的贺客，为什么不请他们过来呢？这间书房是我的，我不愿意让他们过来闹。我不相干，你伴他们谈去吧。穷淡了他们不大有礼貌的。
Are there any guests in the reception room? Annoying greeter. Why don't you invite them over? This study room belongs to me, and I don't want them to come over and make trouble. I have nothing to do with it. You can go talk with them. Joan dismissed them as being rude.
我不是答应了你一块儿看照片的吗？便坐在那沙发榻上，翻着那本贴照簿。从照上我认识了他的母亲，嘴角和瘦削的脸和他是很像的。他拿了一大盒礼糖来跟我一块儿吃着。
Didn't I promise you to look at the photos together? Then she sat on the sofa and flipped through the photo album. I got to know her mother from the photo. The corners of her mouth and thin face were very similar to hers. She brought a large box of gift candies. Eat with me.
贴照簿里边有一张他的照片，是前年在香港拍的，坐在一丛紫丁香前面，那熟悉的笑，熟悉的视线，脸比现在丰腴，底下写着一行小字 ：“Say it with flowers。”
There is a photo of her in the photo album, which was taken in Hong Kong the year before last, sitting in front of a bush of lilacs, that familiar smile, familiar eyes. Her face is plumper than now, and underneath there is a line of small words. Say it with flowers.
谁给你拍的？爸，这么说着便往外跑。我去弄替你吃。那张照片在光和影上都够得上说是上品，而他那种梦似的风姿在别的照片中是找不到的。我尽瞧着那张照，一面去。
Who took the photo for you? Dad. He said and ran out. I'll make tea for you to eat. That photo, in terms of light and shadow, is of top quality, and her dreamlike grace cannot be found in other photos. I looked at that photo with a smile on my face. But
为什么他单让我一个人走进他的书房来呢？为什么他说我不懂的？不懂的，不懂的，什么意思啊？那么的瞧着我，向他说吧，说我爱他，可是问他要了这张照吧。
Why did she let me enter her study alone? Why did she say I didn't understand? I don't understand. I don't understand. What do you mean, looking at me like that? Tell her I love her. But ask her for this photo.
我要把这张照片配了银灰色的框子挂在书房里，和母亲的照一同的，也在旁边放了只长脚鸡，插上了紫丁香，每晚上跪在前面为她祈福。那么的沉思着，他拿了银盘子进来。
I will put this photo in a silver gray frame and hang it in the study together with my mother's photo. I will also put a footrest next to it with lilacs in it. I will kneel in front of it every night to pray for her. Thinking so deeply. She came in with the silver plate.
给我倒了一杯牛奶红茶，还有一个香蕉饼，2片面包。这是我做的，在香港我老做椰子饼和荔枝饼给父亲吃。他站到圆桌旁瞧我吃，还气的。你自家呢？我刚才吃了糖，不能再吃了。
He poured me a cup of milk and black tea, a banana cake, and 2 slices of bread. I made this. In Hong Kong, I always made coconut cakes and lychee cakes for my father to eat. She stood at the round table and watched me eat, childishly. Where are your children? I just ate candy and I can't eat it anymore.
健康的人是幸福的，我是只有吃鱼甘油的福分。广东有许多荔枝园， 那么多的荔枝，黑珠似的挂在枝上，那透明的荔肉。你今天很快乐啊，可不是吗？因为我下星期要到香港了，跟着父亲。
Healthy people are happy. I am only lucky enough to eat cod liver oil. There are many lychee gardens in Guangdong. So many lychees hanging on the branches like black beads, those transparent lychee flesh. You are very happy today. Isn't it? Because I am going to Hong Kong next week to follow my father.
什么？我把嘴里的香蕉饼也忘了。怎么了？还要回来的？刚才还馋嘴的吃着的香蕉饼和喝着牛奶红茶全吃不下了。跟他说呢，还是不跟他说？神经组织顿时崩溃了下来，没有脊椎，没有神经。
What? I forgot about the banana cake in my mouth. What's the matter? We'll come back. I couldn't eat the banana cake I was greedily eating just now, and I couldn't eat the milk and black tea I drank. Should I tell her, or not? The nervous tissue suddenly collapsed. There was no spine, no nerves.
没有心脏的人了呢，多咱走哪？后天应该来送我的，准来送你的。可是明我们再一同去看看母亲吧。我本来预备去的，可是你为什么不吃呢？我瞧着他，默着，说还是不说。不吃吗？讨厌的。
What a person without a heart. Where are we going? You should come and see me off the day after tomorrow. I'm here to see you off, but let's go see Mother together tomorrow. I was planning to go, but why don't you eat somewhere? I looked at her, silently. Should I say it or not? Don't want to eat? That's disgusting.
是我自家儿做的香蕉饼啊，你不吃吗？蹙着眉间，轻轻地顿着脚，笑着，催促着，像反刍动物似的，我把香蕉饼吃了下去，又吐了出来，再嚼着，好久才吃完了。他坐在钢琴前面弹着。
It's the banana cake I made at home. Don't you want to eat? Frowning my brows, tapping my feet lightly, smiling, urging. Like a ruminant, I ate the banana cake, spit it out, chewed it again, and it took a long time to finish it. She sat in front of the piano and played.
Kiss me goodnight, not goodbye. 感伤的调子懒懒地在紫丁香上回旋着，在窗后面躲着。天慢慢地暗了下来。
Kiss me goodnight, not goodbye. The sentimental note swirls lazily on the lilacs, hiding behind the window. The sky gradually darkened.
黄昏的微光从窗子那儿偷偷地进来，爬满了一屋子。他的背影是模糊的，他的头发是暗暗的。等他弹完了那调子，合上了琴盖，我就戴上了帽子走了。他送我到栅门边，说道
The dim light of dusk sneaked in through the window and filled the room. Her back is blurry and her hair is dark. After she finished playing the tune and closed the piano cover, I put on my hat and left. She walked me to the gate and said,
我今儿是快乐的，我也是快乐的。再会吧，再会吧。扬一扬胳膊，送来了一个微笑。我也笑着走到路上，回过脑袋来，他还站在门边向我扬着胳膊。前面的一串街灯是小姐们晚礼服的钻边。
I am happy today. I am happy too. Goodbye. Goodbye. Raising her arms, she sent me a smile. I also smiled, walked to the road, and turned around. She was still standing by the door raising her arms to me. The string of street lights in front of me was the sign of the lady's evening dress hem.
忽然我发现自家眼膝上也挂着灯，珠子似的闪耀着落下去了。在我手里的母亲照片中的脸模糊了。为什么不向她说呢？后悔着。回过身去瞧，那书房临街的窗口那儿有了浅绿的灯光。
Suddenly I found that there was a lamp hanging above my children's eyes, shining like beads, and falling down. My mother's face in the photo in my hand was blurred. Why didn't you tell her? He regretted it. Turning around, I saw a light green light coming from the study window facing the street.
直照到窗外窥视着的藤上，而那依依的、寂寞的响着的是钢琴的幽咽的调子，嘹亮的声音。切！第二天，只在牧场里巡行了一回，在母亲的墓上坐着。他也注意到了我的阴郁的脸色。
The light shines directly on the vines peeking out of the window, and what is sounding quietly and lonely is the quiet tune and loud sound of the piano. 7. The next day, I only visited the cemetery once and sat on my mother's grave. She also noticed my gloomy look.
问我为什么？告诉他吧。那么的想着，终究还是说了一句：“怀念着母亲呢。”天气太热，他的纱衫已经给汗珠轻薄地浸透了背上，里面的衬衣自傲地卖弄着风情。他还要整理行装。
Ask me why. Tell her. I thought. After all, he said. I miss my mother. The weather was so hot that her gauze shirt had been lightly soaked with sweat on her back, and the shirt underneath proudly showed off her coquettishness. She still has to pack her bags.
我便催着他回去了。送行的时候连再会也没说，那船便慢慢地离开了码头。可是他眼珠子说着的话，我是懂得的。我站在码头上，瞧着那只船。他和他的父亲站在船栏后面，海是清的。
I urged her to go back. She didn't even say goodbye when she saw her off, and the boat slowly left the dock, but I understood what her eyes were saying. I stood on the dock and looked at the boat. She and her father stood behind the boat rail. The sea is blue.
海上的湿风对于他的康健是有妨害的，我要为他祝福。他走了没几天，我的父亲为了商业的关系上天津去，得住几年，我也跟着转学到北平。临走时给了他一封信，写了我北平的地址。
The wet wind at sea is harmful to her health. I want to bless her. A few days after she left, my father went to Tianjin for business reasons and stayed there for a few years. I also transferred to Peking. Before leaving, I gave her a letter and wrote my address in Peking.
每天坐在窗前，听着沙漠里的驼铃，年华的琼音。这儿有晴朗的太阳，蔚蓝的天空，可是江南的那一种风，这儿是没有的。从香港他寄了封信来，说下月便到上海来。他说香港给海滨浴场。
Sitting in front of the window every day, listening to the camel bells in the desert and the sound of time. There is a clear sun and blue sky here, but the kind of wind in the south of the Yangtze River does not exist here. She sent a letter from Hong Kong, saying that she would come to Shanghai next month. She said that Hong Kong was a beach.
音乐会、夜总会、露天舞场站满了，每天只靠着窗栏逗鹦鹉玩。第二封信来时，他已经在上海了。他说上海早就有了秋意，窗前的紫丁香枯了，包了放在首饰箱里。
Concerts, nightclubs, and open-air dance venues are all occupied, and every day I just rely on the window bars to play with the parrots. When the second letter came, she was already in Shanghai. She said that autumn had already arrived in Shanghai, and the lilacs in front of the window were withered, so she wrapped them and put them in a jewelry box.
鹦鹉也带了来，就挂在放花瓶的那只独角脊旁，也学会了叹息地说：“母亲啊！”他又说：“还是常上公墓那儿去的，在墓前现在是只有菊花了，可是北平只有枯叶呢，再过几天。”
The parrot was also brought and hung next to the one leg that held the vase. It also learned to sigh and say, dash. Mother. She added that she still went to the cemetery often, and now there were only chrysanthemums in front of the tomb. But there are only dead leaves in Beiping. In a few days.
刮黄沙的日子快来咧！等着信的时间是长的，读信的时间是短的。我恨中国航空公司为什么不开平户班啊？列车和总统号在空间运动的速度是不能和我的脉搏相应的。
The day of scraping the yellow sand is coming soon. The time of waiting for the letter is long, but the time of reading the letter is short. I hate China Airlines. Why don't they open flights to Shanghai? The speed of the train and the president's movement in space cannot match my pulse.
从褪了金黄色的太阳光里，从郊外的猎角声里，秋天来了。我咳嗽着，没有恐惧，没有悲哀，没有喜乐，秋天的重量我是清楚的。再过几天，我又要每晚上发热了。秋天淌冷汗，在我是惯常的事。
From the faded golden sunlight and the sound of hunting horns in the suburbs, autumn is here. I coughed. There is no fear, no sadness, no joy. I am aware of the weight of autumn. In a few days, I will have fever every night again. Cold sweat in autumn is a common thing for me.
多攒我们再一同到公墓呢。你的母亲也许在那儿怀念你啊。10月23日，咳嗽得很厉害，发了5天热，脸上泛着桃色。父亲忧虑着，赶明得进医院了。
How about we go to the cemetery together again? Your mother may be missing you there. Ling, October 23rd. I had a bad cough, had a fever for 5 days, and my face turned pink. My father was worried that he would have to go to the hospital tomorrow.
每年冬季总是在蝴蝶式的看护妇、寒热表、硝酸臭味里边过的，想不到今年这么早就进去了。希望你天天写信来，在医院里，这是生活的必需品。11月5日，我瘦多了。
Every winter, I always spend the winter in a house with butterflies, cold and hot temperatures, and the smell of nitric acid. I didn't expect to go in so early this year. I hope you will write to me every day. In the hospital, this is a necessity of life. Ling, November 5th. I'm much thinner.
今年的病比往年凶着点儿。母亲那儿好久不去了，等病好了，春天来了，我想天天去。我在怀念着在墓前坐着谈母亲的日子啊。哟，医生禁止我写信，以后恐怕不能再写了。11月14日。
This year's disease is more severe than in previous years. I haven't been to my mother's place for a long time. When I get better and spring comes, I want to go there every day. I miss the days when I sat in front of the grave and talked about my mother. Also, the doctor has forbidden me to write letters, and I'm afraid I won't be able to write any more in the future. Ling, November 14th.
来了这封信后，便只有我天天的写信给他，来信是没了。每写一封信，我总告诉他吧，那么的思忖着。末了，便写了封很长的信给他，告诉他我恋着他，可是这封信却从邮局里退回来了。
After this letter came, I was the only one who wrote to her every day, and the letters disappeared. Every time I write a letter, I always think, should I tell her? Finally, I wrote a long letter to her, telling her that I was in love with her, but the letter was returned from the post office.
那火漆还很完整的，信封上写着：“此人已出院。”怎么了？怎么了？好了吗？还是，便想起那鱼肝油，白色的疗养院，冷冷的公墓，他母亲的墓，新的草地，新的墓，新的长春树，紫丁香。
The paint is still intact. The envelope read, "This person has been discharged from the hospital." What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you okay? Or. Then she thought of the cod liver oil, the white sanatorium, the cold cemetery, her mother's tomb, the new grassland, the new tomb, the new evergreen tree, lilac. 可是那牧场的冷感的风啊，冷感的风，冷感的风啊，
赶忙写了封信到他家里去，连呼吸的闲暇也没有的等着。父亲究竟来了，看到信封上的苍老的笔记，我觉得心脏跳了出来，人是往下沉。
But the cold wind in the cemetery, the cold wind, the cold wind. He hurriedly wrote a letter to her home and waited without even having time to breathe. When the reply finally came, when I saw the old handwriting on the envelope, I felt my heart skip a beat and my body sank.
往下沉。信是这么写着的：年轻人，你迟了。他是12月28葬到他母亲墓旁的。临死的时候，他留下了件东西给你。到上海来时看我一次吧，我可以领你去拜访他的新墓。欧阳旭。
Sink. The letter reads, Young man, you are late. She was buried next to her mother's grave on December 28th. When she was dying, she left something for you. Come visit me once when you come to Shanghai. I can take you to visit her new tomb. Ouyang Su.
迟了，迟了，母亲啊，你为什么生一个胆怯的儿子呢？没有眼泪，没有叹息，也没有悔恨，我只是低下了脑袋，静静地坐着。1年以后，我跟父亲到了上海，那时正是4月。
Too late. Too late. Mother, why did you give birth to a timid son? There were no tears, no sighs, and no regrets. I just lowered my head and sat quietly. A year later, I arrived in Shanghai with my father, and it was April.
我换上了去年穿的那身衣服，上林姑娘家去，又是春天了。瞧，那些年轻的脸。我扣了门，出来开门的是他的爹。这一年他脸上多了许多皱纹，老多了。他带着我到林姑娘的书房里。
I put on the clothes I wore last year and went to Miss Ling's house. It was spring again. Look, those young faces. I knocked on the door, and it was her father who opened the door. This year, he had many wrinkles on his face and was much older. He took me to Miss Ling's study.
窗前那只独角鸡还在那儿，花瓶也还在那儿，什么都和去年一样，没什么变动。他叫我坐了一会，跑去拿了用绸包着的去年我送林姑娘的枯了的紫丁香和一本金边的贴照簿给我。
The one-legged table in front of the window was still there, and so was the vase. Everything is the same as last year, nothing has changed. He asked me to sit for a while, then ran to get me the withered lilacs wrapped in silk that I gave to Miss Ling last year, and a gold-rimmed photo album.
他的遗产是2束枯了的紫丁香，2本他自家的照片，他吩咐我和你平分。我是认识这2件东西的，便默默地收下了，记起了口袋里还有他去年给我的从地上捡来的1朵丁香。
Her inheritance was 2 bunches of withered lilacs and 2 books of photos of her own children. She told me to share them equally with you. I knew these 2 things, so I accepted them silently, remembering that there was a lilac in my pocket that she picked up from the ground for me last year.
瞧瞧他的墓去吧，便和他一起儿走了。路上买了1束新鲜的丁香。郊外，南方来的风吹着暮春的气息，晴朗的太阳，蔚蓝的天空，每一朵小野花都含着笑。田野是广阔的，路是长的。
Let's take a look at her tomb. Then we left with him and bought a bunch of fresh lilacs on the way. In the suburbs, the wind from the south blew the breath of late spring, the clear sun, the blue sky, every little wild flower, they all have smiles on their faces. The fields are vast and the roads are long.
空气是静的，广告牌上的绅士黄不会说话，只会微笑的。走进牧场的大门，管牧的高兴地笑着，说道：“欧阳先生，小姐的墓碑已经安上了。见了我，便好久不见了。是的，走过母亲的墓。”
The air is quiet, and the gentleman emperor on the billboard can't speak. he can only smile. Walking into the gate of the cemetery, the tombkeeper smiled happily and said, Mr. Ouyang, the lady's tombstone has been installed. When he saw me, he said, Long time no see. Yes. Walk past my mother's grave.
我没停下来，在那边黑的大理石、白的大理石上有一块新的墓碑，爱女欧阳玲之墓。我不会忘记的，那梦似的笑，蒙着雾似的眼光，不十分健康的肤色，还有你不懂的。我懂的，可是我迟了。
I didn't stop. Over there, on the black marble, there is a new tombstone on the white marble. The tomb of my loved daughter Ouyang Ling. I will never forget that dreamy smile, misty eyes, unhealthy complexion, and, you don't understand. I understood, but I was late.
他脱下了帽子，我也脱下了帽子。1932年3月16日，上海的胡步舞，一个断片。海，造在地狱上面的天堂。护西，大月亮爬在天边，照着大原野。浅灰的原野，铺上银灰的月光。
He took off his hat and so did I. March 16, 1932. Foxtrot in Shanghai, a fragment. The sea, a paradise built on hell. In the west of Shanghai, the big moon crawls on the horizon, illuminating the vast wilderness. The light gray field is covered with silvery moonlight.
在嵌着深灰的树影和村庄的一大堆一大堆的影子。原野上，铁轨画着弧线，沿着天空直伸到那边的水平线下去。林肯路，在这儿，道德给建在脚下，罪恶给高高的捧在脑袋上面。
Then embedded with dark gray tree shadows and a lot of shadows of the village. In the field, the railroad tracks drew an arc, stretching straight from the sky to the horizontal line over there. Lincoln Road, where morality is trampled underfoot and sin held high above the head.
拎着饭篮，独自个儿在那儿走着，一只手放在裤袋里，看着自家嘴里出来的热气，慢慢地飘到蔚蓝的夜色里去。三个穿黑绸长褂，外面罩着黑大褂的人影一闪。
Carrying the rice basket, I walked there alone, with one hand in my trouser pocket, watching the hot air coming out of my son's mouth slowly drifting into the blue night. 3 figures wearing long black silk gowns and black coats outside flashed.
3张在泥帽底下只瞧得见鼻子和下巴的脸遮在他前面。慢着走，朋友。有话尽说，朋友。咱们冤有头，债有主，今儿不是咱们有什么跟你过不去，各为各的主子，咱们也要吃口饭。
3 faces, with only their noses and chins visible under their felt hats, were hidden in front of him. Go slowly, friend. Say whatever you have to say, friend. We all have our grievances and our debts. It's not that we have any trouble with you today. We all have our own masters, and we also have to eat.
回头您老别怨咱们不够朋友。明年今儿是你的周年，记着。笑话了，咱也不是那么不够朋友的。一扔饭篮，一手抓住那人的枪，就是一拳过去。砰！手放了，人倒下去，按着肚子。砰！又是一枪。
Looking back, don't blame us for not being friends enough. Today is your anniversary next year, remember. What a joke. It's not like we're not friends enough. He threw the rice basket, grabbed the man's gun with the other hand, and punched him. Touch. He let go of his hand, and the man fell down, pressing his belly. Touch. Another punch. Gun.
好小子，有种！咱们这辈子再会了，朋友。黑绸长裙把泥帽一推，叫搁在脑勺上，穿过铁路不见了。救命！爬了几步，救命！又爬了几步，嘟的吼了一声， 一道弧灯的光从水平线底下伸了出来。
Good boy. Yes. We will meet again in this life, my friend. Black silk skirt pushed her felt hat on her head, crossed the railway and disappeared. Help. Climb a few steps to help. Climb a few more steps to. There was a beeping sound, and the light of an arc lamp stretched out from under the horizontal line.
铁轨隆隆地响着，铁轨上的枕木像蜈蚣似的在光线里向前爬去，电杆木显了出来，马上又隐没在黑暗里边。一列上海特别快，凸着肚子，打打打，用着胡步舞的拍，含着颗夜明珠。
The rails rumbled, and the sleepers on the rails crawled forward in the light like centipedes. The poles appeared, and then disappeared into the darkness. A train of Shanghai Express protruded its belly, going up, down, up, shooting with a foxtrot, holding a luminous pearl in his mouth.
龙似的跑了过去，绕着那条弧线，又张着嘴吼了一声，一道黑烟直拖到尾巴那儿，弧灯的光线钻到地平线下，一会儿便不见了，又静了下来。铁道交通门前交错着汽车的弧灯的光线。
He ran over like a dragon and circled the arc. He roared again with his mouth open, and a line of black smoke dragged straight to his tail. The light of the arc lamp went below the horizon and disappeared after a while. It became quiet again. In front of the railway traffic gate, the light of the arc lights of cars intersects.
管交通门的倒拿着红绿旗，拉开了那白脸红嘴唇、戴了红宝石耳坠子的交通门，马上汽车就跟着门飞了过去，一长串，上了白漆的结束的腿，电杆木的腿，一切静物的腿 ，review 似的。
The person in charge of the traffic gate held a red and green flag and opened the traffic gate with a white face, red lips, and ruby earrings. Immediately, cars followed the gate and flew past, in a long series. The legs of white-painted street trees, the legs of telephone poles, the legs of all still life objects, review-like.
把擦满了粉的大腿交叉地伸出来的姑娘们，白漆的腿的行列，沿着那条静悄的大路，从住宅的窗里，都会的眼珠子似的透过了窗纱，偷溜了出来淡红的、紫的、绿的，处处的灯光。
The girls stretched out their powdered thighs crosswise, a procession of white-painted legs. Along the quiet road, from the windows of the houses, like urban eyeballs, through the window screens, light red, purple, green, and lights everywhere slipped out.
汽车在一座别墅式的小洋房前停了，巴巴地拉着喇叭。刘有德先生的西瓜皮帽上的珊瑚结子从车门里探了出来。
The car stopped in front of a small villa-style house, the horn blaring. The coral knot on Mr. Liu Yud's watermelon hat poked out from the car door.
黑毛格背心上两只小口袋里挂着的金表链上面的几个小金棒叮当地笑着，把他送出车外，送到这屋子里。他把半段雪茄扔在门外，走到客室里，刚坐下，楼梯的地毡上响着清洁的鞋跟。
The gold watch hanging in the two small pockets of Jaimeo Kudzu's vest had a few small gold pounds on it, and he smiled brightly and sent him out of the car and sent him to the house. He threw half of the cigar outside the door, walked to the living room, and just sat down when the light heels of his shoes clicked on the carpet of the stairs.
大大的，回来了吗？活泼的笑声，一位在年龄上是他的媳妇，在法律上是他的妻子的夫人跑了进来，扯着他的鼻子道：“快，给我签张3000块钱的支票。上礼拜那些钱又用完了吗？不说话。”
Ta 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 ta. Are you back? With lively laughter, a lady who was his daughter-in-law by age and legally his wife ran in and pulled his nose. Quick. Sign me a check for $3,000. Did the money run out again last week? Don't speak.
把手里的一叠账交给他， 便拉他的蓝缎袍的大袖子往书房里跑，把笔送到他手里。我说：“你说什么？”堵着小红嘴，瞧了他一眼便签了，他就低下脑袋，把小嘴凑到他大嘴上。
She handed him a stack of accounts, pulled the sleeves of his blue satin robe, ran to the study, and put the pen in his hand. I said, "What did you say?" Xiao Hong's mouth was blocked. After taking a look at the note, she lowered her head and put her small mouth to his big mouth.
晚饭你独自个儿吃吧，我和小德要出去。便笑着跑了出去，砰地合上门。他掏出手帕来往嘴上一擦，麻纱手帕上印着 10G， 倒像我的女儿呢，成天的缠着要钱。别，一抬脑袋。
You can eat dinner alone, Xiaoda and I are going out. He ran out with a smile and closed the door. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. Tanji was printed on the linen handkerchief. It's more like my daughter, who keeps asking for money all day long. Dad raised his head.
小德不知多咱溜了进来，站在他旁边，见了猫的耗子似的。你怎么又回来了？姨娘打电话叫我回来的。干嘛？拿钱。刘有德先生心里好笑，这娘儿俩真有他们的。他怎么会叫你回来问我要钱？
Xiaoda didn't know how long he had slipped in and stood next to him, as if he had seen a cat. Why are you back again? My aunt called me to come back. What for? Get the money. Mr. Lu Yud was amused in his heart. These two women really have their own problems. Why would she ask you to come back and ask me for money?
他不会要不成，是我要钱，姨娘叫我伴她去玩。忽然门开了，你有现钱没有？刘延荣珠又跑了进来，只有一只刚用过扣单的小手早就伸到他口袋里，把皮夹拿了出来，红润的指甲数着钞票。
Will she fail? I want money, and my aunt asked me to accompany her to play. Suddenly the door opened. Do you have any cash? Lu Yen Rongzhu ran in again. Only. A little hand that had just used code Dan had already reached into his pocket and took out the wallet. He counted the banknotes with his red nails.
15、10、20、300，50留给你，多的我拿去了，多给你晚上又得不回来。做了个媚眼，拉了他法律上的儿子就走。儿子是衣架子，成天的读者给 Gigolo 看的时装杂志。
1 5 10 20 300. I'll leave you 50, and I'll take the extra. You won't get the extra at night. She winked, grabbed her legal son and left. My son is a clothes hanger, reading fashion magazines for Gigolo all day long.
把烫的有粗大明朗的折纹的褂子穿到身上，领带打得在中间留了个窝，拉着母亲的胳膊坐到车上，上了白漆的结束的腿，电杆木的腿，一切静物的腿 ，Review 4的。
He put on his permed coat with thick and clear creases and tied his tie to leave a dimple in the middle. He took his mother's arm and sat in the car. The legs of white-painted street trees, the legs of telephone poles, the legs of all still life objects, review-like.
把擦满了粉的大腿交叉地伸出来的姑娘们，白漆腿的行列，沿着那条静悄的大路，从住宅区的窗里，都会的眼珠子似的透过了窗纱，偷溜了出来淡红的、紫的、绿的、处女的灯光。
The girls stretched out their powdered thighs crosswise, a procession of white-painted legs. Along the quiet road, from the windows of the residential area, like urban eyeballs, through the window screens, the light of red, purple, green and virginity sneaked out.
开着1932的新别克，却一个心儿想1980年的恋爱方式。深秋的晚风吹来，吹动了儿子的领子，母亲的头发全有点觉得凉。法律上的母亲偎在儿子的怀里道：“
I drive a new Buick from 1932, but I only think about the way of love in 1980. The late autumn evening wind blew, blowing the son's collar and the mother's hair, all feeling a little cold. The legal mother snuggled into her son's arms and said,
可惜你是我的儿子。嘻嘻地笑着，儿子在父亲吻过的母亲的小嘴上吻了一下，差点把车开到行人道上去了。Neon Light 伸着颜色的手指在蓝墨水湿的夜空里写着大字。
It's a pity that you are my son. He smiled. The son kissed his mother's little mouth that his father had kissed, and almost drove the car onto the sidewalk. Neon light stretched out its colorful fingers and touched the blue ink-like color. There are big characters written in the night sky.
一个英国绅士站在前面，穿了红的燕尾服，携着手杖，那么精神抖擞地在散步，脚下写着 Johnny Walker, still going strong.
A British gentleman stood in front, wearing a red tuxedo, holding a cane, and walking in high spirits. Underfoot it reads, Johnny Walker, still going strong.
路旁一小块草地上展开了地产公司的乌托邦，上面一个抽集市牌的美国人看着，像在说：可惜这是小人国的乌托邦，那片大草原里还放不下我的一只脚呢。汽车前显出个人的影子。
A real estate company's utopia was spread out on a small piece of grass beside the road. An American smoking custard was looking at it, as if saying, It's a pity that this is the utopia of Lilliput. There is no room for me in that prairie. Where's 1 foot? A personal shadow appears in front of the car.
喇叭吼了一声，那人回过脑袋来一瞧，就从车轮前溜到行人道上去了。荣珠，我们上哪去？随便那个 cabaret 里去闹个新鲜吧。理查，大华我全玩腻了。跑马厅屋顶上。
The horn roared, and the man turned his head to look, then slipped away from the wheel onto the sidewalk. Romju, where are we going? Let's go have some fun in any cabaret, Licha, I'm tired of playing in Dahua. On the roof of the racecourse.
风筝上的金马向着红月亮撒开了四蹄，在那片大草地的四周泛滥着光的海，罪恶的海浪。莫尔唐浸在黑暗里，跪着，在替这些下地狱的男女祈祷。大世界的塔尖拒绝了忏悔。
The golden horse on the wind needle spreads its hooves towards the red moon. Surrounded by the sea of light and the waves of sin, Moor Hall was immersed in darkness, kneeling and praying for these men and women who had gone to hell. The spire of the big world refused to repent.
骄傲地瞧着这位于牧师放射着一圈圈的灯光，蔚蓝的黄昏笼罩着全场。一只 saxophone 正伸长了脖子，张着大嘴，呜呜地冲着他们嚷。当中那片光滑的地板上飘动的裙子。
Looking proudly at the pedantic priest, he radiated circles of light. The blue dusk enveloped the whole place, and a saxophone stretched its neck, opened its mouth, and whined at them. On the smooth floor in the middle, a skirt fluttered.
飘动的袍脚，精致的鞋跟，鞋跟，鞋跟，鞋跟，鞋跟，蓬松的头发和男子的脸，男子衬衫的白领和女子的笑脸，伸着的胳膊，翡翠坠子拖到肩上，整齐的圆桌子的队伍，椅子却是凌乱的。
The fluttering robe corners, the exquisite heels, 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 heels. Fluffy hair and manly face. Man's shirt with white collar and woman's smiling face. With outstretched arms, the jade pendant was dragged to the shoulders. The round tables were neatly arranged, but the chairs were scattered.
案角上站着白衣侍者，酒味、香水味、鹰腿蛋的气味、烟味。独身者坐在角鱼里拿黑咖啡，刺激着自家的神经。舞着华尔兹的旋律绕着他们的腿，他们的脚站在华尔兹旋律上飘飘的。
In the dark corner stood a waiter in white. The smell of wine, perfume, the smell of British legs and eggs, the smell of cigarettes. The single man sat in the corner with black coffee to stimulate his nerves. Dancing, the melody of the waltz circles their legs, and their feet stand fluttering on the melody of the waltz.
飘飘的，儿子凑在母亲的耳朵旁说：“有许多话是一定要跳着华尔兹才能说的。你是顶好的华尔兹的舞侣，可是，荣珠，我爱你呢。”觉得在轻轻地吻着鬓角，母亲躲在儿子的怀里，低低地笑。
Flutteringly. The son leaned close to his mother's ear and said, "There are many things that can only be said while dancing waltz. You are the best waltz dancer, but, Rongju, I love you. Dash." Feeling that he was kissing his temples gently, the mother hid in her son's arms and smiled softly.
一个冒充法国绅士的比利时珠宝掮客凑在电影明星殷芙蓉的耳朵旁说：“你嘴上的笑是会使天下的女子妒忌的，可是我爱你呢。”觉得轻轻地在吻着鬓角，便躲在怀里低低地笑。
A Belgian jewelry broker pretending to be a French gentleman leaned into the ear of movie star Ian Furlong and said, "The smile on your lips will make all the women in the world jealous, but I love you. Dash." Feeling that he was being kissed gently on his temples, he hid in his arms and smiled softly.
忽然看见手指上多了一只钻戒，珠宝镌刻看见了流言荣珠，在殷芙蓉的肩上跟他点了点脑袋，笑了一笑。小德回过身来，瞧见了殷芙蓉也支个漏的把眉毛扬了一下，捂着。
Suddenly I saw an extra diamond ring on my finger. The jewelry donor saw Lu Yen Rongju, nodded to Ian Furlong on her shoulder, and smiled. Xiaoda turned around and saw Ian Furlong raising her eyebrows in a gigolo way. Dancing.
华尔兹的旋律绕着他们的腿，他们的脚健在华尔兹上面，飘飘的，飘飘的。珠宝镌刻凑在流言荣珠的耳朵旁，悄悄地说：“你嘴上的笑是会使天下的女子妒忌的，可是我爱你呢。”
The melody of the waltz circled their legs, and their feet stepped on the waltz, fluttering, fluttering. The jewelry donor leaned close to Lu Yinrongzu's ear and whispered, "The smile on your lips will make all the women in the world jealous, but I love you. Dash."
觉得轻轻地在吻着鬓角，便躲在怀里低低地笑，把唇上的胭脂印到白衬衫上面。小德凑在殷芙蓉的耳朵旁，悄悄地说：“有许多话是一定要跳着华尔兹才能说的。”
Feeling that he was being kissed gently on his temples, he hid in his arms and smiled softly, applying the rouge from his lips to his white shirt. Xiaoda leaned close to Ian Furlong's ear and whispered, "There are many things that can only be said with a waltz."
你是顶好的华尔兹的舞侣，可是，芙蓉，我爱你呢。觉得在轻轻地吻着鬓角，便躲在怀里低低地笑。独身者坐在脚鱼里，拿黑咖啡刺激着自家的神经，酒味、香水味、鹰腿蛋的气味、烟味。
You are the best waltz partner, but, Fleur, I love you. I felt like I was kissing my temples gently, so I hid in my arms and smiled softly. The single person sat in the corner and took black coffee to stimulate his son's nerves. The smell of wine and perfume, the smell of eggs, the smell of smoke.
案角上站着白衣侍应，椅子是凌乱的，可是整齐的圆桌子的队伍。翡翠坠子拖到肩上，伸着的胳膊。女子的笑脸和男子的衬衫的白领，男子的脸和蓬松的头发，精致的鞋跟，鞋跟，鞋跟，鞋跟。
In the dark corner stood a waiter in white. The chairs are messy, but the rows of round tables are neat. The jade pendant was dragged to the shoulder and the arm was outstretched. Woman's smiling face and man's shirt with white collar. Man's face and shaggy hair. Sophisticated heel, 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 heel.
鞋跟，飘荡的袍脚，飘荡的裙子，当中是一片光滑的地板。呜呜地冲着人家嚷，那只 saxophone 伸长了脖子，张着大嘴。蔚蓝的黄昏笼罩着全场。推开了玻璃门。
Heel. The flowing robe corners, floating skirts, and a smooth floor in the middle. Whining at others, the saxophone stretched its neck and opened its mouth. The blue dusk enveloped the whole place. Pushed open the glass door.
这纤弱的幻景就打破了。跑下扶梯，2辆黄包车停在街旁，拉车的分班站着，中间留了一道门，灯光照着的路，争着 rickshaw。奥斯汀海车、爱山克水、福特、别克跑车、别克小九、8气缸。
This delicate illusion was broken. After running down the escalator, 2 rows of rickshaws were parked on the side of the street. The pullers stood in separate shifts, leaving a lighted road in the middle. They competed for rickshaw. Austin Children's Car, Ace-Han Kashui, Ford, Buick Sports Car, Buick 9, 8 cylinders.
6气缸，大月亮红着脸蹒跚地走上跑马厅的大草原上来了。街角卖大美晚报的用卖大饼油条的嗓子嚷 Evening Post.
6 cylinder. The big moon staggered onto the prairie of the racecourse with a red face. The man selling Damei Evening News on the street corner shouted in the voice of a pancake and fried dough stick seller. Evening Post.
电车当当的驶进布满了大减价的广告旗和招牌的危险地带去，脚踏车挤在电车的旁边，瞧着也可怜。坐在黄包车上的水兵挤咕着醉眼，瞧准了拉车的屁股，踹了一脚，便哈哈地笑了。
The tram drove into a dangerous area full of advertising banners and signboards for big sales, and the bicycles crowded beside the tram looked pitiful. The sailor sitting on the rickshaw narrowed his drunken eyes, saw the rickshaw pullers but kicked it and laughed.
红的交通灯，绿的交通灯，交通灯的柱子和印度巡捕一同的垂直在地上。交通灯一闪，便涌着人的潮，车的潮。这许多人全像没了脑袋的苍蝇似的。
Red traffic lights, green traffic lights, traffic light poles and Indian policemen are vertical on the ground. As soon as the traffic light flashes, there is a wave of people and cars. These many people are like flies without heads.
一个 fashionmonger 穿了他铺子里的衣服来冒充贵妇人。电梯用15秒钟一次的速度，把人货物似的抛到屋顶花园去。
A fashionmonger pretended to be a lady by wearing clothes from her shop. The elevator throws people to the roof garden at a speed of 15 seconds.
女秘书站在绸缎铺的橱窗外面，瞧着全丝面得法国 crepe， 想起了经理的刮的刀痕苍然的嘴上的笑劲儿。主义者和党人携了一大包传单夺过去，心里想。
The female secretary stood outside the window of the satin shop and looked at the all-silk French crepe, remembering the smile on the manager's mouth that was scratched with scars. The activists and party members walked over with a large package of leaflets, thinking to themselves.
如果给抓住了，便在这里演说一番。蓝眼珠的姑娘穿了窄裙，黑眼珠的姑娘穿了长旗袍，腿骨间有相同的媚态。街旁一片空地里竖起了金字塔式的高木架，粗壮的木腿插在泥里。
If caught, I will give a speech here. The girl with blue eyes wore a narrow skirt, and the girl with black eyes wore a long cheongsam, with the same charming look between her legs. Next to the street, in an open space, a tall wooden frame like a pyramid was erected, with thick wooden legs stuck in the mud.
顶上装了盏糊灯，倒照下来，照到底下每一条横木板上的人。这些人吆喝着：“哎呀呀！”几百丈高的木架顶上的木桩直坠下来，砰！把3抱粗的大木柱撞到泥里去，四角上全装着糊灯。
An arc lamp was installed on the top, which illuminated the people on every horizontal plank below. These people shouted, "Hey!" The wooden piles on the top of the wooden frame several hundred feet high fell straight down, hit. A 3-arm-thick wooden pillar was knocked into the mud, with arc lights installed on all 4 corners.
强烈的光探照着这片空地，空地里横一道、竖一道的沟、钢骨、瓦砾堆，人扛着大木柱在沟里走，拖着悠长的影子，在前面的脚一滑，摔倒了，木柱压到脊梁上，脊梁断了，嘴里挖的一口血，糊灯。
Strong light illuminated the clearing. In the open space, horizontal and vertical trenches, steel frames, and piles of rubble. People carry big wooden pillars and walk in the ditch, dragging long shadows. The foot in front slipped and he fell, with the wooden post pressing on his spine. The spine was broken, and there was a mouthful of blood in the mouth, arc light.
砰！木桩顺着木架又溜了上去，光着身子在煤泄路滚童子的孩子，大木架顶上的湖灯在夜空里像月亮，捡煤渣的媳妇，月亮有2个，月亮叫天狗吞了，月亮没有了，死尸给搬了开去，空地里。
Bump. The wooden stakes slid up the wooden frame again. The naked children rolling coppers on the cinder block. The arc lamp on the top of the big wooden frame looked like the moon in the night sky. The wife picking up cinders. There are 2 moons, the moon was swallowed by the Tengu, the moon was gone. The dead bodies were moved away, and in the open space.
横一道、竖一道的沟、钢骨、瓦砾，还有一堆他的血，在血上铺上了市民土，造起了钢骨，新的饭店造起来了，新的舞场造起来了，新的旅馆造起来了，把他的力气，把他的血。
There were horizontal and vertical ditches, steel bones, rubble, and a pile of his blood. On top of the blood, Shimon's soil was spread, steel frames were built, and a new hotel was built. A new dance hall has been built. A new hotel is being built. Give him his strength and his blood.
把他的生命压在底下，正和别的旅馆一样的，和刘有德先生刚在跨进去的华东饭店一样的。华东饭店里，2楼白漆房间，古铜色的鸦片香味，麻雀牌，4郎探母。
It was the same as other hotels, just like the Huadong Hotel that Mr. Liu Yud had just stepped into. In the Huadong Hotel. 2nd floor, white painted room, bronze scent of opium, sparrow cards, Shiro visits his mother.
长三骂堂白小娼妇，古龙香水和淫欲味，白衣侍者，娼妓捐客，绑票匪，阴谋和诡计，白鹅浪人。3楼白漆房间，古铜色的鸦片香味，麻雀牌，4郎探母，长三骂堂白小捐妇。
The little white whore, cologne and lust, waiters in white, prostitute donors, kidnappers, conspiracy and tricks, white Russian Ronin. 3rd floor, white painted room, bronze scent of opium, sparrow cards, Silang visits his mother, Chang San scolds by Shaowan.
古龙香水和淫欲味，白衣侍者，娼妓掮客，绑票匪，阴谋和诡计，白鹅浪人。4楼白漆房间，古铜色的鸦片香味，麻雀牌，4郎探母，长三骂堂白小娼妇，古龙香水和淫欲味，白衣侍者。
Cologne and lust, waiters in white, prostitute brokers, kidnappers, plots and tricks, white Russian Ronin. 4th floor, white painted room, bronze opium scent, sparrow card, Shiro visits his mother, Chang San scolds the white little whore, cologne and lustful smell, white waiter.
娼妓掮客，绑票匪，阴谋和诡计，白鹅浪人。电梯把他吐在4楼，刘有德先生哼着4郎探母，踏进了一间享有鼓牌声的房间，点上了茄利克，写了张局票。不一会，他也坐到桌旁。
prostitute brokers, kidnappers, plots and intrigues, White Russian Ronin. The elevator spit him out on the 4th floor. Mr. Liu Yud hummed Silang visits his mother and stepped into a room with the sound of dominoes. He ordered gelatin and wrote a ticket. Soon, he also sat down. Beside the table.
把一张中风用熟练的手法，怕碰伤了他似的抓了进，一面却怎么一张好的也抓不进来，一副老抹牌的脸，一面却细心地听着因为不束胸而被人家叫做沙利文面包的宝月老八的话。
He grabbed the stroke of a stroke with a skillful technique, as if he was afraid of bruising it, but at the same time said, "Why can't I get a good one, with an old face," but listened attentively. The words of Baoyue Laoba, who was called Sullivan's bread because he didn't tie his chest.
对不起，刘大少，还得出条子，等会儿抹完了牌，请过来坐。到我们家坐坐去哪？站在街角，只瞧得见黑眼珠子的石灰脸，躲在建筑物的阴影里，向来往的人喊着拍卖行的伙计似的。
I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, but I still have a note. Please come and sit down when Huier finishes wiping the cards. Come and sit at our house. Standing on the street corner, all you can see is the gray face with black eyes, hiding in the shadow of the building, shouting to the passers-by, like a clerk from an auction house.
老鸨尾巴似的拖在后边，到我们家坐坐去哪？那张瘪嘴说着，故意去碰在一个扁脸身上。扁脸笑，瞧了一瞧，指着自家的鼻子，探着脑袋，好寡老，碰大爷。年纪轻轻，朋友要紧。瘪嘴也笑。
The old bustard was trailing behind like his tail. Come and sit at our house, said the flat-mouthed man, deliberately bumping into someone with a flat face. Smiling with a flat face, he took a look, pointed at his nose, and poked his head. What an old man, do you want to touch the uncle? You're young, friends are important. He smiled.
想不到我这印度小白脸今儿倒也给人家瞧上脸，手往他脸上一抹，又走了。旁边一个长头发不刮胡须的作家正在瞧着好笑，心里想到了一个题目：第2回巡礼。
I never thought that a pretty Indian girl like me would be looked down upon today. He wiped his hand on her face and left. Next to him, a writer with long hair and an unshaved beard was looking at it funny, and he thought of a topic in his mind. The second tour.
都市黑暗面检阅 Snot 忽然瞧见那瘪嘴的眼光扫到自家脸上来了，马上就慌慌张张地往前跑。石灰脸躲在阴影里，老鸨尾巴似的拖在后边，躲在阴影里的石灰脸，石灰脸。
The dark side of the city inspected Sonata. Suddenly he saw the pouty eyes on his face, and he immediately ran forward in a panic. Limeface hiding in the shadows, the madam trailing behind like his tail, Limeface hiding in the shadows, Limeface.
石灰脸，作家心里想。第1回巡视赌场，第2回巡视街头娼妓，第3回巡视舞场，第4回巡视再说。东方杂志、小说月报、文艺月刊，第1句就写大马路北京路野鸡交易所，不行。
Limeface. The writer thinks to himself. The first inspection of casinos, the second inspection of street prostitutes, the third inspection of dance halls, and the fourth inspection of Oriental Magazine, Novel Monthly, and Literary Monthly, the first sentence of Main Street Beijing Road Pheasant Exchange. No.
有人拉了拉他的袖子，先生。一看是个老婆，装着苦脸，抬起脑袋望着他。干嘛？请您给我看封信。信在哪儿？请您跟我到家里去拿，就在这胡同里边。便跟着走。
Someone pulled his sleeve. Sir. It turned out to be an old woman with a sad face, raising her head and looking at him. What for? Please show me a letter. Where is the letter? Please follow me to your home to get it. It's in this alley. Then follow.
中国的悲剧，这里边一定有小说资料。1931年是我的年代了。东方小说，北斗，每月一篇，单行本，日一本，俄一本，各国一本，都出版，诺贝尔奖金，又伟大又发财。
The tragedy of China must have novel information here. 1931 is my era. Oriental novels and Beidou have a monthly single line. Japanese translations, Russian translations, and translations in various countries are published. Nobel Prizes, Greatness, and Wealth.
拐进了一条小胡同，暗的什么都看不见。你家在哪儿？就在这儿，不远儿，先生，请您看封信。胡同的那边有一只黄路灯，灯下是个女人低着脑袋站在那儿。老婆忽然又装着苦脸。
I turned into a small alley and it was so dark that I couldn't see anything. Where is your home? It's right here, not far away, sir. Please read this letter. There is a yellow street lamp on the other side of the alley, and under the lamp a woman is standing there with her head lowered. My wife suddenly put on a sad face again.
扯着他的袖子道：“先生，这是我的媳妇，信在她那儿。”走到女人那地方，女人还不抬起脑袋来。老婆说：“先生，这是我的媳妇，我的儿子是机器匠，余了人家东西给抓进去了。”
He pulled his sleeve and said, "Sir, this is my wife, and the letter is with her." When he reached the woman's place, before she even raised her head, the wife said, "Sir, this is my wife. My son is a machine builder. He took advantage of other people's things and got caught."
可怜咱们娘们4天没吃东西了。可不是吗？那么好的题材，技术不成问题，他讲出来的话意是一定正确的，不怕人家再说我人道主义脸。先生，可怜的，你给几个钱？
It's a pity that we ladies haven't had anything to eat in 4 days. Isn't it true that with such a good subject matter and technical skills, what she said must be correct? She is not afraid of people calling me humanitarian. Sir, poor thing, please give me some money.
我叫媳妇陪你1晚上，救救咱们2条命。作家扼住了，那女人抬起脑袋来，2条影子拖在瘦腮帮上，嘴角浮出笑劲来，嘴角浮出笑劲来。
I asked my wife to stay with you for 1 night and save both of our lives. The writer was stunned. The woman raised her head, 2 shadows trailed on her thin cheeks, and a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. A smile appeared at the corners of her mouth.
冒充法国绅士的比利时珠宝前客凑在刘颜容珠的耳朵旁，悄悄地说：“你嘴上的笑是会使天下的女子妒忌的，喝一杯吧。”在高脚玻璃杯上，刘颜容珠的2只眼珠子笑着。在别克里，
The Belgian jewelry broker posing as a French gentleman leaned close to Liu Yanrongzu's ear and whispered, "The smile on your lips will make all the women in the world jealous. Have a drink." Dash. On the tall glass, Liu Yanrongzu's 2 eyes were smiling. In Bicky.
那2只浸透了 cocktail 的眼珠子从外套的皮领上笑着。在华茂饭店的走廊里，那2只浸透了 cocktail 的眼珠子从披散的头发边上笑着。在电梯上，
Those 2 eyes soaked in cocktail smiled from the leather collar of the coat. In the corridor of the Chinachum Hotel, those 2 cocktail-soaked eyes were smiling from the side of the disheveled hair. On the elevator.
那2只眼珠子在紫眼皮下笑着。在华茶饭店7层楼上一间房间里，那2只眼珠子在焦红的腮帮上笑着。珠宝前客在自家的鼻子底下发现了那对笑着的眼珠子，笑着的眼珠子。
Those 2 eyes were smiling under the purple eyelids. In a room on the 7th floor of the Hua Tu Hotel, those 2 eyes were smiling on the burnt red cheeks. The jewelry broker discovered the pair of smiling eyes under his son's nose. Smiling eyes.
白的床巾，喘着气动也不动地躺在床上。床巾融了的血。组织个国际俱乐部吧。猛地得了这么个好主意，一面淌着细汗，淌着汗，在竞技的街上拉着醉水手往酒牌间跑。街上
White bed towels. Gasping. He lay on the bed panting and motionless. Bedcloth, melted snow. Let's organize an international club. I suddenly got such a good idea, and I was sweating. Sweating dripping from his eyes, he dragged the drunken sailor to the wine rose on the quiet street. On the street.
巡捕也没有了，那么静，像个死了的城市。水手的皮鞋搁到拉车的脊梁盖上面，哑嗓子在大建筑物的墙上响着：拉得儿，拉得，拉得儿，拉的。拉车的脸上汗冒着，拉车的心里金洋钱滚着。
There are no patrols anymore. It's so quiet, like a dead city. The sailor's leather shoes were placed on the backbone of the cart, and his hoarse voice sounded on the wall of the big building, dash. Later. Laid. Law dear. Lad. The face of the puller was sweating. The money was rolling in the heart of the puller.
飞滚着，醉水手猛地跳了下来，跌到两扇玻璃门后边去了。Hello, master, master， 那么的嚷着追到门边，印度巡捕把手里的棒冲着他一扬，笑声从门缝里挤出来。
Flying and rolling. The drunken sailor jumped down suddenly and fell behind two glass doors. Hello, master. Master. He yelled and chased him to the door. The Indian patrolman waved his stick at him, and laughter squeezed out from the crack in the door.
酒香从门缝里挤出来 ，Jess 从门缝里挤出来，拉车的拉了车杠，摆在他前面的是12月的江风，一个冷月，一条大建筑物中间的深巷，给扔在欢乐外面，他也不想到自杀，指妈妈的。
The smell of wine squeezed out from the crack in the door, and jazz squeezed out from the crack in the door. The driver pulled the lever, and what was in front of him was the river breeze in December, a cold moon, and a deep alley in the middle of a large building. Even though he was thrown out of joy, he didn't even think of committing suicide, only mothers.
骂了一声，又往生活里走去了。空去了这辆黄包车，街上只有月光了。月光照着半边街，还有半边街浸在黑暗里边。这黑暗里边蹲着那家酒牌，酒牌的脑门上一盏灯是青的。
After cursing, he walked back to life. The rickshaw was empty, and there was only moonlight on the street. The moonlight illuminated half of the street, and the other half was immersed in darkness. In this darkness squatted the wine restaurant, with a green light on the forehead of the wine restaurant.
青光底下站着个化石似的印度巡捕，开着门又关着门，鹦鹉似的说着 Goodbye, sir。 从玻璃门里走出个年轻人来，胳膊肘上挂着条手杖。他从灯光下走到黑暗里。
Under the blue light stood a fossil-like Indian policeman. Opening and closing the door, he said like a parrot, Goodbye, sir. A young man walked out of the glass door, with a cane hanging from his elbow. He walked from the light into the darkness.
又从黑暗里走到月光下面，叹息了一下，嘻嘻地向前走去，想到了睡在别人床上的恋人。他走到江边，站在栏杆旁边发怔。东方的天上，太阳光金色的眼珠子似的在乌云里睁开了。在浦东
He walked from the darkness to the moonlight again, sighed, and walked forward quietly. Thinking of his lover sleeping in someone else's bed, he walked to the river and stood beside the railing in a daze. In the eastern sky, the sun's rays opened like golden eyes in the dark clouds. In Pudong.
一声男子的最高音，哎呀哎，直飞上半天， 和第一线的太阳光碰在一起，接着便来了雄伟的合唱。睡熟了的建筑物站了起来，抬着脑袋，卸了灰色的睡衣，江水又哗啦哗啦地往东流。
A man's highest voice. Ah, ah, ah. After flying straight for half a day, we met the first line of sunlight, and then came a majestic chorus. The sleeping building stood up, raised his head, took off his gray pajamas, and the river flowed eastward again.
工厂的汽笛也吼着，歌唱着新的生命，夜总会里的人们的命运。醒回来了，上海，上海，造在地狱上的天堂。夜，哀愁也没有，欢喜也没有，情绪的真空。可是哪儿去啊？江水哗啦哗啦地往岸上撞。
The factory whistle also roared, singing about new life, the fate of people in the nightclub. Wake up, Shanghai. Shanghai, a paradise built on hell. Night. There is no sorrow, no joy, an emotional vacuum. But where to go? The river water rushed to the shore.
撞得一嘴白沫子的回去了。夜空是暗蓝的，月亮是大的，江心里的黄月亮是弯曲的，多角形的。从浦东到浦西，在江面上，月光直照几里远，把大月亮托在船尾上。
He went back with foam at his mouth. The night sky is dark blue, the moon is big, and the yellow moon in the center of the river is curved and polygonal. From Pudong to Puxi, on the river, the moonlight shines for miles, dragging the big moon on the stern of the boat.
一只小舢板在月光上驶过来了，摇船的生着银发。江面上飘起了一声海关钟，风吹着，吹起了水手服的领子，把烟蒂一弹弹到水里。5月的夜呀，温柔的，温柔的。
A small sampan sailed over in the moonlight, and the man rocking the boat had silver hair. A customs bell sounded on the river. The wind blew, blowing up the collar of the sailor's suit, and flicking the cigarette butt into the water. The night in May, gentle and gentle.
老师这么的从这口岸到那口岸，歪戴着白水手帽，让风吹着领子，摆着大裤管，夜游神似的，独自个在夜的都市里踱着。古巴的椰子林里，听过少女们叫卖椰子的歌声。
He was always going from one port to another, wearing his white sailor hat crookedly, letting the wind blow his collar, and swinging his big trousers, wandering alone in the night city like a night wanderer. In the coconut groves of Cuba, I heard the singing of girls selling coconuts.
在马德里的峡街上，瞧披绣中的卡门黑鬓上的红花，在神户的矮屋子里喝着橘子夫人手里的茶，可是他是孤独的。一个水手，海上的吉普西。家在哪儿啊？嫁呀，去吧。便走了，懒懒的。
Looking at the red flowers on Carmen's black temples in the narrow streets of Madrid, and drinking tea from Mrs. Kikuko's hand in a small house in Kobe, he was lonely. A sailor, a gypsy of the sea. Where is home? Home. Go ahead. Then he left, lazily.
行人道上一对对的男女走着，街车里一个小个子的姑娘坐在大水手的中间，拉车的堆着笑脸问他要不要玩姑娘，他可以拉他去。哀愁也没有，欢喜也没有，情绪的真空。真的是真空吗？
Pairs of men and women were walking on the sidewalk, and a small girl sat in the middle of the big sailor in the streetcar. The driver of the cart asked him with a smile on his face if he wanted to play with the girl, and he could take him there. There is no sorrow, no joy, an emotional vacuum. Is it really a vacuum?
喝点酒吧，喝醉了的人是快乐的，上海不是快乐的王国吗？一拐弯走进了一家舞场，酒精的刺激味，侧着肩膀顿着脚的水手的舞步，大鼓平平地敲着炎热南方的情调。
Have a drink, drunk people are happy. Isn't Shanghai the kingdom of happiness? I turned a corner and walked into a dance hall. The stimulating smell of alcohol, the dancing steps of the sailor with his shoulders slanted and his feet tapping, and the pounding of the big drum echo the mood of the hot south.
翻在地上的酒杯和酒瓶，黄澄澄的酒，浓丽的色情，这些熟悉的、亲切的老朋友们啊！可是那粗野的醉汉的笑声是太响着点了。在桌上坐下了，喝着酒，酒味他是知道的。
The wine glasses and bottles lying on the ground, the yellow wine, the strong eroticism, these familiar and cordial old friends. But that rough drunkard's laugh was a little too loud. He sat down at the table and drank wine. He knew the smell of alcohol.
像5月的夜那么的醉人，大喇叭反复地吹着。我知道有这么一天，我会找到他，找到他。我流浪梦里的恋人，舞着的人像没了灵魂似的，在音乐里融化了。他也想融化在那里边。
As intoxicating as a May night. The big trumpet blew repeatedly. I know that one day I'll find her, dash. The lover in my wandering dream. The dancers seemed to have lost their souls and melted into the music, and he wanted to melt there too.
可是光觉得自家流不到那里边去，只是宿在那儿，因为他有了化石似的心境和情绪的真空。有几个姑娘我早就忘了，忘了她像黄昏时的一朵霞。有几个还留在我记忆里，在水面。
But Guang felt that he could not flow there, but was just molded there, because he had a fossil-like state of mind and emotional vacuum. There are a few girls I have long forgotten. Forgetting her is like a cloud at dusk. A few of them still remain in my memory. On the surface of the water.
在烟里，在花上，他老对我说：“瞧见没？我在这里。”因为他有了化石似的心境和情绪的真空，因为他是独自个儿喝着酒，因为独自个儿喝着酒是乏味的，因为没一个姑娘伴着他。
In the smoke, on the flowers, dash. She always said to me, "See? I'm here." Because he has a fossilized state of mind and emotional vacuum, because he drinks alone, because drinking alone is boring, because there is no girl to accompany him.
右手那边桌上有个姑娘坐在那儿，和半杯咖啡一同的，穿着黑褂子，束了条阔腰带。从旁边看过去，她有个高的鼻子，精致的嘴角，长的眉梢和没有擦粉的脸，手托着下巴领，憔悴的。
There is a girl sitting on the table on the right, with a half cup of coffee. Wearing a black gown and a wide belt, looking from the side, she has a high nose, delicate mouth corners, long eyebrows, and an unpowdered face. She holds her chin collar in her hand, looking haggard.
她的头发和鞋跟是寂寞的，狠狠地抽了口烟，把烫手的烟蒂儿弹到她前面。等她回过脑袋来，便像一个老练家似的，大手指一抹鼻翅儿，跟她点了点脑袋。Hello, baby.
Her hair and heels are lonely. He took a deep puff of the cigarette and flicked the hot cigarette butt in front of her. When she turned around, he touched her nose with his big finger like a seasoned expert and nodded to her, dash. Hello, baby.
就站起来走过去，他只冷冷地瞧着她，一张没有表情的脸，眼珠子是饱满了风尘的，嘴唇抽多了烟，歪着点儿。独自个儿吗？不作声，拿起咖啡来喝了点儿。
She stood up and walked over. She just looked at him coldly, with an expressionless face. The eyeballs are full of dust, and the lips are a little crooked from smoking too much. Alone? Silently, he picked up the coffee and drank some.
从喝咖啡的模样看来，他是对余生没有眷恋，也没有厌弃的人。可是他的视线是疲倦的，在等谁呢？一边掏出烟来，递给他一支。他接了烟，先不说话，点上了烟，抽了一口，把烟喷出来。
Judging from the way she drank coffee, it seemed that she was in love with life and had no attachment to or dislike of anyone. But her gaze was tired. Who are you waiting for? He took out a cigarette and handed her one. She took the cigarette, lit it without saying anything, took a puff, and blew out the smoke.
喷灭了火柴，一边折着火柴梗，一边望着手里的烟卷，慢慢的。等你那么的一个男子啊，你瞧着很寂寞的似的，可不是吗？我老是瞧着很寂寞的。淡淡的笑了一笑。
I blew out the match, folded the match stem, and looked at the cigarette in my hand, and slowly said, "Waiting for a man like you. You look very lonely. Isn't it? I always look lonely." He smiled faintly.
一下子那笑劲儿便没了。为什么呢？这里不是有响的笑声和太浓的酒吗？他只从烟里边望着他。还有太疯狂的音乐呢。可是你为什么瞧着也很寂寞的？他只站了起来，拉了他。
Suddenly the laughter disappeared. Why? Isn't there loud laughter and too strong wine here? She just looked at him through the smoke. There's also crazy music. But why do you look so lonely? He just stood up and pulled her away.
向着那只大喇叭舞着，舞着，这儿有那么多的人，那么炫亮的衣服，那么香的威士忌，那么可爱的娘们，那么温柔的旋律，谁的脸上都带着笑劲儿，可是那笑劲儿像是硬堆上去的。
Dance towards that big horn. Dancing. There are so many people here, such bright clothes, such fragrant whiskey, such lovely women, such gentle melody, everyone has a smile on their face, but the smile seems hard. Pile up.
一个醉鬼猛地滑了一跤，大伙轰地笑了起来。他刚爬起来，又是一跤摔在地上，扯住了旁人的腿，抬起脑袋来问：“我的鼻子在那儿？”他的伙伴把他拉了起来，他还一个劲儿嚷鼻子。
A drunkard slipped hard and everyone burst into laughter. As soon as he got up, he fell to the ground again. He grabbed the other person's leg, raised his head and asked, "Dash. Where is my nose?" His companion pulled him up, and he kept squealing.
他听见他在怀里笑，想不到今儿会碰到你的，找你那么的姑娘找了好久了。为什么找我那么的姑娘呢？我爱憔悴的脸色，给许多人吻过的嘴唇，黑色的眼珠子，疲倦的神情。
He heard her laughing in his arms. "I never thought I would meet you today. I have been looking for a girl like you for a long time. Why are you looking for a girl like me? I love the haggard face, the lips that have been kissed by many people, the black eyes, the tired look."
你到过很多的地方吗？有水的地方我全到过，哪儿都有家，也爱过许多女子了吧？可是我在找着你那么的一个姑娘啊，所以你瞧着很寂寞的，所以你也瞧着很寂寞的。他抱紧了点儿。
Have you been to many places? I have been to every place where there is water, and I have a home everywhere. Have you loved many women? But I'm looking for a girl like you. So you look very lonely. So you look very lonely too. He hugged her a little tighter.
他贴到他身上，便抬起脑袋来，静静地瞧着他。他不懂他的眼光，那透明的眼光后边藏着大海的秘密，20年的流浪。可是他爱那种眼光，他爱他自家而明白不了的东西。回到桌子上。
She pressed against him, then raised her head and looked at him quietly. He didn't understand her eyes. Behind those transparent eyes are the secrets of the sea and 20 years of wandering. But he loves that kind of vision. He loves things that his own son cannot understand. Back to the table.
便隔着酒杯近瞧着他。你住哪儿？你问他干嘛？ 可以告诉我你的名字吗？问他干嘛？我的名字太多了，为什么全不肯告诉我？过了今晚上我们还有会面的日子吗？知道有我这么个人就得了。
Then he looked at her through the wine glass. Where do you live? Why are you asking him? Can you tell me your name? Why ask him? I have too many names. Why don't you tell me at all? Is there still time for us to meet after tonight? It's good to know that there is a person like me.
何必一定要知道我是谁呢？我知道有这么一天，我会找到他，找到他，我流浪梦里的恋人。他一仰脖子干了一杯，心境也爽朗起来了。真是可爱的姑娘啊！猛地有谁在他肩上拍了一下。获知
Why do you have to know who I am? I know that one day I will find her, the lover in my wandering dream. He tilted his neck and drank a drink, and his mood became brighter. It's so cute, a girl. Someone tapped him hard on the shoulder.
瞧见我的鼻子没有？原来是那醉鬼。你的鼻子留在家里了，没带出来。酒还在脖子那儿，给他一下子拍得咳嗽起来了。家吗？猛地笑了起来，瞧着那姑娘，一伸手把她的下巴颏一抬。
Did you see my nose? It turned out to be the drunkard. You left your nose at home and didn't take it out. The wine was still on his neck, and he suddenly started coughing. Home. Home. He laughed fiercely, looked at the girl, stretched out his hand and lifted her chin.
你猜我的家在哪儿？他懒懒地把他的手拉开了。告诉你，我的家在我的鼻子里边，今儿我把鼻子留在家里，忘了带出来了。他的伙伴刚跑过来想拉他回去，听他这么一说，就笑开了。
Where do you think my home is? She lazily pulled away his hand. Tell you, my home is inside my nose. Today I left my nose at home and forgot to take it out. His partner just ran over and wanted to pull him back. He laughed when he heard what he said.
左手那边桌上一个姑娘叫他逗得把一口酒全喷了，他却抬起脑袋来望着他，怜悯的像望着一个没娘的孩子似的。他腿一拐，差点倒了下去，给他的伙伴扶住了。咱们回去吧。行，再会。
A girl at the table on the left side teased him so much that he spit out a mouthful of wine. But she raised her head and looked at him with pity, as if looking at a motherless child. He crippled his leg and almost fell down, but his partner held him up. Let's go back. Okay, see you later.
手摆了一下，便我要回去了，回家去了，回家去啊！那么的唱着，拍着腿跑到舞着的人们里边去了，老撞在人家身上，撞着了就自家吆喝着口令，立正，敬礼。一会儿便混到那边不见了。
He waved his hands and then, I'm going back, going home, going home. He sang like that, clapped his legs and ran to join the dancing people, always bumping into others. When he arrived, his son shouted the command, stood at attention, and saluted. After a while, he disappeared over there.
可是他的嗓子还劲冒着，压低了大喇叭，压低了笑声。我要回去了，回家去了，回家去啊！单调的、粗鲁的，像坏了的留声机似的响着。他轻轻地吸了一下。都是没有家的人啊，家在那儿呢，家呀。
But his voice was still full, and he lowered the loudspeaker to suppress his laughter. I'm going back, going home, going home. It sounded monotonously and rudely, like a broken gramophone. She breathed lightly. They are all people without a home. Where is home? Home.
喇叭也没有，笛子也没有，铜钹也没有，大鼓也没有，一支小提琴独自个儿的低低地奏着忧郁的调子。 便想起了那天黄昏，在夏威夷靠着椰子树，拉着手风琴看苍茫的海和模糊的太阳。
There were no trumpets, no flutes, no cymbals, and no bass drums. A single violin played a melancholy tune in a low voice. Then I remembered that evening in Hawaii, leaning against the coconut trees, playing the accordion and watching the vast sea and blurry sun.
又是一声轻轻的叹息，他不知怎么的会显着一种神经衰弱症患者的颓丧的可是快慰的眼光，可是一会儿便又是一张冷冷的他明白不了的脸了，好像在哪儿见过你的。
There was another soft sigh, and she somehow had the look of a neurasthenic patient, depressed but happy. But a moment later, there was another cold face that he couldn't understand. I seem to have seen you somewhere.
我也好像在哪儿见过你似的，可是想不起来了。便默着喝酒，一杯、2杯、3杯，酒精解不了愁的日子是有的。他的脸红了起来，可是他的心却沉重起来了。可以快乐的时候，就乐一会儿吧。
I seem to have seen you somewhere, but I can't remember. So he drank in silence. 1 glass, 2 glasses, 3 glasses. There are days when alcohol can't relieve sorrow. His face turned red, but his heart became heavy. You can be happy. When the time comes, just have fun for a while.
他猛地站了起来，一只手往他肩上一搁，便活泼地退到中间那片地板上，走了几步，一回身，胳膊往腰里一插，异样地向他一笑，扮了个鬼脸，跳起 tango 来了。嘻嘻的接着转了几个身。
She stood up abruptly, put a hand on his shoulder, and then retreated lively to the middle floor, walked a few steps, turned around, thrust her arms into her waist, and smiled at him strangely, pretending he made a face and danced tango. Then he turned around a few times.
又回到他怀里，往后一弯腰，再往外转过身子去，平躺在他胳膊上，左手攀着他的胸子，缓慢的大鼓咚咚咚的。他猛地腿一软，脑袋靠到他胸部，笑着：“我醉了，找个地方睡去吧。”
She returned to his arms, bent back, turned away, and lay flat on his arms, holding onto his chest with her left hand. The slow drum thump 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 thump. Her legs suddenly softened, her head rested on his chest, and she smiled. I'm drunk. Find a place to sleep.
他已经全身靠在他身上了，越来越沉重脸。走到门外，他的眼皮就合上了，嘴上还挂着笑劲儿。在5月的夜风里，他的衣服是单薄的。可是5月的夜呀，温柔的，温柔的。街上没有一个人。
She was leaning all over him, getting heavier and heavier. When she walked outside the door, her eyelids were closed, with a smile still on her lips. In the May night wind, her clothes were thin. But the night in May is gentle, gentle. There is no one on the street.
默默地走着，走着，到一家旅馆里，把他放到床上，灭了灯，在黑暗里边站到窗前抽着烟。月光从窗口流进来，在地上像一方块的水。蔚蓝的烟一圈圈地飞到窗外，慢慢地在夜色里淡了。
Walking silently, walking. I went to a hotel, put her on the bed, turned off the lights, and stood in front of the window in the dark, smoking a cigarette. The moonlight streamed in from the window and looked like a square of water on the ground. Blue smoke flew out of the window in circles, slowly fading into the night.
没了，给我支烟吧。拿了支烟给他，他点上了，也喷起烟来了。烟蒂上红的火闪耀着。平躺在床上，把胳膊垫在脑袋下面，脸苍白着。他走到床前，一只脚踏在床上，静瞧着他，他只望着天花板。
No more. Give me a cigarette. I gave her a cigarette and she lit it and started puffing on it. The red fire on the cigarette but shines. Lying flat on the bed, putting his arms under his head, his face was pale. He walked to the bed, put one foot on the bed, and looked at her. She only looked at the ceiling.
他把在嘴里吸着的烟蒂儿吐在地上，把她抱了起来，一声不言语地凑到她嘴上吻着。他在自家儿的脸下瞧见了一双满不在乎的眼珠子，冷冷的。他把她的脸推开了，抽了口烟。
He spit out the cigarette but he was smoking on the ground, picked her up, and kissed her mouth without saying a word. He saw a pair of indifferent eyes under his face, cold. She pushed his face away and took a drag on her cigarette.
猛地笑了起来，拿了烟蒂儿，拖着他的耳朵，把一口烟全喷在他嘴里了。拍一下他的脸，他抱着他走到镜子前面，在镜上喝了口气，就在那雾气上面用手指划了颗心。他也喝了口气。
He laughed violently, took the cigarette butt, dragged his ear and blew the entire cigarette into his mouth. After patting his face, he carried her to the mirror, breathed in the mirror, and drew a heart with his finger on the mist. She also breathed a sigh of relief.
也划颗心，在划之间把那两颗心串在一块儿，再掏出擦脸的粉来给添在上面，一顺手就抹了他一脸。baby， 说着笑，抱住了他的脖子，把脸贴着他的，两条腿在他胳膊上乱颠。
Also draw a heart, and then draw an arrow to string the two hearts together. Then he took out some face powder and put it on top, then smeared it all over his face. Big baby. While talking and laughing, she hugged his neck, pressed her face against his, and swung her legs around his arms.
猛地他觉得自家的脸上湿了起来，瞧他时，却见眼珠子给泪蒙住了。怎么了？你明上哪去？我自家也不知道，得随船走。可是讲他干嘛？明天是明天。泪珠后边透着笑劲儿，吻着他。
Suddenly he felt his face getting wet. When he looked at her, his eyes were covered with tears. What's the matter? Where are you going tomorrow? I don't know, I have to go with the ship. But why talk about him? Tomorrow is tomorrow. There was a smile behind the tears as she kissed him.
热情的，他醒了回来，竖起了身子，瞧见睡在旁边的那姑娘，想起昨晚上的事了。两只高跟鞋跌在床前，瞧手表，表没卸下来，弄停了。他轻轻地爬下床来，抽着烟穿衣服。
Enthusiastically. He woke up, stood up, saw the girl sleeping next to him, and remembered what happened last night. Two high-heeled shoes fell on the bed. Look at the watch. The watch has not been removed. It has stopped. He climbed out of bed gently, smoking a cigarette and getting dressed.
把口袋里钱拿出来，放一半在他枕头边，又放了几支烟。一回头瞧见了那镜子，那镜子上的两颗心和一支箭，便把还有一半钱也放下了。他却睁开了眼来。走了吗？他点了点头。他望着他。
Take the money out of your pocket and put half of it next to her pillow. She put out a few more cigarettes, turned around and saw the mirror with two hearts and an arrow on it, so she put down the half of the money and opened her eyes. Are you leaving? He nodded. She looked at him.
还是那副憔悴的、冷冷的神情。你怎么呢？我不知道。你以后怎么着呢？我不知道。以后还有机会再见吗？我不知道。便点上了烟抽着。再会吧。他叹息了一下，说道：记着我的名字吧，我叫阴蒂。
He still had that haggard, cold expression. What's wrong with you? I have no idea. What will happen to you next? I have no idea. Will there be a chance to see you again in the future? I have no idea. Then he lit up a cigarette and smoked it. Goodbye. She sighed and said, Remember my name is Indy.
他便走了，哼着。我知道有这样一天，我会找到你，找到你。我流浪梦里的姑娘，莲花落，漂泊着，秋天那黄叶子似的，一重山又一重山，一道水又一道水，我们是两个人，和一副弹板，一把胡琴。
Then he left, humming, dash. I know that one day I will find you, dash. The girl in my wandering dream. The lotus falls. Wandering, the ground is like sodium yellow leaves in autumn, one mountain after another, one water after another, we are two people. And a pair of sandalwood boards and a huqin.
一同的，从这座城到那座城，在草屋子的柴门前，在嵌在宫墙中间的黑漆大门前，在街上，在考场里，我们唱着莲花落，向人家画一个童子，画一杯羹，画一碗冷饭，我们是两个人。是的。
Together, from this city to that city, in front of the firewood gate of the thatched house, in front of the black gate embedded in the middle of the palace wall, on the street, in the examination room, we sang Lotus Falling and turned a copper into others, turn into a cup of soup, turn into a bowl of cold rice. We are two people. Yes.
我们是两个人，可是他在昨天死了。是20年前，那时我的头发还和我的眼珠子那么黑，大兵把我的家轰了。一家人死的死了，跑的跑了，全不知哪去了。我独自个儿往南跑。
We are two people, but she died yesterday. 20 years ago, when my hair was as black as my eyes, the soldiers bombed my home. The whole family died and ran away without knowing where they were. I ran south alone.
跑到傍晚时，真跑累了，就跑到前面那只凉亭那儿去。就在那儿，我碰到了他。他在里边坐在地上哭，哭得抽抽噎噎的。我那时候还怕羞，离远些坐了下来。他偷偷地瞧了瞧我。
When I got really tired in the evening, I ran to the pavilion in front of me. That's where I met her. She was inside, sitting on the ground crying, sobbing so hard. I was still shy at that time, so I sat farther away. She glanced at me furtively.
哭声低了些，我心里想，劝劝她吧。这姑娘怎么一个人在这儿哭？别哭了，姑娘。哭什么呢？我坐在老远的跟她说。她不作声还是哭，索性哭得更高声点。这事情不是糟了吗？我不敢再说话。
The crying was quieter. I thought to myself, please persuade her. Why is this girl crying here alone? Stop crying, girl. Why are you crying? I said to her while sitting far away. She kept crying, but she just cried louder. Isn't this a bad thing? I dare not speak anymore.
我往凉亭外面望，不敢望她。天是暗了，有一只弯月照着那些田。近的远的，我找不到一点火。一只狗子站在亭外面冲着我望，我记得还是只黑狗。我们家里也有只黑狗，我们的牛是黄的。
I looked outside the pavilion, not daring to look at her. It was dark, and a crescent moon was shining on those fields. I can't find any fire, not far away. A dog stood outside the pavilion and looked at me. I remember it was a black dog. We also have a black dog at home and our cow is yellow.
还有一只黑鸡，毛长得好看，想杀它3年了，没忍心杀它。我们还有只花猫，妹妹顶爱那只猫，爹顶恨说它爱偷嘴，可是妈妈是爱妹妹的，爹是爱我的。那只花猫偷吃了东西，爸要砍它脑袋。
There is also a black chicken with nice-looking feathers. I have wanted to kill it for 3 years but have not had the heart to kill it. We also have a tabby cat. My sister loves that cat the most, and my father hates it because it loves to steal. But my mother loves my sister, and my father loves me. That tabby cat ate something secretly, and Dad wanted to chop its head off.
妹妹抱住了不放，爹就打她，妈听见她哭就打我，我一闹，爹和妈就斗起嘴来了。可是爹哪去了？妈和妹妹哪去了？还有那只黑狗，那只黄牛，那只花猫呢？他们哪去了？我想着想着也想哭了。
My father would hit my sister when she wouldn't let go. My mother would hit me when she heard her cry. When I made a fuss, my father and mother would start to fight. But where is Dad? Where have my mother and sister gone? And what about the black dog, the ox, and the tabby cat? Where have they gone? I wanted to cry even as I thought about it.
他却不知什么时候停了的，不哭了。我把脑袋回过去瞧了瞧，他也赶忙把脑袋回过去，怕难为情，不让我瞧他的脸，我便从后边瞧着他。他在那儿不知道在吃什么，吃得够香甜的，艳的。
But she didn't know when she stopped crying. I turned my head to take a look, and she quickly turned her head back too. She was afraid of being embarrassed and wouldn't let me see her face, so I looked at her from behind. She didn't know what she was eating there, but it was so sweet that she could swallow it.
我咽了口粘弦子，深夜里听起来像打了个雷似的。他回过脑袋的来瞧，我不知怎么的咽的又咽了口粘弦子，他扑哧的笑出来了，我好难为情。他拿出个馍馍来，老远的伸着胳膊拿着。
I swallowed hard, and it sounded like thunder late at night. She turned her head to look, and I swallowed hard for some reason, and she burst into laughter. I was so embarrassed. She took out a steamed bun and held it with her arms stretched out from a distance.
我也顾不得难为情，红着脸跑过去就吃，也不敢说话。吃完了便看着他吃，他还有5个。他一抬脑袋，我连忙把眼光歪到一边。他却又拿了一个给我，我脸上真红热得了不得。多谢你，我说。
Regardless of my embarrassment, I ran over to eat with a red face, not daring to speak. After I finished eating, I watched her eat. She still had 5 more. As soon as she raised her head, I quickly turned my eyes to the side. But she gave me another one. My face was really red and hot. Thank you, I said.
吃完了，他又给了我2个。真多谢你，我说。还要不要？我怎么能说还不够呢？我说够了。不饿吗？那么个男儿汉吃这么一些。不饿，你怎么会独自个在这儿的呢？一家子全死完咧。
After eating, she gave me 2 more. Thank you so much, I said. Do you want more? How can I say it's not enough? I say enough is enough. Aren't you hungry? Such a man eats so much. If you're not hungry, why are you here alone? The whole family is dead.
他眼皮一红，又想哭了。我赶忙不作声，过了会儿，等他好了，我才说道：“怎么呢？他们打仗，把我们一家子全打完咧。你到哪儿去呢？我能到哪儿去呢？你打算逃哪儿去？我没打算往哪儿逃。”
Her eyelids turned red and she wanted to cry again. I hurriedly kept silent. After a while, when she was well, I said, "What's the matter?" They fought and killed our whole family. Where are you going? Where can I go? Where are you going to escape? I have no intention of escaping anywhere.
带了几个馍馍，一跑就跑到这儿来了。你呢？我连粮食也没带，没叫大兵给打死，还是大运气。那能打算往哪儿跑？跑到哪儿算哪儿罢了。那时候我和他越坐越近了，我手一摆，碰了他的手。
I brought a few steamed buns with me and ran here. How about you? I didn't even bring any food, and I didn't ask the soldiers to kill me. I'm still lucky. So where can I plan to run? It doesn't matter where you run. At that time, we were sitting closer and closer. I waved my hand and touched her hand.
我一笑，很不好意思地挪了挪身子。你还是坐远点吧。我便挪开些，老远地对坐着说话。时候可真不早了，天上的星密得厉害，你挤我，我挤你，想把谁挤下来似的。
I smiled and moved away embarrassedly. Would you rather sit further away? I moved away a little bit and sat talking to each other from a distance. It was really getting late, the stars in the sky were so dense, you squeezed me, I squeezed you, as if I wanted to squeeze someone down.
凉亭外面的草全在露水里湿着，远处几棵道生的树像月亮伸着枝干。一阵阵风吹过来，我也觉得有点冷。亭子外边一只夜鸟叫了一声，那声气够怪的，像鬼哭，叫人心寒。
The grass outside the pavilion was wet with dew, and a few fallen trees in the distance extended their branches toward the moon. A gust of wind blew over, and I felt a little cold. A night bird called outside the pavilion. The sound was quite strange, like a ghost crying, and it was chilling.
接着就是一阵风，他把脖子一缩，哆嗦了一下。我瞧了他一眼，你还是坐过来些吧。他说，你冷吗？我害怕。我挪过去贴着他坐下了，我刚贴着他的身子，他便一缩道，你不会？瞧着我。我摇了摇头。
Then came a gust of wind. She drew her neck back and shivered. I glanced at her. Would you rather sit over here? She said. Are you cold? I'm afraid. I moved over and sat down next to her. As soon as I got close to her body, she shrank and said, You don't know how, and looked at me. I shook my head.
她便靠在我身上道，我累了，就闭上了眼。我瞧着她，把我的疲乏，把我的寂寞全丢了。我想，我不是独自个儿活在世上里，我是和他一同的在这亭子里，我们是两个人。第二天起来
She leaned on me and said, I'm tired. Just closed his eyes. I looked at her and lost all my fatigue and loneliness. I think, I am not living alone in the world, I am in this pavilion with her, we are two people. Get up the next day.
他有了焦红的腮帮，散了的眉毛，他眼珠子里的处女味昨晚上给贼偷了。他望了望天，望了望太阳，又望了望我，猛地掩着脸哭了起来。我不敢作声，我知道自家做错了事。
She has burnt red cheeks, unruly eyebrows, and the virginity in her eyes was stolen by a thief last night. She looked at the sky, at the sun, and then at me, then she covered her face and started crying. I didn't dare to say anything, I knew I had done something wrong.
她哭了好一回，才抬起脑袋来，拿手指指着我的鼻子道：“都是你。”我低下了脑袋。你说不会的，我想不到。她又哭，哭了一会儿道：“叫我怎么呢？我们一块儿走吧。”我们就一同往南走。
She cried for a while, then raised her head, pointed her finger at my nose and said, It's all you. I lowered my head. You said you wouldn't. I can't think of it. She cried again, crying for a while and said, What do you want me to do? Let's go together. Let's go south together.
也不知跑哪儿走，路上她不说话，我也不敢说话。走到一家镇上，他说：“我真饿了。”我就跑到一家大饼铺子那儿，跟那个掌柜的求着道：“先生，可怜见我，饿坏了。”全家给大饼打了，跪了一天一晚。
I didn't know where to go. She didn't speak on the way, and I didn't dare to speak either. When we got to a town, she said, I'm really hungry. I ran to a big cake shop and begged the shopkeeper, Sir, please take pity on me. I'm starving. My whole family was beaten by the soldiers. I knelt all day and night.
没东西吃，那掌柜的就像没听见，我只得走了开来。他站在那儿拐弯角上，用埋怨的脸色等着我。我没法走到一家绸缎铺子前面，不知怎么的想起了莲花落，便低了脑袋。哎呀，矮子喂！
Nothing to eat. The shopkeeper didn't seem to hear. I had to walk away, and she was standing there at the corner, waiting for me with a complaining face. I had no choice but to walk in front of a silk and satin shop, and somehow I remembered the lotus fell, and he lowered his head. Hey, hey.
花开梅花落啊，一开一朵梅花，腊梅花。我觉得脸在红起来，旁边有许多人在围着看我，我真想钻到地下去。这时候，我猛地听见还有一个人在跟着我唱，一瞧，却是他。
Flowers bloom and plum blossoms fall. A plum blossom blooms. Winter sweet. I felt my face getting red, and there were many people watching me around. I really wanted to crawl into the ground. At this time, I suddenly heard someone singing along with me. When I saw it, it was her.
不知那儿弄来的2块破竹片，拿在手里，滴滴得得地拍着。我气壮了起来，马上挺起了胸子，抬起脑袋来，高声地唱着莲花落。我们是2个人在唱着。就从那天起，漂泊着，秋叶似的。
I picked up 2 pieces of broken bamboo from somewhere. I held them in my hands and patted them proudly. I became so angry that I immediately puffed up my chest, raised my head, and sang Lotus Falling loudly. We were 2 people singing. From that day on, I wandered like autumn leaves.
从这座城到那座城，后来我们又弄到了一把破胡琴，便和一把胡琴，一副弹板，一同的，一重山又一重山，一道水又一道水，在草屋子的柴门前面，在黑漆的大门前面，我们唱着莲花落。
From this city to that city. Later, we got another broken huqin, and together with the huqin and the sandalwood board, we walked together, mountain after mountain, water after water, in front of the wood door of the thatched cottage and in front of the black door. Singing the Lotus Falls.
昨天晚上，我们坐在一条小胡同里，他有点寒热，偎在我的身旁，看了我的头发道：“你的头发也有点灰了。”可不是嘛，40多了，那能叫头发不白？我们从凉亭里跑出来，到现在有20多年。
Last night we were sitting in a small alley. She was a little cold, so she snuggled next to me, looked at my hair and said, Your hair is a little gray too. Isn't it true? If you are over 40, your hair will not turn gray. It has been more than 20 years since we ran away from the pavilion.
快30年了，光阴过得真快啊！你还记得吗？有一年我们在河南，3天没讨到东西吃，你那当火气大极了，不知怎么一来就打了我，把我腰那儿打得一大块青。你还记得吗？
Almost 30 years. Time flies so fast. Do you still remember, one year when we were in Hunan, we didn't get anything to eat for 3 days? You were so angry at that time that for some reason you hit me as soon as you came, leaving a big bruise on my waist. Do you remember?
你不是还把我的脸抓破了吗？在凉亭里那晚上不也很像今儿吗？我抬起脑袋来，在屋檐那儿是一只弯月亮，把黑瓦全照成银色的。可是我真倦了，他把脑袋靠在我肩上，好重，我也没理会。
Didn't you scratch my face? Isn't that night in the pavilion very much like today? I raised my head. Over the eaves, there was a crescent moon, shining all the black tiles into silver dot. But I am so tired. She leaned her head on my shoulder, It was so heavy. I didn't pay attention to it.
只管看月亮，可是它就那么的死去咧。和一副弹板，一把胡琴，一同的，一道水又一道水，一重山又一重山，在草屋子的柴门前面，在黑漆大门前面，在街上，在卖场里，我们一同的唱着莲花落。
Just look at the moon, but she just dies like that. Along with a pair of sandalwood boards and a huqin, together, water after water, mountain after mountain, in front of the wood door of the thatched cottage, in front of the black gate, on the street, in the wheat field, we sang together the Lotus Falls.
我们在一块笑，一块哭，一块叹息，一块抹眼泪。世界上有个我，还有个他，我们是两个人。是的，我们是两个人，可是他在昨天晚上死了。
We laughed and cried together, sighed together, and wiped tears together. There is me and she in the world. We are two people. Yes, we are two people,